When the boy from the countryside first stepped into the academy, nobody believed he had any potential whatsoever. They all assumed Ronan would just end up as everyone's punching bag. But the moment they decided to put him to the test, he wasted no time showing them exactly who was in charge here. Armed with nothing more than a wooden sword, he sliced a third-year spear into fragments and utterly humiliated the guy, finishing him off with nothing but his bare hands, tossing him around like raw meat. If the teacher hadn't intervened, Ronan would have flattened the entire group of arrogant seniors. Because the truth is, he isn't just some random village kid. He's a regressor who once fought against gods invading this world. And after the chaos of that merciless war, Ronan was the only one left standing. Yet even then, the battle wasn't over. One of the monsters he was supposed to deal with was still alive, gasping its last breaths in misery. That giant went by the name Ahyut. It had appeared 20 days ago with 2 other giants, leaving nothing but devastation across the kingdom. Nobody ever figured out why they came, but their arrival had already inflicted enormous loss and fear. Watching this wretch still alive fills Ronan with rage, because the Empire had been reduced to a graveyard fighting these monsters, yet this one was still breathing. But Ahyut, in his broken state, tells Ronan he won't last much longer. Ronan thinks that's just as well. His fallen comrades will be waiting for him in hell. On that note, Ronan recalls how pathetically the other 2 giants had met their end. One had been roasted alive by an ill-tempered red dragon, and the other was sealed away forever by an old man named Lorahan. But Ahyut doesn't show fear. Even in defeat, he takes comfort knowing that his companions managed to kill countless humans before dying. He even tells Ronan he should take pride in what he's accomplished, since no one else has ever fought the giants the way he has. Yet he warns that this so-called victory won't last. Soon something called the Starlight will descend and wipe out their world, so Ronan shouldn't get too confident. His own time is nearly over. But Ronan makes sure those words are his last, severing the giant's head with one decisive strike. Drenched in blood, he walks away without a glance behind him. His thoughts already consumed by what comes next after everything that's just unfolded. As memories begin flashing before his eyes, he remembers the moments he shared with his comrades, who now lie as lifeless, mangled corpses all around him. He calls them idiots for staying until the end, questioning what pride made them fight to their last breath. Did they really think they were strong enough simply because he was? Honestly, he wishes those fools had just run when they had the chance, since this wasn't even their battle, as he tenderly closes the eyes of a fallen friend. And still, his mind lingers on one odd thought. How was it that one of the giants could sense the strongest sword aura, and why was his sword the only one capable of destroying them? Otherwise, someone as disciplined as him would never have been thrown onto the front lines, and his comrades wouldn't have been the first to die. When it's all over, he collapses to his knees, hopeless and broken, until a voice cuts through the heavy silence, asking if anyone is there. It belongs to someone too wounded to move. The sound jolts him. It's the last thing he expected. He had never imagined this person would still be alive. Gathering what little strength he has left, he forces himself upright and staggers toward her. At first he lets himself believe, even smiling faintly, that his Grand Commander Adishan has somehow survived. But when his eyes fall on her severed leg, horror crashes over him all over again, leaving him speechless. The commander's expression, however, stays calm. The shock of seeing Grand Commander Adishan reduced to this, once a leader who stood unshakable at the front lines, cuts Ronan to the core. But she doesn't falter. With blunt composure, she reminds him that he's hardly in shape to be judging anyone, just a corporal clinging to life himself. Ignoring her own condition, she shifts focus, demanding to know whether Ahyut is finally dead. Ronan confirms, telling her the giant's corpse is lying close by. The news brings tears to Adishan's eyes, and she thanks him for accomplishing what had seemed impossible. For a moment, Ronan is silent, letting the weight of her gratitude sink in. Then a thought stirs in him, and he seizes the chance to ask if she will hear the request he's been holding back. It concerns the fallen disciplinary soldiers. By rule, they're left behind or burned, but Ronan asks if just this once, they can be given a proper burial. She studies him for a moment, then remarks that he looks more alive than she does. With a straight face, she adds that she'd prefer he handle their care himself. Ronan tries to argue back, but suddenly coughs blood, as if to prove his own condition, though it doesn't convince her. Still, he insists he could drop dead at any moment. After wasting so many days doing nothing, he finds it unfair to die without leaving behind anything worthwhile. Adishan, leaning back against a boulder, asks if there's something he would want to do should he survive. Ronan admits he has a list. But right now, the only thought that rises is wondering what it would be like to attend the academy. His answer catches Adishan completely off guard. Ronan goes on, confessing that the giant's words won't leave his mind. But more than that, his late sister had always wanted him to study there. Still, he believes fate won't allow it, that he'll soon be joining his family in death. To comfort him, Adishan says the search party will arrive once the rain clears. but Ronan just tells her he's a lost cause, no point pretending otherwise. In the middle of this exchange, something shifts in the air, catching them both by surprise. The rain halts without warning. A heartbeat later, the ground shudders violently, throwing them off balance before a divine figure emerges before them. Ronan's gaze shoots upward, counting 8 wings in total. And the being hasn't come alone, it's brought an entire army. Ronan has no idea where they came from. None of this had been part of his plan today. Meanwhile, Addison stares, stunned. She thought the 3 giants were the end of it, but now another force beyond imagination has appeared. A cold dread overtakes her as the truth hits: this world may not be saved. This is the 3rd calamity, with only one chance left and no path forward she can see. Her mind starts to dull, Ronan's voice calling for his commander fading to the background. A few moments later, Ronan pulls her back, urging her to stay focused. He tells her to use telekinesis or anything she has left to launch him upward. But almost instantly, he realizes his sword can't reach from here, frustration tightening his expression. Addison looks at him in disbelief, wondering if he's planning not to kill them at all. Her shock deepens when she realizes he still intends to fight in this broken state. He asks if she plans on just sitting there waiting for the end. For someone like him, he says, if death is unavoidable, then he'd rather give those bastards a fight before he goes down. Grand Commander Addison is floored to see him still burning with resolve. Then she understands this is who he is, the reason they've made it this far. If it's him, she can almost see hope shining through the darkness. She grips his shoulder, which irritates him since he claims he's busy. But what happens next he never sees coming. Without warning, this iron-hearted Rose leans forward. Addison kisses him and slips a small blue orb into his mouth. When Ronan demands to know what she just slipped into his mouth, she leans close and whispers something against his ear, words that make little sense to him in the moment. He pushes her to clarify, but she only steps back, wearing the faintest of smiles. Then, with an unsettling calm, she tells him that if they ever meet again, she wants Prince Charm to remind her not to act recklessly and instead just live quietly as a tailor. With a bittersweet grin, she admits she has done many things in her life, but never that. Meanwhile, the 8-winged being readies a strike, a thunderous blow shaking the heavens. The scene shifts suddenly to a vast green valley where Prince Charm calls for his Grand Commander, yet there is no trace of her anywhere. It takes him a few stunned seconds to realize he now stands in his hometown of Nimbatan. He wonders if time itself has rewound, because this is the very first day of his regression. Sitting beneath the shade of a tree, Ronan tries to comprehend what has just happened. Never once did he think the Grand Commander's words would come true so literally. His thoughts drift to the memory of that kiss, the exact moment that turned the tide of the battlefield's chaos. That was when Addison placed the blue orb in his mouth, the very thing that has now dragged him back in time. He recalls her explaining that the orb was the reason she, once just a tailor, had risen all the way to the rank of Grand Commander. She had told him the orb allowed a total of 4 regressions, but she had already used it 3 times, leaving only this final chance. For that reason, she entrusted it to him, telling Prince Charm she believed he was the one who could stop the world's destruction, the only person strong enough to bring down the giants. To make that possible, she instructed him to sharpen his skills, noting with satisfaction that he already had the drive to push himself forward. She had seen that spark in him, especially in his longing to attend the academy. If he truly wished to learn, she said, then he must aim for Filion Academy and never hesitate. After all, Filion Academy was filled with extraordinary people who could help our hero grow. Before leaving him, Addison had one last request. When he met her younger self, he was to remind her not to do anything reckless and instead to live as a tailor. She admitted she had done countless things in life, but never that one simple dream. Back in the present, Ronan leans his head against the tree with a soft thud, half hoping he'll wake up from what feels like a dream. Yet the thought gnaws at him. If he truly has returned to the past, he has no idea how he is supposed to move forward alone. Forcing himself upright, he decides to wander his hometown as it once was. Then it dawns on him, if this really is the past, he can see his sister again. At that thought, he grabs a stick and pushes his way through the bustling crowd. A smile creeps onto his face, knowing that if he goes just a little further, he might finally lay eyes on her again. But the scene ahead quickly wipes away that fleeting warmth. A gang of punks stand beneath a tree, laughing while they dangle a boy upside down from one of its branches. Ronan can't believe these bastards haven't changed one bit, even back in the past. Then something makes him stop cold. The child isn't tied by a rope at all, he's being held there by magic. A sight that completely blindsides him. Magic of this level was rare even on the battlefield, so seeing it here in a quiet countryside town feels surreal. Though our hero is fairly sure he remembers kids like this being around at the time, another boy nearby, trembles, wondering how long the bullies will keep tormenting the victim and what will happen to him. The dangling child begs them to stop, insisting he has no money. He explains that his mother's medicine cost more than usual this month. The gang's leader sneers that it isn't his problem, rifling through the boy's pockets like the mention of his mother's health means nothing at all. Then, without hesitation, the bastard slaps the child hard, sneering that if he wanted to be a dutiful son, he should have earned the money himself. At his barked command for more punishment, Mr. Goldilocks orders his lackey to hoist the boy higher into the tree to teach him a lesson. The pretty boy hesitates nervously, admitting he's scared the kid will slip if he goes any higher. The leader snaps at him to man up and stop whining like a girl, scolding Dolfasato for acting as if he's the one hanging. He warns her to hurry, or else she'll be strung up alongside the child. The whole situation makes Assel question whether learning magic was a mistake in the first place. All he ever wanted was to prove he could be good at something too. The boy never thought his life would come to this, and with tears running down his face, he admits he's too afraid to continue. He tries to resist, but his voice never reaches the bullies, until Ronan knocks him on the head, warning him to quit with the nonsense, or he'll end up killing the kid himself. Assel's concentration snaps and the boy drops to the ground. Enraging Goldilocks, the thug lunges at the pretty boy, furious he stopped just because some nobody told him to. The kid panics, stammering that it wasn't intentional. But our hero cuts in, telling him not to waste time worrying about trash like that. Dolfasato listens as Ronan says they need to talk. He asks where he learned telekinesis. Assel explains he picked it up from a grimoire he bought off a traveling peddler. Ronan is stunned that such a cheap book could bring him this far. For now, it feels remarkable. And our hero is certain he can reach even greater heights after witnessing more, as his thoughts drift back to the giants. His eyes suddenly widen at the flash of a blade in Blondie's hand. The bastard is seething, offended at being ignored by people he sees as nobodies. His glare locks on Ronan, remembering the time he deliberately lost to him in the past. But today, his every word and gesture makes clear he intends to set the record straight. Our boy realizes it's a genuine longsword, though he has no idea how this punk got his hands on one. His stance is sloppy, but strong enough to intimidate most people around here. Against Ronan, though, that won't cut it. Blondie's eyes fly wide as Ronan slips past his first strike like it's nothing. In that moment, Ronan feels his battle instincts awaken in full. The discipline and training carved into him as a soldier remain razor sharp, even in this younger body. Blondie bursts into laughter, convinced Ronan only got lucky, claiming he was a second away from chopping off his fingers so he'd never lift a spoon again. Ronan mocks him right back, saying maybe luck is on his side for once, since life never has been. Blondie's grin fades as he demands Ronan kneel and beg for mercy, promising to spare him with only one arm. Then, with smug cruelty, he adds that after Ronan's death, he'll make sure to treat his sister well, admitting he thinks about her curvy hips every time he sees her. The instant the word sister hits his ears, Ronan's fury erupts, and in a blink, he slices off Blondie's ear. It takes Blondie a moment to realize what happened before the agony finally hits. Ronan stands tall, glaring down at him, and asks if this bastard is looking to die right here. Blondie collapses to his knees, while his lackeys freeze, stunned that Ronan severed his ear. And all of it with nothing but a stick. Ronan turns to the cronies, asking if they're enjoying the show. He stomps on Blondie, ordering them to drag him out of here before they end up the same way. Plus, he demands the money they stole, along with extra payment for ruining his mood. The thugs scramble to pay up. Later, Ronan hands the victim a bag of coins the boy never dreamed he'd see again. The boy hesitates, asking if it's really okay to take so much since the gang hadn't stolen nearly that amount. Ronan waves it off, saying all he cares about is keeping the sword and assuring him there's no need to worry, the punks won't dare show their faces again. The boy thanks him while Assel lingers awkwardly nearby. Suddenly, the pretty boy blurts an apology for tormenting the victim alongside Hans, admitting he knew it was wrong even if Blondie had threatened him. Dropping to his knees, he confesses he was simply too afraid to resist. The boy reminds Assel that he had been crying just the same when Hans dragged him there, practically as helpless as he was, so none of this was really his fault. Still, he appreciates the apology. After they part ways, Ronan turns his attention back to the pretty boy, deciding this kid might not be so bad after all. The hero explains that he had some business with Dollface earlier, and tells her he plans to meet her here again in 4 days. This catches her off guard, so she asks what he means by that. He replies that he is busy right now, but when the moon rises in the night sky they will meet again. And before stepping away, he warns her directly to make sure she shows up, or she'll be as good as dead if she's late. After that, he eventually makes it back to the house. On the way, he wonders whether bringing flowers might be a bit much. But since he remembered she liked them, he picked every single one he came across. Now he's grumbling under his breath at the flowers in mild frustration. That's when a woman's voice calls out, asking if it's Ronan. She's overwhelmed with joy at the sight of him, while the hero just stands there frozen. He realizes at last that he's looking right at his sister. During his long years as a disciplinary soldier, he imagined countless ways he might greet her when this day finally came. Sometimes he thought of apologizing for leaving without a word, other times of simply telling her how much he missed her, thoughts that circled in his mind endlessly. Yet here and now, all he can manage is the simplest thing. His sister greets him with a warm smile, teasing that he's home early today. And all Ronan can say is that he's back. The table inside is already filled with food. And Eirl, his older sister, is visibly surprised when her usually cold brother suddenly hands her flowers. She bursts out laughing with joy, saying she never imagined she'd live to see a day like this. With genuine warmth, she then asks if her adorable little brother wants more food or perhaps some extra stew. Ronan waves her off, insisting he's already had more than enough. But then he casually asks to confirm her age. When she says she's 22, she tilts her head in disbelief, surprised he would forget something so simple. She even wonders aloud if he's running a fever or if he hit his head. Lord Ronan's mind shifts to the grim truth that only 10 years remain before Ahiot's invasion. Yet when he looks at Eirl, he sees that she hasn't changed at all. She's still just as bright, kind, and warm as she has always been. Being with Eirl makes Ronan wish this moment could last forever. But he knows deep down that to protect her, and the world from Ahiot's destruction in 10 years, he must take action. Drawing her attention once more, he finally confesses his intention to enroll in the academy. That declaration sends Eirl into pure excitement, especially because in the past he never once listened whenever she brought it up. She rushes around the room saying she doesn't have time for this, but adds she always knew the day might come. She assures him that since he's smart, he'll excel at anything he sets his mind to. Then she pulls out a special surprise for him, a cauldron filled with money she had been saving all this time, just in case he ever chose the academy. Lord Ronan is left speechless, touched by the effort she put in, though he knows it still won't be enough. But Eirl is certain this will be enough to make it possible, until she learns that Ronan's aim is none other than the Imperial School, Filian Academy. That revelation is enough to make her scream in shock. The Imperial School of Filian Academy stands as the Empire's most prestigious institution, renowned for its unmatched standards. With the continent's top professors and the full support of the Imperial family, it offers an education of the highest level. This training ground for heroes has produced some of the brightest names of the era, including Grand Commander Adishan, Swordsmaster Shilafin, and even the most infamous criminal of all, the Winter Witch, among many others. A commander once stated that men from Filian were incredibly useful during the war, a comment that made perfect sense to Ronan. Still, the school's fame comes with heavy obstacles, from entrance standards set sky-high to fees that are equally overwhelming. Even so, Lord Ronan's main concern is how his sister reacts, glitching like a wind-up doll while trying her best to support his choice. Regardless, he is resolute in proving himself and showing her results. What he didn't expect was for the girl, Moselle, to be present at all. She quickly corrected him, saying her name was Assel, and she reminded him that his earlier threats left her no choice but to come. Lord Ronan adds that they've got a busy night ahead, so best to forget that part. He tells her he's planning to test her on something. Then Lord Ronan lays it out straight. He wants Dollface to use her telekinesis to lift him as high as possible, and yes, he's fully consenting to it. The sudden request leaves her sweating. After all, it's not every day someone asks to be hurled sky-high like a sack of grain. She hesitates, worried about how dangerous it could be, but Ronan keeps pressing her, making it clear she is to follow his command. Our boy reassures her he's not about to die from it. So Dollface finally agrees. She summons an invisible hand that slowly raises him into the air. The moment it happens, he is stunned. It feels far better than he expected. Still, he can't help thinking she could do more. The height feels lacking and the stability isn't great. During his clash with Ahiot, this very same sensation comes flashing through his mind. Telekinesis was the exact ability that allowed him to face that giant on equal terms. There's no doubt in his mind now, telekinesis is among the rarest abilities, even for rare mages. And Assel might just be the key to his next battle against Ahiot. Meanwhile, as Ronan drifts into his thoughts, Assel struggles to keep her concentration, admitting it's getting harder to hold him up. He tells her to hang on just a little longer. He has one more thing he needs to test. Then without any warning, he drops himself, slashing his sword through the air mid-fall. In that instant, he severs her mana completely. Assel is caught totally off guard by Ronan's sudden stunt, demanding to know what on earth he just did. Our boy brushes it off with a flimsy excuse, saying it's just an acrobatic trick he's been doing for years. She's not buying it, pressing him again, until he finally tells her to just let it go. He doesn't fully understand it himself. In truth, our boy knows this is still one problem he hasn't solved. figuring out the nature of his own ability, especially why his sword was able to work against the giant. He plans to take his time thinking it through, but there's something more urgent to do first. He assures Assel that she has passed the test. Then he tosses her a bag and tells her to follow before the moon sets. When she asks why, he grins, saying this could be the very first page of his biography, the greatest history book of the Empire. On their way, Assel is shocked to hear they are heading for Filion Academy, a place reserved only for the Empire's elite. Ronan grows irritated by her constant questions, asking if she doesn't even want to come. She admits that while our boy has talent in martial arts, she herself knows nothing and accepts that she's cowardly and timid. Ronan challenges her directly, asking if she really wants to live like that. He points out that with her natural talent, she's wasting it all on pointless pranks. He bluntly tells her he sees her foolish side as cowardly, whiny, and easily scared. Assel feels like she's about to throw up. Ronan insists that it's nothing permanent, that people can change but time won't wait, and one day she'll regret letting it all slip by. He remembers his own regrets from his previous life, but he snaps her out of her daze, though she's too stunned to believe anyone cares this much about her. Our boy offers her the choice to turn back, reminding her it's her life and he won't force her. As he starts to leave, Assel shouts that she wants to change, that she wants to go to Filion with him and learn from him. Prince Charm is quietly pleased that he's managed to corner her into saying that. For the first time, he notices a flicker of courage in her, a spark of grit he hadn't seen before. Now it's time to throw the very first challenge in Dollface's path as their mission begins. Meanwhile, Ronan smirks like a rogue, enjoying just how easily he manipulated her into it. But the moment she sees her first obstacle, a chill runs down her spine. Prince Charm reveals the opponent he's chosen to test her with. A lunar goblin leader. Ronan's face lights up with excitement while hers goes completely pale. With a grin, he asks if they should get started now. Lunar goblins are a common menace in this region. They can be distinguished from ordinary goblins by their yellow skin and twisted bodies. But their most notorious trait is their obsession with treasure. They go completely wild over any loot they can find. These creatures often ambush merchants just to steal their goods. They gather all the loot into one place to throw a festival whenever the moon is full, just like tonight. Assel quickly realizes that means they're here to strip the treasure clean. She never imagined she'd hear something so outrageous. What shocks her even more is how Ronan seems to know every detail, though he hides the truth of his past life and keeps silent on how he learned it. Leaving that aside, this sly guy tells Dollface to use her telekinesis to shift every bit of treasure into the bag he hands her while the goblins sleep. A moment passes and Assel's doubts creep in, afraid she might slip up and wake them, which would obviously make everything worse. She considers stalling to think it through, but Ronan wastes no time calling her a coward. He lays out clearly that they'll need two things to get into Filion Academy. First, enough money to cover the insanely high tuition. And second, real battle experience. Even if money stays an obstacle, Prince Charm insists that gaining experience matters far more for securing admission, especially knowing that Filion is filled with noble-born kids who have been training since they could walk. Ronan says there's only one way to beat them, by earning real experience in life-or-death fights. For him, these lunar goblins are perfect. Both money and training in one strike, two birds with one stone. Still, Assel, Queen of Cowards, asks if he has a better idea, but Ronan's already set his mind on this plan. Once they start, Pretty Boy's telekinesis proves crucial, sweeping treasure into bags with impressive speed. She pushes herself nearly to the breaking point, but Prince Charm orders her to stop once the final bag is filled. He claps her on the back, saying this kind of experience is priceless. Honestly, even he wasn't sure they could pull it off, and he never thought she'd adapt so quickly, performing even better than expected. This twisted scoundrel even declares he's found himself a perfect little minion. With the bag stuffed, they decide to leave before their luck runs dry. Somewhere deeper in the forest, a group of men chase after a foul-mouthed bird. The racket makes Ronan and Assel jump. Hotshot mutters, wondering what kind of lunatics are making noise like this at midnight. Unfortunately, the commotion wakes the lunar goblins. They discover their treasure chest completely empty. One goblin rouses the rest, shouting that they've been robbed. And of course, Ronan and Assel are caught crouching in the bushes, looking exactly like the guilty party. Pretty Boy's face turns pale, while the goblins charge headlong at them, desperate to take their hoard back. In truth, Hotshot admits it felt too smooth all along, almost like things were going too well. Assel panics and suggests ditching the bags and running, but Ronan refuses to let go of their tuition money. He asks if Dollface really wants to throw away the only chance they have to pay for Filion. She argues that isn't what matters right now, but the goblins are practically breathing down their necks. Ronan pulls out his cheap longsword, confident it might survive 15 swings at most, against a swarm of 30 goblins. In an instant, he unleashes 15 lightning-fast slashes. Heads go flying, leaving 14 goblins still standing. The crows above cry out in harsh voices. Goblin heads thud onto the ground one after another. Hotshot delivers the last cut, and realizes it wasn't nearly as bad as he expected. Assel, on the other hand, can hardly believe what she's seeing. She watches Ronan slice down 3 goblins with a single strike, and then tears through the mob with frightening speed. Her jaw drops as she sees him vanish for a split second, only to reappear cutting goblins down. He slashes through them one after another with fluid precision. Hotshot notices her spacing out and snaps, asking if she's planning to keep gawking. He tells her to hurry up, grab her stuff and head out with him. Ronan hadn't expected the journey to turn this rough, but at this point he stopped expecting smooth rides. He feels his muscles aching, maybe from all the fighting, maybe just because his body's still growing. Determined, he decides he needs hardcore training to toughen up. Meanwhile, Assel finally works up the nerve to ask about that horrific shriek they heard earlier. Ronan admits he doesn't know either. His memories are fuzzy, and he wonders why there were screams echoing in the night. He tells Dollface to hang tight, promising he'll make sure someone pays for making their path so difficult. Right then, an arrow whistles through the air aimed straight at Assel. She barely notices it in time. Ronan reacts instantly, snatching the arrow out of the air, leaving Dollface stunned, her eyes wide at his reflexes. She asks where it came from, but Hotshot just curses under his breath, saying this forest feels cursed, packed with lunatics hiding in the dark. Moments later, 2 young men leap out and demand to know who they are. When they see Ronan and Assel are just kids, Hotshot's irritation only deepens. The men quickly apologize for frightening them. They explain they heard rustling in the bushes and assumed it had to be a monster. Ronan isn't fooled for a second. When the men ask if the kids are hurt, our boy says their expressions give it away. They can't hide the look in their eyes. He orders them to drop the act and state who they really are. The tension spikes immediately. One of the men nervously steps forward, starting to introduce himself, but then suddenly whips out his blade and swings at our boy. He declares his name is Calibro, which only sharpens the hero's suspicion. Without a blink, Ronan catches his wrist mid-swing and smashes a punch straight into his face. The other man erupts in anger and draws his own blade. But Assel instantly senses the danger. She uses her telekinesis to freeze him in place, warning Ronan. The hero actually enjoys the sight, as he strips the man of his weapon in one fluid motion, then delivers a flurry of precise strikes. Before she can even react, Pretty Boy stares in horror as Ronan deliberately butchers the man, leaving no doubt he meant to kill him. Ronan defends himself by explaining these men are Calibro, criminals infamous for poaching, kidnapping, trafficking, and every vile crime possible. They are among the Empire's most dangerous scum. He points out that if not for him, Assel's organs would already be harvested and her body buried in secret. Letting them live after knowing who they are would itself be a crime. And right in the middle of his words, Calibro's bag suddenly rises into the air. Startling both of them, Ronan quickly opens the bag, and a bird bursts out flapping wildly. He wonders aloud what this strange chicken-like creature is. With the bird freed, both he and Dollface are caught off guard as it flutters around him. Its feathers glow with an unexpectedly vivid shade of blue. Assel's eyes sparkle with excitement. It's the first time she's ever seen a bird with blue feathers. Ronan's mind drifts back to Calibro's trap, the notorious poaching shackle, a cruel device that disrupts mana and locks down a prisoner's movements. Usually meant for rare occasions or the capture of magical beasts, while he tries to wrap his head around why such an item would be used here. Out of nowhere, the bird manages to connect with them. Assel freezes the moment she hears it speak. Panic flashes across her face, but the Rizzler stays calm, assuring her it's only a form of communication magic. The bird wastes no time once it's freed, speaking immediately. That makes Ronan suspect the bag it was trapped in had been suppressing its mana. He figures the voice must belong to the bluebird's master. The voice introduces itself as Varin, explaining he's currently studying magical beasts at the institution and is also Morpez's guardian. Varin goes on to say his communication spell had stopped working, and he was on the verge of submitting a report, but thanks to them the problem is now solved. When asked about their role in all this, Ronan casually says they're just righteous passersby who got caught fighting poachers that had kidnapped the bird, leaving out all the blood-soaked details. The Rizzler wraps it up by saying he saved the bird, which first makes Varin panic, then finally breathe in relief. Even though he owes them, Varin admits he has no idea how to repay such a debt. Ronan brushes that aside and instead asks how they should return the bird, pointing out how drained it looks from being bound. Once the cuffs are removed, he guesses it'll fly better, and Varin agrees. After all, this little one has a strong homing instinct. With a single swing of his blade, the chain snaps, and Blue Eye is finally ready to head back to his father, all thanks to this reckless yet charming lad. Then out of nowhere, the bird shoves its rear in Ronan's face, leaving him utterly confused. Varin explains that Blue Eye wants him to pluck a feather before leaving, since a dream bird's feather works like a compass guiding it back to the main body. It's basically Blue Eye's way of asking to meet the Rizzler again. He adds that if our boy ever visits the institution, he should stop by Morpez and him, swearing he'll pay him back. With that, Blue Eye takes to the skies. Just then, Assel notices something sting slightly on our boy's head, but neither of them can figure out what it is. A few days pass. Duan Carable, head of the Carable merchantry, tries to purchase the jewel for 20 gold coins. Admiring both its value and fine craftsmanship, the old man calls it his lucky day to come across such a piece. Ronan is pleased to finally meet a customer who actually appreciates his work, relieved that someone understands him for once. Before this, he only ran into shady merchants who dismissed his treasures as junk and offered a measly 5 gold coins, which had infuriated him. Meeting an honest merchant like this makes all his efforts feel worthwhile. Alongside the jewel, Ronan also brings out a purplish egg for appraisal. Duan makes it clear he won't buy it, but he is curious to know what it might be. It turns out to be something the dream bird left behind. At first, our boy thought the bird had repaid him by dropping poop, but it turned out to be an egg. Curious about how tough it was, he once hurled it against a boulder, only to see it drill a hole straight through the rock. That alone proved it was an incredibly durable object. Still, he isn't completely sure if it's actually the bird's egg. The time traveler suspects at the very least it's a byproduct of a rare magical beast and probably a treasure in itself. Duan studies its color and texture carefully, which makes Ronan think this could turn out promising. But then the old man casually guesses it might just be horse poop. After bruising our boy's pride, Duan laughs it off, calling it a strange item and suggesting he bring it to a specialist for appraisal. Even Assel wonders if it might actually be hardened droppings, while our boy plays it cool, secretly far too curious to let it go. Ronan seizes the chance to ask Duan if he sells books about Filion Academy. He mentions they're planning to take the entrance exam, which surprises Duan, who notes that his daughter is also applying. He adds that she might even be able to lend them a hand. Right then, Duan's only daughter, Maria, walks in. Ronan is caught off guard realizing she's Duan's daughter. Duan proudly introduces them as important customers he just closed a big deal with. Maria, unimpressed, teases her father for doing business with little kids, which naturally annoys Duan. But Assel quickly calms him down. Ronan, intrigued, asks Maria if her middle name happens to be Sen, surprising her with how much he seems to know. He can't help but notice how much she resembles someone from his past, so he leans in and quietly asks if she happens to have a sausage down there, which pretty much makes her snap. Maria stares at him in disbelief, wondering what kind of nonsense she just heard from this random nobody. Meanwhile, our boy drifts into thought, noting that she really doesn't seem to have a sausage, which only pushes her patience right to the edge. He even starts wondering if Duan might have another child he doesn't know about. Before he can dig deeper into the thought, Maria snaps. She slaps Ronan hard across the face for being such a jerk. The moment the sting hits, our boy feels a strangely familiar sensation. He's certain it carries the same vibe as that man, Count Marius. Back in his days as a disciplinary soldier, Ronan had served in Armarlin, where Marius handled supplies. Known for his strong work ethic and easygoing nature that made him click with anyone, Marius was an impressive man. But he had one odd quirk. He would go into a blind rage whenever men joked about their manhood. Even worse, he had a habit of slapping them right on the spot. The time traveler had always wondered about the reason behind that strange behavior. He had planned to ask someday but never got the chance. Since Maria died before he ever could, Ronan never expected to find out here that Senpai had been a woman all along. Still seething at his laughter, she lunges for another slap. But our boy, not about to take more, smacks her on the head. He reasons that he accepted the first slap since he deserved it, but this was just too much. Maria's anger doesn't cool down. She still wants to slap him again, simply because she feels he deserves it. The two go back and forth in a heated clash, while Assel and Duan just stand frozen, stunned at the sight. Until finally, Duan shouts at them to cut it out. Even afterward, Assel can't figure out how Maria and Ronan went from nearly tearing each other apart to suddenly acting like buddies. Now the two idiots are standing side by side, casually browsing through the swords on the table, deciding which ones to pick. Maria then points out that they're leaving behind 3 swords and a magic wand, thinking it'll be tough to carry everything. Prince Charm explains that his swordsmanship is still a little rough for now. When asked, Maria says the swords aren't bad, but the black iron one feels the most solid, since black iron is a sturdy material highly prized among knights. Plus, Maria's confident this sword won't break under Prince Charm's rough handling. Ronan recalls the black iron sword being his very first weapon back in the past. Maria then notices the wand has a fine magic stone, and immediately realizes that this cute companion must be some kind of rare mage. Assel blushes when Senpai asks about her magic type, softly answering that it's telekinesis. Maria is surprised the girl can wield such a rare gift, one strong enough to earn her a full scholarship. Still, she points out that Ronan and she are the real problem, asking what special technique he plans to use to impress the examiners during the practical test. Ronan just looks dumbfounded, so Maria spells it out. The practical exam is all about showcasing personal techniques to win over the professors and secure entry into Filion. The theory test is tough too, but in a different sense. Simply put, do well in the practical and you're in. Fail and kiss your Filion dreams goodbye. Ronan is stunned. He thought a swordsman only needed sword skills, so what's with all this extra stuff? When he asks, Maria explains that nobles flaunt their family's secret arts, while martial artists and others display personal mana combat techniques. Prince Charm is shocked to learn that kids his age can use mana even without being mages. Maria is even more shocked that he didn't know this. For would-be Filion students, sensing and using mana is just basic, something he should have noticed from the start. At Filion, mana is combat 101. Reading his clueless face, she's floored to realize this so-called big shot can't sense mana at all. When Ronan compares it to sensing auras, she nearly loses her temper at him for daring to lump aura and mana together. Without another word, she orders him outside, borrowing his short sword since hers are still at the blacksmith. On the way, Prince Charm snaps, asking what if she breaks his sword. Maria just assures him she'll pay double or triple if that happens, saying she's giving him some much-needed special training. She explains that mana is the root source of nature's power. Like air, it's everywhere, though not just anyone can use it. To wield it, you first have to see and feel your own mana, then start using mana sense to progress. From there, it's about training your inner talent and building it step by step. Usually, it takes at least a year just to start sensing mana. And every Filion applicant is already past that stage before they even apply. Most of them already have their personal mana techniques mastered. After laying all that out, Maria is baffled that Ronan can't sense mana or aura at all, yet still thinks he can enter Filion. She explains that aura is technically a form of mana, but the difference between them is like the sky and the earth. People acknowledged for aura usually train for 10 years or more, and only through brutal effort do they finally awaken that innate power. Thinking back, Prince Charm remembers aura users he fought on the battlefield, showing off their strange abilities. Annoying as they were, he has to admit their powers were impressive, even if in the end they still died when cut down. Maria starts his training, convinced Ronan might learn faster if he trusts his body instead of overthinking it. Just as Prince Charm is about to dismiss her as just a young girl, she suddenly lunges straight at him, catching him completely off guard. Their blades clash, and Ronan finds himself impressed by her sudden aggressive charge. Blow after blow, he's surprised again by just how forceful she is, especially for someone her age. Then she shifts into dual wielding, which shocks him even more, making him wonder if it's some kind of mana style. Meanwhile, Senpai is surprised that he can actually keep up with her assault. Her original plan had been to finish him in one move, to prove the power of mana and make him give up on the exam. In her eyes, better he quit now than be humiliated on test day. But things flip completely. Instead of dominating, she finds herself pushed back by this so-called amateur. Maybe this is the kind of skill only someone without mana could develop. In the middle of the fight, Ronan notices her spacing out and asks what she's thinking. Aside from dodging instead of blocking, of course. He keeps pressing her, forcing her back step by step. She retreats, admitting that hesitating was a mistake. Still, she adds he's not normal. Ronan thinks the same of her. Aside from her mana use, he finds Senpai surprisingly sharp with a sword, though she admits her balance feels rusty. Before leaving, he advises her to fix her center of gravity to improve. Maria flips out, thinking he actually believes he's won, but Ronan doesn't care as long as she keeps her promise. He casually hints about his damaged sword. She's confused until her own blade suddenly snaps apart. She stares in shock, unable to even tell when it happened. Prince Charm just tells her to have the money ready for the replacement. While Maria is still processing everything, Assel taps her on the shoulder. She assures Maria she did great, kind of understanding what Blondie's going through right now. Just then, Ronan calls Assel back, saying he's tired. As the two walk out, Maria stays frozen, wondering who the hell these guys even are. The next day, Prince Charm shows up expecting to collect payment from Senpai. But instead, something else is waiting. She's prepared Filion theory exam workbooks and summaries she made herself, offering them as compensation for his broken sword. Blondie reminds him there's only a month left before the exam, insisting he needs them. Prince Charm can't figure out why she's going this far. He even warns her if she's trying to mess with him, he won't let it slide. But Maria assures him she genuinely likes both him and Assel. She calls it her personal service, saying they can use all of it for free, and even offers to tutor them herself if she can. But with other commitments, she has to leave now, so she tells them to study hard on their own. If they fail after she's given them all this, she swears she won't let it slide. With that, she boards her carriage, calling out that she hopes to see them in the capital on exam day, reminding them to read those books thoroughly before then. Meanwhile, Ronan realizes his weak body needs both training and studying, and luck isn't exactly on his side. Even so, it's not such a bad feeling. Life back home stays mostly the same but starts to shift bit by bit. like him eating with a real appetite, until his stomach nearly bursts from all the food. He hunts monsters on the village outskirts, working to build stamina and adaptability, sometimes collapsing in the forest, surrounded by piles of monster corpses. He tells himself he'll keep at it until there are no monsters left near the village. Alongside the hunting, he studies hard, something no one would expect from a former disciplinary soldier. Though he still thinks memorizing northern etiquette is useless, he pushes through it anyway. A month later, they finally arrive in Valon, the Empire's capital. At its heart stands the White Tower District, home to the Empire's top academy. Assel stares wide-eyed at the massive Filian Academy, a masterpiece in its own right. Ronan scolds her for gawking like a country bumpkin, warning they'll be late for the exam. She quickly apologizes, but when she teases him about bulking up over the past month, he smacks her on the head and tells her to get moving. Walking inside, Ronan wonders if he'll run into Sword Saint Schlieffen, descendant of the famed Grancia family, a genius, the Empire's strongest, someone his own age. Not that he really cares. Just then, Assel asks if he still has the dream bird's feather that points to its owner, Varin. Prince Charm packed it, planning to visit him after the exam, but the feather suddenly points straight up to the top floor, startling them both. Meanwhile, Varin is grumbling that he's not professor material, thinking maybe it's time to return to research. He asks Blue Eye if she's cheering him on, and of course she is. So the Filian zoology professor, Varin Fanashir, who also happens to be a werewolf, keeps pushing on, determined to repay the hero who once saved her. He opens a window for air, worried that if their hero actually shows up, it could cause trouble. Just then the door creaks open without a knock, and a creepy figure smirks from the gap, startling both of them. Ronan steps in, recognizing Blue Eye instantly, knowing the big guy was once human. Varin's scream echoes from the top floor, and the big guy can't even tell who this stranger is or how he got in. Ronan climbs in through the window with Assel grumbling about being startled and nearly deafened. Varin assumes the man is after Morpez, but Prince Charm shows him Blue Eye's feather, which sparks recognition. The big guy hesitantly asks if they're heroes. Feeling guilty for his earlier behavior, Varin begs Ronan to forget it. Prince Charm says it's fine, but asks why he keeps making it such a big deal. He adds that technically it was Varin's fault since they climbed through the window. Assel confesses she used telekinesis because the stairs sounded annoying to Ronan. Suddenly, Ronan tells her to keep quiet. He turns back to Varin, admitting he never pictured things playing out this way. It's far from what Prince Charm expected, Varin being a war lion. A rare war human, and on top of that, both a bird keeper and a professor at Filian. Varin seems just as shocked that his heroes turn out to be applicants. With the exam today, he says if he had known earlier, he might have prepared a recommendation. He doesn't expect it, but adds that if Ronan fails, he might still write one. Prince Charm isn't concerned about recommendations right now. His focus is on what Blue Eye had dropped into his hand that day. At first, Varin doesn't realize it was Morpez who placed it on him. But after a closer look, he confirms it's a dream bird egg. Varin can hardly believe it, so Ronan asks if it's really that shocking for a bird to lay an egg. The egg shakes him not because of what it is, but because he has no idea what might hatch from it. Ronan points out the obvious, a bird laid it so a bird should come out. Varin explains that dream bird eggs don't work that way. They absorb the unique mana of their surroundings and take shape from the environment they're laid in. In a place filled with lava, for example, a phoenix wreathed in flames might hatch, or a monster if it happens to be placed in a monster's nest. In many situations, the egg doesn't even resemble a bird at all, which makes its eventual outcome completely unpredictable. But with his knowledge, Varin believes he can read the impossible by examining the flow of mana radiating from the egg, maybe even determine exactly what kind of creature will eventually be born. What he senses instead is a storm of chaotic energy, like molten metal boiling without restraint, yet even then he cannot say for sure what will emerge. Ronan, noticing just how much weight Varin places on what looks like nothing more than an egg, asks Blue Eye where it had wandered off to before laying such a thing, adding that in all his life, he has never met a bird so utterly shameless. Varin then requests that Prince Charm look after the egg, explaining that a dream bird will only ever lay a single egg throughout its lifetime. And the fact that Morpez laid one in front of heroes suggests he must have felt something deeply meaningful. Blue Eye chirps cheerfully, and Varin, wanting to respect his friend's wish, entrusts the egg into Ronan's hands. Ronan accepts it with his own curiosity about what will come out of it. As they make ready to depart, Varin thinks to give them something that could help with the eggs hatching. When he passes Prince Charm a scroll, Ronan's interest sparks, leaving him eager to see what it contains. Sometime later, inside the practical examination hall of Galilean Castle's main building, the waiting space for the martial arts applicants hums with restrained anticipation. A man calls out that the exam for applicant number 111 is now complete. which means it is time for number 112. Ronan grows restless with how long the wait is taking. He asks Maria, sitting at his side, if she feels the same, but she just shrugs, saying exams always drag on like this. His eyes drift toward her slightly uncomfortable outfit, though Senpai explains that Filion is a private academy for nobles, who may one day become valuable patrons, which means she has no intention of presenting herself poorly. Even so, she wishes their little cell were with them, though the magic testing is happening elsewhere. Ron, however, silently hopes Fenboy isn't bawling right now. Soon enough, Ronan's number is called 113. And Senpai sternly reminds him to give his absolute best, warning that if he blows this, she will not simply let it slide, feeling the weight of her sincere encouragement. Ron pledges he will come back with victory. Ronan steps forward into the hall, facing the professors of Filion. Each radiates an extraordinary presence, but it is the elder at the center who commands Ronan's attention. He is none other than Archmage Kravokratier, headmaster of Filion. At his side sits the swordsmanship instructor, Grand Sword Saint Navarosios, whose sheer aura makes Ronan tense. Not even in his past life had he felt such raw force. After a short introduction, Krava directs him to a mat. He is to strike against the magically enhanced dummy to show his technique. When asked what he intends to demonstrate, Ronan casually replies that he has nothing unusual. Just a fast cut, which he says will be more than enough for the dummy. His words draw attention when they realize he intends to do it without mana. One old professor mutters that there is always some eccentric who thinks the magical dummy can be treated like a toy, while another suggests this candidate must be from a remote place, unaware of what these dummies are. After all, the magical dummy is designed to endure aura, heal rapidly, and stands as a flawless work of enchanted engineering. The elders chat among themselves about the prodigy Schlieffen, who barely left a scratch on the dummy, and laugh as they wonder what this newcomer could possibly achieve. Krava, within earshot of their words, finds it insulting to speak so carelessly while Ronan is right there. Krava, however, wonders if this boy might prove them all wrong. Suddenly, he senses a force he has never felt from someone this young. Then Mr. Calm finally acts, slicing the dummy clean through without a shred of mana. Navaros is completely caught off guard. Ronan then calmly returns his blade to its sheath, showing no interest in putting on any further show. The professors find this lone cut difficult to evaluate, yet the headmaster himself is utterly astonished. Navaros suddenly slams the desk and charges Ronan as though she intends to sever his head. Yet he does not so much as flinch. Ronan admits she startled him, but Navaros demands to know who he is and where he learned such swordsmanship. It is clear her intent is deadly serious. With her blade close enough to end him, her murderous pressure makes it clear his very answer will determine whether he leaves alive. She demands to know exactly where that skill came from. At first, Ronan doesn't fully grasp her meaning, so she clarifies, asking if he had recognized her movements. He responds by saying she herself is rather impressive, since she had unsheathed and swung her sword 3 times from that awkward position in the blink of an eye. Navaros confirms it, saying that was precisely what he mirrored with his so-called arrogant strike. This revelation stuns Ronan, as she presses him further, asking if he thought no one would catch such reckless swordplay. She even points out his last move, deliberately slowing the final cut as if to ensure the professors would not miss it, sparing them the humiliation of overlooking it. Navaros bluntly declares Ronan arrogant, as if he had forgotten whose presence he stands in. The professors are left speechless, while Krava continues to observe intently. Ronan knows it is all a misunderstanding, since he had only held back because he feared his own sword might not survive the finishing cut. Yet, judging by her tone, Mr. Clearcut doubts she would accept that reasoning. Still, Navaros lowers her weapon, declaring she will remember him from this day forward, and that she herself will take on the task of teaching him. This is the last thing Ronan expected, to be personally chosen by Navarosios of all people. Kravna remarks that she has already claimed this candidate, meaning he has no choice but to pay close attention. He decides to close the test with a question that has no fixed answer, one that will show the most by the way it is answered. Krav presents his final query, asking Ronan what he hopes to learn at Filion. Images of blood and war flash through Ron's mind, and his reply comes without hesitation. He wants to learn how to live without regrets. Krava is silenced by the raw sincerity behind Ronan's words, and allows him to leave unharmed. With a quiet laugh to himself, Krava wonders how he could ever hope to teach such a thing. Another professor, still baffled, asks if Ron used some clever ruse to leave such an impression on both the headmaster and Navaros. Krava admits one could call it a trick but corrects him, what they saw was pure talent. That is when they notice the dummy's head, cleanly severed, finally tumbled to the ground. Outside, Ronan's thoughts drift to the lady's sword, wondering whether his past self could have ever defeated her. Despite everything he has endured, he knows there is still a long road ahead. Yet entering Filion feels like the right step, carried by the memory of Commander. If Commander is here, the hero is sure there is still so much to learn. And all that remains now is the written exam. He has been cramming material for a month, so he expects it will be easy. But soon enough, Mr. Calm turns into Mr. Miserable, sulking in front of Maria and Assel, insisting he is absolutely finished. Senpai cannot believe he failed to complete even half the test, reminding him she told him to check the contents of his bag. Assel then confesses that he had moved Ronan's study notes while Ronan was too focused, and afterward he forgot the bag entirely. Dolphys shoulders the blame, though Maria calls Ronan an idiot, realizing he has been sulking like this ever since the exam ended, and now the announcement of results is just moments away. Senpai tries to encourage him, pointing out that the practical holds more weight, and his skills should balance things out. Just then, someone shouts that the passing list is being posted. Pulling everyone's attention, the announcement begins with the magic division. Assel places 12th in practical and ties for 1st in theory. Next comes the martial arts division, where Senpai ranks 9th in both practical and theory. The two exchange thrilled glances, before bursting into smiles, celebrating their results together. Senpai is floored to see Assel actually claim the top spot in theory, even if she shares it with 2 others. While Pretty Boy could not be happier, then she turns to Ronan, asking about his own rank. Her smile fades as soon as she sees the sour look on his face, and hears him say his name isn't even on the list. The cuties freeze in shock at the announcement, but Maria, with a teasing grin, forces our boy's eyes open wider, urging him to check once more. He insists firmly that his name is nowhere to be found. That is, until a fireball suddenly lands close by. It is the final cannon fire of the entrance exam, reserved for each department's salutatorian. Fired by none other than the Glory Phoenix. With a powerful beat of its wings, it hurls a blazing fireball at Ronan, and in that burst his results are revealed. Martial Arts Department salutatorian, 1st in practical, and ranked 5,712 in theory. The cuties erupt into cheers, with Maria proudly declaring she always knew he was a true genius. Then it hits him: if Ronan claimed 1st place, it means someone else was beaten by him. That's when he feels a dark, ominous presence closing in, and to his disbelief, realizes this is how he comes face to face with Sword Saint Schlieffen. Schlieffen himself confirms Ronan's 1st place finish in the practical exam as he steps closer. The crowd buzzes with awe at the sight of the Empire's rising star. Marius suspects he is here to confront Ronan, while Assel feels the tension thickening in the air. To Ronan, he is simply a nuisance, and he wonders if Schlieffen is still the same man who cannot tolerate anyone surpassing him with a blade. That fiery stare of Schlieffen's burns with absurd intensity when Schlieffen claims he did not lose 1st place. Ronan flatly says he has no idea what Schlieffen is even talking about. Accused of lying, he calmly tells Schlieffen to quit harassing him without evidence. But when Schlieffen demands proof, he abruptly swings his sword at Ronan, who manages to block it in less than a heartbeat. The cranky saint smirks, claiming the hero couldn't have reacted that quickly unless he truly was 1st, and demands to witness the exact skill that outdid him. Irritated, Ronan decides to oblige. He sends a sharp slash from a distance, but Schlieffen counters it with brute force. When Ronan asks if that demonstration is enough, Schlieffen admits the technique is enough to justify his high score, but still argues it isn't enough to place him above the Sword Saint himself. Ronan calls him insane for being so bitter about the result. Yet Schlieffen refuses to accept defeat, determined to drag every hidden skill out of him. Ronan can't help thinking this guy is seriously unhinged, maybe even suicidal. The clash drags on, and Ronan already regrets ever crossing paths with him. In the heat of combat, he realizes Schlieffen is about to channel his aura, turning the duel lethal. With one mighty slash, Schlieffen unleashes the Tempest Sword, a raging storm of aura. Ronan knows he cannot withstand it, but Schlieffen roars at him for daring to turn his back in the middle of a fight, asking if he intends to disgrace himself with a miss. In a split-second decision, Ronan pulls back and grabs Assel, pressing his sword against her throat. Schlieffen demands to know why, only growing more furious that Ronan would dare use a woman as a shield and still call himself a knight. Assel panics that the Sword Saint can't tell he's a boy, while Prince Charm peers over his shoulder with a mischievous grin. Ronan had predicted this. Schlieffen is still the same, clinging to his chivalric code even when death is near. Exploiting that flaw, Prince Charm suddenly charges, catching Schlieffen completely off guard. Forcing him down to his knees, he quickly signals Assel and Maria to make their escape, leaving the cranky saint confused in his wake. A bald security officer bursts into the scene, demanding to know why a fight broke out, but Prince Charm and his group have already slipped away. The officer recognizes Schlieffen at once, and asks if he is unharmed, wanting to know who dared attack him. Schlieffen brushes it off as a fair match and says no investigation is required. Only then does he notice something: a crack in his treasured mithril blade inflicted by Ronan. The strike hadn't seemed extraordinary, yet the proof lay in the damage. Schlieffen swears he will not forget the name Prince Charm. The very next day, deep in Schemmel Forest, Assel trails after Ronan, questioning if it was really wise to pick a fight with Schlieffen, the heir of the Grand Syadoukal family, second only to the imperial line. She reminds him he even broke the man's nose. When pressed on what he'll do if Schlieffen retaliates, Ronan brushes it aside, saying Schlieffen is a good man simply obsessed with the blade, a principled role model who protects the weak. He predicts Schlieffen will just chalk it up as a fair spar, or else Ronan would already be chained. Before long, Assel points out they've arrived at the Fernando Spring, exactly where Professor Voren mentioned. Fernando Spring is a rare phenomenon where mana from all across the world gathers into one pool known as the mana vein. Everything near it absorbs its essence. Plain rocks transform into high-grade mana stones, while weeds become miraculous herbs. Its worth is so immense that countless groups try to seize control of it, which makes Professor Voren seem generous for letting them use it just to hatch an egg. Assel, overwhelmed by the thick mana, admits this is her first time experiencing such force. Powerful enough to amplify her spells, she notices the egg in Ronan's pocket, greedily drinking in mana at an astonishing pace. When Assel remarks on the smell of blood, Ronan is certain someone else arrived here first. And whoever it is, they're not a welcome guest. A group of masked men emerges, drawing crimson arrows. But Prince Charm doesn't even blink as he slices them all apart in an instant. From their weapons, he recognizes them as the same men from the disciplinary squad's former camp. He recalls a red-haired boy boasting how these arrows could blow an orc's head clean off, pitching them like some cheap salesman. Ronan had found it dull then, especially since the boy was caught poaching, but the redhead still had the audacity to brag. Now the same redhead boasts that anyone who's fired these arrows 100 times has succeeded in poaching and earned a place among Caliburro's bloodhounds, an elite unit whose name carries far more weight than Ronan would care to admit. His annoyance spikes once he realizes it's Caliburro's men again, bloodhounds. Taking charge, he warns Assel to hide unless he wants to end up full of arrows. The masked men stare in shock at how effortlessly he destroyed their mana-charged shots. While their leader orders them to surround him, Ronan barks at them to stop, asking if they can't even recognize their own allies. He boldly declares himself the youngest bloodhound of the Dama's branch, Ahute. The head thug laughs off Ronan's words, refusing to believe a boy like him could ever be a bloodhound, assuming he belongs to some worthless group. Mr. Calm tells him to confirm it with their branch's wolf, and warns that nothing is more pathetic than dismissing others' abilities just because he himself lacks them. The insult sends Scarface into a rage, who snarls that he'll hack Ronan's limbs off. Prince Charm fires back that men with habits that violent always meet miserable ends. At that moment, another masked fighter notes that Ronan clearly knows the Caliburro's ranking order. Wolf, bloodhound, and feral dog, knowledge only insiders could possess. To avoid clashing with the Dama's branch, he advises confirming with their captain. Right then, a commanding voice reminds them their orders are to stand by and remain alert. Their captain arrives, VM Wolf of the Demir branch, demanding to know what caused the uproar. The thug leader immediately pins the blame on Ronan, while the rest brace themselves for the scolding they know is coming. Prince Charm notes that if the wolf is here, then the entire squad must be close too. VM questions whether Ronan is truly a Hayut of the Dama's branch, reminding him that this mountain range belongs to the Demir branch. The hotshot calmly admits he is no Hayut at all. The intruders are left frozen in disbelief, right as he cuts them down without the slightest hesitation. Enraged, Vam roars that Ronan had chosen the most disgraceful name possible. Yet Prince Charm only smirks, saying that was more than enough to pass as a poacher, and then he lunges forward. His blade sweeps through clean, severing the captain's head in one motion. The leader of Scums locks up in terror, recalling Ronan's warning that his death would come in the ugliest way. In his panic, he drops the sword and even hacks through his own fingers by mistake. Lord Ron, with icy composure, orders him to pull himself together and write down every branch location he knows. Otherwise, he has no reason left to breathe another second. The man shakes, claiming he has nothing to write with, but Ronan points out the bloody pen already clutched in his hand, his severed fingers dripping onto the ground, proof enough. When the writing is finished, Lord Ron mocks him with hollow praise, then cuts him down just the same. By dusk, the battlefield lies silent, while Assel struggles to steady her breathing. He had warned her to brace herself, but the endless trail of butchered beasts is too much for her stomach. She gathers the courage to ask if this massacre was the work of Caliburro. Ronan replies coldly that sparing such filth would be the greater crime. Assel still recoils from the sight, yet Lord Ron reminds her that these were wanted criminals who had to be erased, adding that if Varen ever witnessed this, it would crush him completely. Just as they prepare to leave, something unusual halts their steps. A shiver crawls across her spine, Dolphys calls out, urging Ronan to look ahead, and even he feels unsettled by what appears. Droplets of blood rise from the corpses, all drifting together into a single point. The scene horrifies Asel, while Lord Ron steadies himself for combat, only for his dream egg to flare with a sudden, blinding glow. To their shock, the egg itself begins absorbing the blood, leaving them clueless as to what they are watching. Ronan is convinced this is no ordinary creature hidden inside. Once the draining is done, the shell cracks apart in an instant, catching them both completely off guard, yet excitement spikes as they ready to witness a hatching. Lord Ron can barely contain his anticipation to see the treasure within. But before he can lean closer, something smacks him straight in the face. His nose throbs, eyes blinking against the sting. He forces focus back to the newborn. At first, he wonders if it could be some kind of dream bird. Yet the small paws and sharp claws say otherwise. Asel, wide-eyed, blurts out that it might be a dragon, like the ones she has only read about. Ronan is left speechless, questioning how Blue Eye could ever have absorbed enough mana to lay something of this scale. One thing is clear, the little creature is painfully cute. Even if its playful slap across Lord Ron's face quickly irritates him, before he can react. The winged newborn lets out a burst of magic, healing his nose instantly. Asel, overjoyed, realizes the baby has healing powers and gazes at Prince Charm with even more admiration. Certain the creature hides more gifts, she eagerly suggests giving it a name as they mull it over. Then out of nowhere, it leaps from Ronan's shoulder, gaze locked ahead. Ronan follows its eyes and spots a lone survivor among the scum. Balrau's an errand boy from the Demhir branch, sprinting away in terror, desperate to escape. When Balru returned from his errand, he stumbled upon the slaughter of his entire group. A lake of blood pooled in one place. Horrified, he bolted, only to be hunted down by the newborn beast. Tripping, he wrenched his leg and went sprawling, panic eating him alive as the small predator closed in. Ronan intercepts, stopping Sita before it can strike. Calmly, Prince Charm reveals he had already chosen a name. Balrus, recognizing Ronan from before, trembles at the sight of the creature at his side, wondering if it actually belonged to him. Prince Charm asks if he is unhurt, startling Balru further by addressing him by name. Though dazed by the reunion, Prince Charm teases him about poaching while disguised as a chatty Calibro bloodhound. Valrose denies the label, insisting he was just an errand boy, but Ronan dismisses such ranks. He has a task for him, and it is not up for debate. Ronan and Asel later receive a handsome reward from Mary's father in exchange for the spray of water. They decide to thank Professor Varan for the favor and show him Sita as well. But when they reach his office, they learn Professor Varan has left on a long business trip. Ron realizes the map he received from the Bloodhound was more than just a greeting, and that the terror he planted in Balru's heart would keep him from trying anything ever again. Sometime later, Asel asks what he plans to do with the money, since he has no debts to clear. Ron starts to wonder about it himself. A few days afterward, Iriel arrives in the capital, Valon. Ron greets her warmly, asking if the trip exhausted her. Iriel, still brimming with excitement, says she was stunned when she saw the carriage he sent. Then she asks if he has been eating well, and he reassures her. He also introduces her to Sita, then urges they hurry, since he will get extremely busy after starting at the academy. There are things he must settle beforehand. Later, Ronan gifts her a collection of gorgeous, expensive dresses, each fitting her perfectly. Iriel is taken aback, saying that even with his fortune and scholarship, such gifts are still far too much. But Ron shakes his head, saying it is about time she enjoyed the fruits of his efforts. Iriel's eyes well with tears, realizing her younger brother has truly grown. Then Ron suggests they head to the workshop, since his sword had been damaged earlier. But as he opens the door, Schlieffen is already there. The sight startles Ron badly. Ronan demands to know if he was stalking him, but Schlieffen explains he came to order a replacement sword. His last one had broken thanks to him. Ron curses in annoyance and pulls out his own blade, showing it is equally battered. He presses for a rematch and Schlieffen agrees. But suddenly Iriel steps between them, telling Ron not to curse and apologizing to Schlieffen while taking the blame herself. Schlieffen, heir to the noble Grancha family, grows uneasy and blames his lack of restraint. Iriel, thrilled, grabs his hand, saying he is Ron's only friend and asks him to look after her brother. His face reddens instantly. As compensation, he hands her his family's identification badge, granting her passage anywhere simply by showing it. Ronan is dumbstruck at the foolishness, since the badge is worth entire villages. The very next day at Filion Academy, Headmaster Kravakadir opens the entrance ceremony. He greets Class 787 and begins introducing himself. He commends them for their proven potential and congratulates each one for making it into the academy. Without warning, he teleports the entire hall onto a battlefield, where the new students suddenly come face to face with the seniors. It's a clash between freshmen and Year 2 seniors, where the top 2 first years are paired against one of the 4 sophomores and they'll engage in one-on-one duels. This is a signature Filion tradition. Through this method, everyone learns the abilities and weaknesses of their peers. These duels serve as a lesson, and it's through them that each year's representatives reveal their very first step forward. The headmaster adds that the freshmen may choose their own opponents, and they're also free to refuse a match. Ron grumbles to himself, saying this is nothing more than hazing dressed up as ceremony. The headmaster then introduces the 4 sophomore martial major arts representatives, Nasto, Brown, Karun, and Erna, ranked 1, 2, 4, and 3 respectively, along with Ronan and Schlieffen. The atmosphere is charged with eagerness for a fight. Ron decides it's the perfect chance to show his sister that he's not the type to be beaten around. As the headmaster prompts the freshmen to select their opponents, Prince Charm cuts in, boldly declaring that he wishes to face all 4 seniors at once. The headmaster stares in shock and quickly consults instructor Navarros for her opinion. She gives her approval, reminding him that Fillion's highest principle allows the skilled to act freely. Karun and Erna seethe, taking Ronan's challenge as an insult, but Nasto tells them to stay calm, since while Ron is cocky, Schlieffen is the proven talent, and neither of them should underestimate him. He orders them to go all out from the very beginning. Iriel, worried, yells for Prince Charm to be careful. Just then, the announcement signals the first match is underway. Nasto wastes no time, launching his opening strike at Ronan, which makes Ron immediately notice that these seniors are several levels above Maria. He evades smoothly, raising his guard to block their next wave. Their teamwork is sharper than expected. Suddenly, Brown appears at his back with a swift finishing strike, which he slips away from again. The remaining 3 follow up with another coordinated assault. But Ronan, faster than their eyes can track, sidesteps every strike, then counters with his own attack. Brown reappears once more, to which Ron coolly remarks that he should at least stay considerate till the end. And with a single slash, he splits Brown's sword into fragments. The shattered pieces scatter, and Brown is stunned when he realizes Prince Charm used the exact same stance as instructor Navarros. The crowd erupts, shocked to see such skill from a mere freshman. Uriel can't hide her excitement, cheering like a brat. The seniors themselves are stunned. Yet Nasto shows no disappointment, recognizing the match was one-sided from the start. The onlookers cry out, calling Ronan unreal. Prince Charm then bows his head, showing gratitude to the seniors, and politely thanks them for accepting his challenge. He also acknowledges their extraordinary strength and apologizes for his earlier arrogance, saying he looks forward to learning from them in the future. They're left puzzled by his sudden courtesy. Then Brown steps forward, admitting he misjudged Ron, and encourages him to stand with confidence. He praises Ronan openly in front of the whole academy. Later that night at the banquet, Ron wonders why the entrance ceremony's feast is so extravagant. He isn't all that surprised. After all, this is the greatest institution. Assel casually asks about his sister. Ronan explains it took some time to calm her down since she's always anxious about him. He left Sita with her so she could return home safely. Just as he begins eating, Schlieffen suddenly pops up like a creep. He pesters Ron with questions about Iriel, the road to her home, and all sorts of trivial details about her life. Ron's patience snaps and he starts cursing him out. Their bickering is cut short when Akalusia appears. She declares she wants a word with Ron out of personal interest. Schlieffen knows this is her twisted habit, so he excuses himself at once. Assel tries to explain who she is, but Ron already knows her reputation and how overwhelming her power is. Eclusia lays out her offer, something far beyond a criminal's reach, an Acolytus invitation, a shining purple badge. Unlike others, the Acolytus value raw talent above all. They've produced countless prodigies and stand as one of the Empire's 2 great pillars. To those who show promise, they extend the chance to join their family, and this badge serves as that symbol. Ronan questions it, then recalls he once overheard mention of it from a passerby. He remembers when his Grand Commander, Adishan Akalusia, showed him that very badge, explaining that once he possessed it, he'd be part of the Akalusia family like her. If he could pass the Patriarch's trial, a test only the strongest survive. She had even predicted he would one day receive such an invitation, given his talent. Elizabeth advises him to choose wisely, then departs. Ronan feels reassured, knowing it will serve him well. At Fillion Academy, ability reigns supreme. Even the environment shifts depending on one's grades. The dormitory system proves it. Students of mid-rank are placed in Nydia Hall, where each enjoys a clean room, a quality cafeteria, and other solid facilities. By contrast, the bottom 30% are assigned to Kretir Hall, an old worn-down place where 4 students cram into one room, with shared cafeteria, showers, and bathrooms. Finally, the top 10%, including Ronan, are given rooms in Nebardajar Hall, best described in a single phrase, pure luxury. As Ron steps in, he notices the class registration form. He must list which classes he intends to take. He's been told not to overdo it, but every subject looks fascinating. So like any first year blinded by enthusiasm, he signs up for them all, unaware of the hell awaiting him. Soon after, the Empire's swordsmanship basics instructor tells Ronan he no longer needs to attend, since he flawlessly demonstrated every single Empire sword technique at the start of class. Ronan sits off on his own, fuming not just about swordsmanship, but because he was also dismissed from bowmanship and monster hunting classes today. Suddenly, Instructor Navarose appears, learns he already cleared every class on day 1, and realizes how fast he copied her style. She asks to see his sword, then delivers a crushing blow into the river. It only splashes violently. The weapon cracks, and she tells him a sword like this cannot even be called a weapon. All it does is drain its wielder's power. Instead, she draws her own blade, which cleaves through the air, pulling the river's waters high into the sky. And with that, rain begins to fall. This is the very thing he's been missing. The lady points out what Ronan lacks, and it turns out to be a personalized weapon. Warriors depend on solid, sharp steel to face their foes. Those weapons should not give out easily, yet even if they break, a warrior can always replace them. For Tyrnan, weapons have always been simple tools meant to be swapped out. That belief changes once he witnesses Instructor Navarro's display. Prince Charm finds it beyond belief. He is convinced Navarro's wielded the exact same blade as before, yet her strike came out far more powerful. She explains that even the smallest detail, like a breath or a flicker of strength, can decide life and death in battle. Neglecting those details could lead straight to disaster. She adds that if the hero plans to fight with mana, then he'll need a weapon that matches him perfectly. But since he still can't use mana, he's not qualified for one yet. Ronan asks if she already knew about his limitation, and she admits she did. Still, she praises him for managing to shine without mana, assuring him that the day will come when he awakens to it. To prepare for that moment, she orders him to seek out his ideal weapon. When Ronan remains silent, Navarrose teases him for overthinking and casually invites him to attend her class. He asks if she's serious, and she confirms it, warning though that he must show up with a real weapon, unlike the hunk of steel he drags around now. The next day, the hero stands with Estelle and Maria in front of a wooden sign, telling them about Navarro's offer. Together, they agree to help him look for a proper weapon. They begin with the location Schlieffen recommended, which leads them to a shabby-looking forge. Senpai and Pretty Boy doubt the building would stay standing if they even touched it. Ronan isn't sure either, but trusting Schlieffen's word, he suggests they head inside. They push the door open and find cobwebs hanging from the ceiling, with the inside looking even worse than the outside. Even so, Ron stays put, trusting the Sword Saint's guidance. Then an inner door creaks open, and a hairy hand with long claws slips through. Heavy footsteps echo next. Out steps a towering wolf beastman, demanding to know who they are. Estelle panics, while Ronan only finds it fascinating. He never expected to see a wolf beastman running a forge. The wolf grows impatient and threatens to throw them out. But Ron produces the token Schlieffen had given him. He explains they've come to buy a weapon. The wolf examines them closely and senses the presence of mana from Estelle and Maria. He yawns, saying the emblem is meaningless unless the hero truly belongs to the Grancia family. With a sly grin, he adds that he might accept the request if Ronan hands over Dalface's arm. Because, as he says, he's hungry. Estelle hides behind the hero in fear. Ronan warns the wolf that he's just crossed the line. In a flash, Ronan strikes. His blow sends the wolf staggering backward. The hero notices the strike felt like hitting solid armor, and he demands to know where the wolf got it. Ronan steps toward him, saying the armor doesn't matter, he'll simply break through it. The wolf panics and quickly confesses it was only a test to gauge Ronan's skill. He adds that he wanted to try out his invisible armor, and that this was their method of verifying strangers. Ronan eases down, and the wolf apologizes, especially to Estelle, assuring them he doesn't eat people. The wolf introduces himself as Didikin, both an apprentice and occasional gatekeeper of the forge. He confirms Ronan has come for a weapon and tells them to follow him. He explains that the shabby building is just the front, while the true forge lies beyond another door. Didikin asks if they're ready and tells them to prepare themselves. He presses a hidden switch. Gears start grinding as the floor begins to descend slowly. Didikin explains this is a magic stone-powered elevator, the fastest way to reach the forge, also the finest and largest in the entire capital. Before long, an underground forge comes into view, its name etched as the Grand Carpadoki. Ronan is stunned, praising the hidden marvel lying beneath the capital. Didikin chuckles and says as a reward for passing the test, he'll introduce him to the capital's most skilled master craftsman. Ronan and his companions walk through Carpadoki, surrounded by hammer strikes and the shower of sparks as smiths forge blades. The hero can hardly believe a place like this actually exists. Didikin explains the forge serves exclusively the royal family and the nobility. Every blacksmith here is a master in their own right. But above them all stands the elder dwarf, a craftsman who has worked metal for 4 centuries. Stubborn as he is, his skill is unmatched. Without hesitation, Didikin kicks a door open and calls out for the elder. He announces he has brought a guest. The old dwarf Darren scolds him for being noisy while he works. Didikin retorts that the doorway was jammed with weapons and tells him to clean his workshop. Darren grumbles that Didikin nags far too much for someone so young. Then he asks if the guests are strong. Didikin replies that he tested Ronan himself and is certain of his strength. Darren turns his eyes on Ronan, thinking he looks like a mere child. Still, he invites him to demonstrate his swordsmanship. Ronan draws his blade, but Darren takes a single glance, calls it worthless and smashes it apart with his hammer. Shocked and angry, Ronan demands to know what he's doing. Darren gestures toward the swords scattered on the floor and tells him to pick one. Any of them would be 100 times better than his. Ronan hesitates, but Didikin nods, urging him to trust the dwarf. The hero chooses a blade and instantly feels the difference. Still, he's unsure whether it will change the outcome. He warns Darren he might break something, but Darren dismisses the concern. Ronan decides to replicate the slash he witnessed from Navarro's. He positions himself. Darren's eyes sharpen as he recognizes the movement. The sword comes down and then a violent explosion shakes the forge. Other blacksmiths freeze at the sound, wondering if a furnace has just blown. Inside the workshop, both Ronan and Darren stare at the destruction. The hero insists he never intended to cause so much damage. Darren asks if Ronan is Navarro's student. Taken aback, Ronan asks if he knows her. Darren explains he forged her sword, a masterpiece known as the secret sword Yurusa. Ronan recalls how smooth and deadly it felt. Darren admits he thought the hero was just a rookie, but now he sees rare talent. He warns that such talent makes it harder to forge a sword that truly matches him. And the blade Ronan just swung is already cracking from that single strike. Ronan asks how this problem can be solved. Darren explains it will require the finest grade steel combined with a special substance, perhaps something from a wyvern. At that moment, Ronan remembers something. He pulls out an eggshell. Darren strikes it with his mithril hammer, and is stunned when the hammer leaves not even a scratch. Excited, he asks if he can use the material. Ron replies that it's useless to him and asks if it will be enough. Darren, eyes gleaming with excitement, says yes, and tells him to return in 2 weeks for the finest sword in the Empire. Darren then tells Acel and Maria they should meet with the other master smiths if they want weapons as well. Shocked, Senpai asks if he really means it. Darren explains he cannot send away the companions of someone important empty-handed. If they mention his name, they'll receive special treatment. Then he begins striking the eggshell with all his strength, laughing at the sound it makes. Ronan watches him and mutters in his mind that the old man must be insane. Far beneath Carpadoki, a man dressed in white fumes at the noise of blacksmiths hammering away, declaring that he'll burn them all to ash. But a woman beside him urges patience. She says their moment hasn't arrived yet. Her eyes linger on the stone statues as she says their plan will soon unfold. They'll begin by targeting the blacksmiths, and from there bring the empire itself crashing down. Gazing at a massive statue sealed in crystal, she whispers that the day everything is swallowed in light is drawing near. A few days later, Ronan remembers that the greatest blacksmith in the empire is forging his weapon. Meanwhile, his friends are getting their own arms crafted by other smiths, though the costs must be steep. Still, Ronan doesn't mind since he isn't the one paying. He had used the emblem of the Grancha family. His only problem is that his blade won't be ready for some time, so he wonders how he should pass the days. With Acel and Maria tied up in lessons, he's left with no one to talk to. One day, while wandering the academy grounds, he stops in front of the Galilean building, a hall for upper-class students to train and attend lectures. He figures Navarro's teaches here as well. She told him to join her class once he had a proper weapon, and though he only carries a temporary one, he thinks it should be good enough. Just then, Navarro suddenly appears beside him, eyes sharp. Ronan freezes. Before he can utter a word, she seizes his ear and demands to know why he hasn't shown up to her class. She accuses him of skipping. Ronan tries to explain, but she ignores him and drags him toward the building. He yelps in pain, begging her to let go. Inside, a girl balancing a stack of files hears his cries and looks out the window, wondering who's making such a racket. Someone bumps into her. When she turns to apologize, the boy Cardin snaps at her for blocking the way. He mocks her for being so slow despite being a teacher's assistant, calls her a loser, and orders her to prepare the materials for class. She bows her head and hurries off. In the first sparring chamber, students gather as Navarro's announces that Ronan will be joining their lessons. Some are shocked that he skipped a year. Others whisper that he doesn't look as strong as the rumors claim. The hero takes note of both welcoming and hostile gazes. The teacher's assistant bursts in out of breath, apologizing for arriving late. Ronan hears her voice and freezes because it sounds familiar. Navarose tells her it's fine and asks her to introduce herself to Ronan. She smiles and says her name is Adishan, a second-year martial arts student and assistant to the teacher. In another life, she had been Adishan Akalasya, the Iron Lady, the first woman to rise to Grand Commander, feared and revered on battlefields. Ronan remembers serving under her, never once imagining he'd see such a gentle smile on her face. She clearly has no memory of the past or of regressing, leaving him torn over the final wish she made before she died. As he watches, Ronan notices students piling errands and orders onto her. She works more like a servant than an assistant. Carden steps up to Ronan, challenging him to a duel, saying he wants to learn from someone who scored so highly in the entrance interview. Ronan turns him down, saying he has other things on his mind. Carden assumes he's dodging because he doesn't have a weapon. He shouts at Adishan to fetch his spear, insulting her as a loser once again. She rushes out and returns with a long spear. Carden snaps that he now uses a short spear. She apologizes, explaining he had used the long one in their previous class. He smacks the spear against her head, telling her not to talk back. He sneers that she begged Navarose to let her into the class, yet she can't even manage trivial chores. Ronan can't take it any longer. He snatches Carden's spear. Carden stares in shock, demanding to know what he's doing. Ronan says he accepts. Carden asks what he means. With a deadly glare, Ronan calls Carden the loser and repeats that he accepts the duel. Carden is stunned by the hero's fury. He asks if Ronan accepted just because of Adishan. Then he smirks, saying Ronan must be protecting her because they're both commoners. The hero thrusts the spear back into his hands. He tells him to defend himself, otherwise he won't survive. Ronan grabs a wooden sword and attacks with such force that Carden is sent flying back. Carden can't believe Ronan wields that kind of strength without mana. Ronan points out that since Carden complained the spear was too long, he's now made it shorter. The spear suddenly snaps in half. Ronan asks if he prefers it that way. Enraged, Carden tells Ronan to remember his place. He charges, vowing Ronan won't walk away unscathed. But before he can land a strike, the hero shatters the spear into splinters and warns him to worry about his own life. Ronan then lays into Carden without restraint. He slams a strike across his face, knocking him off balance, then smashes his hip. Carden crashes to the floor and loses consciousness. Ronan tells him to be grateful there in the academy, because outside he would already be dead. The rest of the students stand frozen, stunned. Carden is among the strongest in the third year, yet he was utterly crushed. Ronan turns toward them with a fierce glare that chills the air. He points at a girl who had been asking Adishan for a towel and tells her to take care of it herself. He walks toward her, demanding if she thinks the assistant is her servant. The girl screams, and the hero tells her to step closer so he can beat her as well. Adishan quickly moves between them, saying she doesn't understand why he's acting this way and insisting she's fine. Ronan tells her to step aside, saying he cannot stand seeing her treated like this, especially by people like them. He declares that no one in the Empire has the right to look down on her or abuse her. He pushes past her and vows to beat down every student in the class. A firm voice orders him to stop. Navarro's presence floods the training hall like a crushing weight. She says she won't punish him for fighting Carden, but if he continues any further, she will show no mercy. She commands him to drop his sword and leave. Ronan suddenly feels his body lock in place. When he turns his head, he sees Navarro's looming with a massive serpent ready to devour him. This is the Moaner of the Sword Saint. She declares that what he's about to do isn't a duel, and as their instructor she won't allow it. Ronan accuses her of knowing the abuse Adishan suffers and choosing to ignore it. Navarro's answers that it isn't his business, warning him once again. Ronan grips his sword, saying it doesn't matter if she's the Sword Saint, he won't change his mind. Navarro's closes her eyes with sorrow, saying there's no other choice. The serpent lunges toward him. A deafening sound floods Ronan's ears as darkness swallows his vision. A memory surfaces. In another lifetime, Adishan stood as the Grand Commander. Ron once asked the Iron Lady why she chose to shoulder the position of Grand Commander when everyone else refused to take it. She answered that one day he would realize there are burdens you cannot pass to another, because they are bound to your destiny. He often wondered what weight she bore in silence. In her final moments, she apologized for forcing that weight onto him, and pleaded with him not to forgive her. Ron jerks awake with a shout. Looking around, he realizes he is lying in bed. A voice nearby asks if he just had a nightmare. He turns his head and freezes. It is Adishan. Ronan instinctively addresses her as Grand Commander, which makes her blink in surprise and ask what he means. He laughs it off, claims it was just a slip of the tongue, and tells her not to worry, but the Iron Rose herself looks confused. Ron asks if this is the infirmary. She nods and says Navarro's instructed her to bring him here, and also said she would correct his conduct during supplementary lessons. Ronan realizes he is in trouble and fully expects Navarro's to be furious. Addison then asks if Ron fought earlier because he was angry on her behalf. He looks away and insists he fought only because he is a gentleman who values courtesy. She easily sees through it and calls him a terrible liar. She then asks him not to despise Carden and the other students too harshly. She says she understands why they treat her poorly. Ronan, shocked and furious, cannot believe her words. He insists she has done nothing wrong except work hard as a teaching assistant, then demands to know why she even chose that role. Addison is taken aback. Ron explains that he thinks Navarro's allows the students to misbehave simply because of their youth, but he himself will never accept a teacher ignoring such actions. He presses her if she holds any resentment toward Navarro's. She simply smiles and says no, because it was she who asked Navarro's to overlook the way students treated her. Ron is stunned, unable to believe she means it. The Iron Rose explains she is already enjoying privileges she has not earned. To attend Navi Rose's class, one is supposed to be a sword expert, yet she had taken a year off and still struggles to control her mana. Ron is startled that someone so strong could have ever felt powerless. Addison continues, saying she requested Navarro's to ignore the insults so she would not burden her further. She accepts humiliation as the price of her privileges. She thanks Ronan, admitting that although she thought she was used to minor hardships, today truly hurt. Ron asks if she endures all this just to someday become Grand Commander. She is startled that he already knows her ambition. With a smile, she declares that her dream is to serve as the Empire's Grand Commander. Even if it sounds foolish for someone not yet recognized as a sword expert, she vows never to give up. She believes her mastery of military science and sheer willpower will carry her forward, and she works tirelessly toward that end. Noticing the time for class, Addison tells Ron to rest properly before returning. Ronan thanks her for keeping an eye on him. She smiles gently and walks out. Later, our hero recalls her last words as Grand Commander, when she once told him to drop the dream entirely and try tailoring instead, since she never once attempted it. Ronan feels conflicted, uncertain how he could ever ask her to abandon that dream. A few days later, on a weekend, our hero, along with Asel and Maria, head to the Grand Cape Doki Forge at Darren's request. Yet when they arrive, the place is empty. Ronan grows irritated since Darren had sent a late-night letter demanding they come collect his masterpiece. While searching around, Ron steps on a helmet. He kicks it aside, muttering complaints about the forge being filthy and customers being treated so poorly. Senpai wonders aloud why Ron is so unusually sensitive these days, but Femboy admits he has no idea. Ron insists they proceed inside. Maria asks if they are even allowed in. Ron reminds her that Darren personally invited them, then tells her to keep up. They enter the elevator, and Ronan presses a hidden button. As they descend, he grumbles that Jerome doesn't even know the basics of customer service. Deeper below, Ron notices the forge engulfed in flames, and blacksmiths lying unconscious. Asel points out a rock giant charging after the blacksmiths. Ronan wonders why rock giants are here at all, while Asel anxiously asks what they should do. Ron grabs Pretty Boy, hoists him up, and sets his leg onto the elevator rail, preparing to leap down. Femboy is bewildered by his actions. Ronan quickly orders Maria to go call for help. Then he jumps down, telling Asel to use her telekinesis. Dollface activates a skill called the Invisible Hand, which cushions their landing. Meanwhile, the blacksmiths are about to be crushed beneath the giant. Ron charges forward and smashes it apart. Landing, he mutters that all these problems piling up within just a few days already make his head throb. Ronan fixes his glare on the remaining rock giants, announcing they are finished, then turns his back on them as he steadies himself. One of the giants swings a punch, but suddenly Ron dashes the opposite way, leaving the giant baffled. In an instant, our hero unsheathes his sword and slices the giant into countless shards. The blacksmiths watch in awe, with one whispering if that is the same guest of Darren's who visited before. Another quietly observes that such a young boy is single-handedly taking down giants. After the dust settles, Ron stands atop the fallen giant and calls out to the blacksmiths, demanding they explain what happened. Later, he reacts with shock when they reveal how dozens of rock giants suddenly appeared in swarms. One blacksmith admits they have no idea what caused it. Another explains that the giants emerged from underground, rampaged through everything, and slaughtered many blacksmiths. They even seized several smiths, including Darren, and dragged them back underground. They add that Dedekin chased after them, but since he lacks fighting ability, at this rate, everyone will be eaten. Ronan nods, saying he understands, then asks if any more giants remain. The blacksmith replies that Ron just felled the last one. Ron instructs Asel that until Maria returns with reinforcements, she should find the wounded and heal them. If she works alongside Sita, she should manage basic first aid without a problem. Pretty Boy anxiously asks what about him. Ron answers that he himself is going after those who were captured, and also still needs something from Sir Darren. Meanwhile, Darren kneels and calls out to Didekin, thanking him for risking his life to come here, but telling him he need not remain and should hurry to safety. He mentions that if it is his invisible armor, it should withstand this. Didekin snaps at him to shut up, saying there is already too much going on. So instead of draining him with words, he should suggest swinging that sword, but Darren refuses, claiming that the blade before him is his greatest masterpiece, and he cannot stain it with clumsy swordplay. Didekin retorts that this is no time for such nonsense. Just then, the rock giant bellows and lifts its fist to strike, but Darren is hurled back by the force of the blow. He opens his eyes to see Didekin stopping the punch with his own strength. Didekin realizes even the defense enchantment on his armor has worn off. If this is the end, he regrets never completing the things he longed to do. Suddenly, Ron appears, cutting the giant into fragments. He tells Didekin to leave the rear to him and take a breather. Didekin, astonished, asks how our hero even made it here when so many giants should have blocked the way. Ronan turns, stating he killed every one of them and saved the other blacksmiths. Didekin cannot believe it. Ron then demands that Darren hand over the sword since he clearly cannot wield it anymore. When Darren looks at him confused, Ron presses, asking if this is not the masterpiece he bragged about. Jerome wastes no time and passes the sword to him. With it in hand, Ronan charges the giants, dispatching them in mere instants. The overwhelming force even startles Ron himself, prompting him to ask what this weapon truly is. Darren answers that the sword is called La Mancha, named after his favorite dreamer. He explains that it is so feather-light he can barely feel it, yet sturdier than mithril and capable of enduring every sword technique. He explains that he never placed a single enchantment on it. Yet the blade has a peculiar trait, restoring any damage it takes by feeding on blood. Ronan wonders aloud if that's because it was forged from Sita's eggshell, and gives Darren his praise. Darren then suggests they should leave now since the two of them are the only ones still standing, and there's no one else left to rescue. Ron agrees, but tells Didekin to take Darren and get out while he checks on something first. He suspects a rat is hiding nearby. A very large rat could it be? Didekin asks what rat Ronan is talking about, and our hero explains that something feels off. Rock giants don't normally swarm like this. Unless someone pushes them, they tend to stay docile. On top of that, the back of their heads carried strange marks, a magic circle he had never seen before. He asks Darren if he recognizes the pattern. Darren studies it and admits he isn't sure since this isn't his area of expertise. But he can sense that the mana flowing through it is extremely devious, and concludes this must be the reason the rock giants went berserk. He wonders aloud who could have done such a thing. Ron firmly adds that finding out is exactly what they must do. He ventures deeper into the tunnels and caves. At first uncertain if his hunch is right, the further he goes, the more convinced he becomes. Mixed among the giant's heavy tracks, he spots other footprints, twice the size of a man's. Alongside them lies a defense-type mana stone. This proves to him beyond doubt that someone orchestrated this. Suddenly he halts, catching the sound of voices. Quickly he slips behind a wall to hide, and peers carefully to see who it is. He spots two figures, Yuden and Cyrilla, speaking in hushed tones with their backs turned to him. Both wear white cloaks and stand before a golden rock giant. Ronan instantly concludes they are the masterminds. His eyes flick to the golden giant, realizing that compared to this one, the earlier giants were nothing but children. It still slumbers in its seal, but if awakened, it could bring catastrophe. Yuden asks Cyrilla if she thinks an intruder is nearby, saying he's certain since the brainwashing tether he placed on a giant has been severed. Cyrilla responds that she believes it was done by a third party. Yuden mocks the Empire's dogs, scoffing that for once they moved quickly. He then wonders what they should do, given they have no giants left and still can't activate the Golden One. With a cruel laugh, he asks if he should just kill them all. But Cyrilla tells him that's enough. She explains they've already wrecked most of the nearby facilities, which will deal a heavy blow to the Empire's weapon industry. She adds that if their identities get exposed, their patron will not sit idle. So retreating is the wiser choice. Yuden asks if he should destroy the Golden Giant, grumbling that whoever is skulking around reeks of Smith's sulfur, which irritates him. Without warning, flames streak toward Ron as he scrambles to dodge them. He sizes up Yuden, and from the speed and force of that spell, realizes this man is no ordinary mage. Yuden sneers, asking how Ronan made it here when the defense system was supposed to be impenetrable. But Ron counters that's his question. Who are they, and why are they meeting in such a dangerous place, even if they were desperate to see each other? Yuden mockingly asks Cyrilla if he should kill the boy, but she shakes her head. Instead, she suggests they play with him a little. She mutters that it won't be long before the Emperor is buried beneath the starlight. Ron, seething, demands to know what she means by that. Yuden notes his sudden shift in tone. Ron commands them to come quietly, saying he has many questions to ask. Yuden taunts him, asking if he actually thinks he can capture them. Just as Yuden prepares to strike, Ron slashes his hand cleanly before he even notices. Yuden collapses to his knees. Cirilla freezes, completely stunned by the sudden turn. Ron seizes her by the throat and orders her to answer his questions if she doesn't want to share Yuden's fate, leaving her gasping. In desperation, Cirilla summons a mana shield, but Ron slices through it without the slightest effort. Her eyes widen in shock as his sword pierces straight through her. He then realizes she is a half-elf working alongside Yuden. Just then, an explosion booms through the underground chamber, and Yuden staggers back to his feet in front of Ron, warning him to keep away from Cirilla. But Ron boldly declares that it's already over for them, offering him a choice. Obey him or watch that elf die. Reluctantly, Yuden agrees to comply. But suddenly Cirilla smiles. Ron narrows his eyes, wondering why she's grinning at such a time. Seconds later, the golden giant stirs to life, swinging its massive arm at Ron with devastating force. He freezes in place for an instant, then raises his blade to block, but the strike overwhelms him, leaving him injured. Yuden rushes to Cirilla's side, asking if she's alright. Cirilla assures him she's fine and thanks him for diverting Ronan's focus, otherwise she would never have had the chance to use her magic to awaken the giant. She adds that the giant is badly damaged, so all she could manage was to activate its arm. Yuden tells her to head to the church and report what happened, while he finishes this battle. Cirilla, concerned, begs him to be careful, warning that Ron is a monster hiding in a child's skin. Yuden agrees and resolves to kill him, knowing that if Ronan is allowed to live, he'll become their greatest threat. But before he can act, Ron cuts him into pieces in an instant. Cirilla stares in horror, wondering how he could do that when he's already so badly wounded. Her body refuses to move as she wants. Rage burns in her, but realizing victory is unlikely, she makes reporting to the church her top priority. She warns Ron that she will uncover everything about him and strip it all away. His family, his loved ones, and his friends. Ron knows he cannot let her escape, not when this is his first real clue. If she gets away, it will be no different from his past regrets. He shouts at her to stop again and again. At that moment, Instructor Navarros appears. She paralyses Cirilla instantly and declares that she has many questions to ask. But first, she demands to know if it was Cirilla who dared harm her disciple Ronan. Fury radiates from her, her aura terrifying. Our hero breathes a sigh of relief at her arrival. She too is relieved to see Ron alive and well. Cirilla trembles as Navarros' aura coils into the form of a snake, constricting her whole body. For a fleeting moment, she almost recognizes who stands before her. Navarros strides forward and seizes her face. She tells her that she's crossed lines that should never be crossed, and that nothing enrages her more than seeing her disciple harmed. She commands her to witness the future with her own eyes. The stars within her power ignite into flames. Cirilla collapses to the ground as the stars burn away. Navarros then suggests they report the incident to the principal after tending to Ronan's wounds. At that moment, Ron asks her if the future she just spoke of is Laudelin Prison, the very prison where criminals who defy the Empire are interrogated until they spill every secret. Ron asks for permission to witness their interrogation, even if it's only this once. He pushes the request firmly, because this matter truly means a great deal to him. Meanwhile, Assel and Maria are busy ensuring that every injured person receives proper treatment. Once their work is finished, Fenboy begins to worry about Ronan, hoping he will return soon. At that moment, Ron shows up, mentioning that he received a quick report on the way about all their efforts. Senpai has already brought in more reinforcements, while Pretty Boy and Sita managed to rescue half of the craftsmen who had been trapped. But even so, there's still another task that Ron must take care of. Hours later, at the hidden meeting point for Laudeland's convoy, Navarros and Ron are waiting on the cliff of Gregno Forest, with Cirilla and Yudon lying there beside them. They remain there, waiting for the arrival of Laudeland's escort. Soon enough, the escort troops reach the location. They explain that they were ordered by the Empire to transfer the criminals. Navarros hands over Cirilla and Udon, but warns them that Udon possesses an extraordinary regenerative ability. The soldiers acknowledge her warning, commenting that it's the first time such a peculiar specimen has been placed in their care. They depart afterwards, assuring her that they will make contact as soon as the interrogation concludes. As their figures disappear into the distance, Navarros tells Ron that within 1 week, the prisoners will likely open their mouths, and she will inform him immediately once she receives the call. After that, time moves forward swiftly. With the Empire's support, the restoration of Grand Carpadoki advances at a remarkable pace. Ron then returns to the Empire, spending his time attending supplementary lessons from the instructor. A few days later at Latellan prison, during the questioning of one of the captives, the interrogator mentions that a guest will soon be visiting. Instructor Navarros and Ron arrive at Laudeland prison together. The interrogator, Karaka, who oversees the new prisoners, greets them and suggests they inspect the captives first. Ronan can hardly believe that this kind-looking old man is truly an interrogator. But Navarose warns him not to be deceived by appearances. Soon, Ron will understand why this man is infamous as the worst nightmare. On their way, Karaka provides them with a briefing on the interrogations so far. He reveals that the group calls themselves Nebula Clesier. Navarose asks if they are similar to the criminal syndicate Calibro, to which Karaka agrees, but adds that Nebula Clesier is even more dangerous. From the great fire that consumed the Nalanda granary, to the massive explosion at the Magic Engineering Research Facility, all the way to the Ottoman incident, it has been confirmed that they were responsible. Ronan silently wonders why he never once heard about them in his previous life. He then asks Karaka whether they mentioned anything regarding Starlight or the star's advent, phrases he had overheard during the capture. Karaka grows irritated, feeling ashamed for lacking complete information. He decides to demonstrate his full sincerity by showing them firsthand. As the heavy door creaks open, Ron stares at Cirilla and Udon, questioning if they are even the same people he once saw. For now they look brutally tortured and nearly unrecognizable. Karaka, shifting into his unsettling demeanor, remarks that Udon possesses an astonishing dark regeneration, which is why he suggests the only way to handle people like him is to burn them. He fires a blazing arrow straight through Udon and hacks off his limbs with all his strength, drawing out screams of excruciating agony. Karaka prolongs his suffering, demanding why he still withholds the truth. Udon insists he has already revealed everything. Karaka then chooses to abandon further questioning of Udon and turns instead to Cirilla, since she lacks regeneration and will be easier to break, especially as she understands that if the torment continues, it will certainly cost her life. With a trembling voice, Cirilla pleads for death. At that very moment, Ron realizes that even within the disciplinary squad, he has never witnessed brutality like this. But he wonders how Udon can still keep secrets under such torture when their identities are already exposed. Suddenly, the realization strikes him. He tells Navarose that forbidden cursed magic may be at work here, the kind once used on soldiers to prevent them from leaking information. Hearing this, Karaka reacts immediately. He summons a grotesque, horrifying creature, the Cursed Eye, that feeds on spells binding the tongues of criminals. He decides to test it first on Udon, inviting them to watch. The Cursed Eye latches onto his head and begins devouring. The curse shatters as a result. Karaka presses Udon again about the star's advent. Udon proclaims it to be an eternal being, the only blessing that will save the wretched inhabitants of this world. The tiny lights awaiting its coming lie far beyond the skies. Their mission is to ensure nothing interrupts this long-cherished wish. Cirilla begs him to stop, but he ignores her. Karaka then asks him what exactly he claims will descend from the heavens. The children of the stars, Udon answers. As Ronan hears this, he realizes Udon is referring to Ahayut. Ronan cannot restrain himself after hearing the words children of the stars, and he steps closer toward Udon. He demands that Udon confirm if by children of the stars he truly means Ahayut. Udon looks up startled when he hears Ronan utter the name Ahayut. He questions the young man about how he knows of it. Yet blood begins to pour from his eyes and mouth, his face distorting grotesquely as if about to explode. Before disaster strikes, Karaka pulls Ronan back, and quickly conjures a magical shield between them and Udon. A blinding light bursts forth from Udon's face, before his entire head detonates violently. Afterwards, Karaka mutters in disbelief, saying he never expected this to happen even though the Cursed Eye had already consumed the enchantment. They now look upon the smoking remains of Udon's ruined body lying on the ground. Ronan, horrified, asks if such a thing is common. Karaka denies it, admitting that it only rarely escalates this far. He concludes the curse must have been layered in two parts. The first to prevent any disclosure of the star's advent to outsiders. The second to trigger a self-destructive explosion whenever forbidden words related to the star's advent are spoken. He then lays his hand on Ronan's shoulder, startling him, and remarks that if this is correct, then such knowledge must be top secret within Nebula Clesier. Driven by curiosity, he asks why Ron seems aware of such confidential matters, suggesting that Ron must know something important as the interrogator involved in this case. Ronan explains that there isn't much to tell, only that he happened to overhear something by chance. His answer puzzles Karaka, who presses him to clarify what he means by chance. So Ron recounts how he was the first to stumble upon them in Grand Carpadoki. That was when he happened to overhear a fragment of conversation. He admits that at the time he thought nothing of it, but today he began to suspect the word Ahayut might hold weight. After giving his explanation, he brushes off Karaka's hand and apologizes for interrupting, blaming his sudden excitement. Karaka suspects Ronan is hiding something, but even with that conviction, he reluctantly pulls back. When Navarose draws her blade, and places its edge right at Karaka's throat. She commands him to stop and demands if he dares to interrogate her disciple Ron in her presence. Startled by her threat, Karaka instantly retreats, calling her an unparalleled sword saint. He claims he was only double-checking since caution is always necessary. With tensions eased, Karaka slings the cursed eye over his shoulder, lamenting its loss as they are incredibly difficult to destroy, unlike most magical beasts. Hearing this comparison, Ronin is surprised and asks if a cursed eye truly holds such power. Karaka confirms, adding that despite their abilities, they actually look rather cute if observed carefully. Glancing back, he even asks Ronin if he wants to touch the cursed eye. But mid-sentence he freezes, his eyes widening in shock, as he notices that the cursed eye has suddenly changed. Wondering if it absorbed another curse, he recalls that it had never even approached Cirilla. That's when realization strikes. Perhaps it absorbed a curse from Ron himself. Back when Karaka placed his hand on Ronin's shoulder while channeling his mana shield, Karaka apologizes to Ronin for his earlier discourtesy. Then he places the cursed eye directly on the back of Ron's hand. The creature starts croaking and swelling unnaturally, until it bursts apart in an instant. The unexpected explosion leaves everyone confused. Karaka steadies Ron and tells him plainly that he is cursed. He asks if Ron has ever struggled to run properly or had trouble gripping steel objects. Ronin falls silent at the question, which clearly shows he has experienced such things. Karaka reassures him that he won't force the truth out if Ron prefers to keep it hidden. Still, he explains that judging from the strength of the curse, it carries an immense amount of malice from whoever cast it. Afterward, Karaka escorts Ronin and Navarros out, thanking them for their work, and promises to inform them once Cirilla's interrogation yields results after he removes this powerful curse. Yet he notices the troubled look on Ron's face. He asks Ronin what's bothering him. Ron admits it's the shock of discovering he's been cursed. Karaka acknowledges his concern but advises not to dwell on it, reminding him that he's a student of Philia. This response leaves Ronin confused. To clear it up, Karaka explains that the curse seems to have been inside his body for a very long time. He then recommends visiting Professor Maya Sekret, the only mage on the continent who understands curses best. On the road back, Ronin keeps rubbing at his right eye non-stop, wondering what's happening to him. Eventually, Navarros, annoyed by his constant fidgeting, asks if it's really so itchy that he can't stop. Ron admits that it feels like it has been this way ever since he touched the cursed eye. She explains calmly that itching is a common sign of a weakening curse, so he shouldn't worry too much. Ronin reflects that Navarros isn't just powerful, she's also genuinely kind, which makes him suspicious since he never heard of her in his past life. He wonders if Nebula Clesier had anything to do with that. The next day, Ron meets Addison in Sherry Forest, a training ground for magic students. Iron Rose greets him warmly, glad to finally see him again after the midterms. She shares her happiness at meeting thanks to their instructor and asks how he's been. Seeing her reminds Ron that he should have been thinking about what to do regarding the Grand Commander issue. But he decides to brush off the thought and laughs at her cheerful words instead. When he returns her greeting, she tells him that the guys who used to be wary of Carden are much friendlier now. Though she admits she's a little worried, since Carden still gets scared every time he sees her. Addison notices Ronin's troubled look. She brings up what she heard from the instructor, that his curse needs to be undone. Ronin confirms it, explaining he's here to meet Professor Sekret. But judging from his reaction, he finds it unusual that someone like Sekret is here. Addison confirms that both the professor and his office are unusual, which is why non-magic students rarely come. She explains that she asked a younger magic student for guidance, then turns to check if the girl has arrived. Suddenly, Eli, the junior student, appears in front of Addison. She hugs her happily and the two exchange greetings. Ronin looks closely at her, realizing she's the same girl, Elizabeth, who once rambled about wolves and sheep. Once they finish greeting each other, Eli asks Addison why she wanted to meet Professor Sekret. But before she can answer, Eli glances at Ron, and her eyes go wide in surprise. Ron steps in, explaining that he was the one who asked for help. He greets her as Elizabeth and jokingly asks if he should call her Eli. Eli panics at seeing him there and yells in shock, but eventually calms down and leads them toward Professor Sekret's office. Ronin teases her, asking if she dragged him to this creepy place just to bury him alive for seeing something he shouldn't have. She snaps back, telling him to stop teasing and not to call her Eli. As Elizabeth guides Ron to the office, he finds it odd that she's acquainted with the Grand Commander. That suspicion hardens into certainty that she must be the original Acolysius, leaving him to wonder how the two ever met. They walk on, and when Elizabeth opens the office door, they see an elderly woman sitting in a rocking chair. Ronin asks Elizabeth if this woman is Professor Sekret, but Elizabeth warns him not to jump ahead, saying there's another step first. She leads him right in front of the old woman. Then she stretches her hand forward and tells Ronin to stay completely still no matter what happens. Chanting strange words, she calls out for something to open and then pulls her hand back. Impatient, Ronan mutters that nothing has even changed, until the old woman's mouth slowly begins to open, stretching wider and wider. It only stops growing once it's large enough for people to walk through. But Ronan's astonishment grows instead. Elizabeth warns him not to move. They step inside and are instantly teleported elsewhere. Once there, she explains this is the real office of Professor Secret and chants another spell. Ronan looks around in disbelief, stunned that they just entered through such a bizarre entrance. As he's busy calling the place strange, Professor Secret finally appears, immediately recognizing him as Navarrose's referral. She approaches Ronan, gently pries open his eyes with her fingers, and remarks that she can sense something deeply etched inside him. After examining him, the continent's greatest curse expert, Maya Secret, calls Ron an interesting child, smiling faintly. She touches his eye and begins reading him. Ronan is stunned, wondering if this youthful woman is truly the professor. She notices his doubt and smiles kindly, telling him not to be surprised. She explains that despite her appearance, she is already 80 years old. Shocked again, Ron wants to ask how she looks so young. But she cuts him off, reminding him to focus on why he came. She snaps her fingers. Ribbons of ancient letters appear floating in the air, and she declares that lifting his curses is the priority. Ronan stares at the strange letters in confusion. The professor studies them and says she didn't expect this many curses at once. Some of them are ancient and extremely dangerous. Even skilled magi can't touch them. Ron asks if they can still be removed. She assures him they can, saying she can handle them despite the number. A magic circle glows beneath Ronan as she says she came prepared for this. She explains she will send him into a world within his own mind, where the curses will manifest. All he needs to do is find the root of the curse and destroy it. Ron repeats her instructions, asking how he'll know which is the root. She tells him he'll recognize it instinctively when he sees it. She releases blue mana from her hand. Touching his forehead, she wishes him good luck. Her fingertip shines brightly, and Ronan suddenly plummets into a strange inner space. Moments later, the scenery forms around him. He is inside his own memories. Ronan looks around and sees a place he knows well. It is his old house where he once lived with his sister Irel. He wonders if the curse's root is hidden here. Suddenly, a figure with silver hair dashes past him. He hears a familiar voice. It belongs to his younger sister Irel. She is gazing down at a baby. She asks why Ron is always sleeping and whether he might be sick. Their mother reminds her that babies need plenty of sleep so they can grow strong. She adds that if Ron ever falls ill, Irel must look after him since she's now the older sister. Irel swears she'll protect him for the rest of her life. Ronan realizes this moment is from the time of his own birth, and he's struck by how innocent and adorable he once was. But all at once, the atmosphere changes. A man cloaked in a dark aura steps into the room. Ron feels his body grow heavy, unable to move. The man approaches, greeted politely by Iriel and their mother. Ronan's mother admits she didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. The man responds, but Ron can't make out his words. Their mother gestures toward Ron lying in the cradle, smiling as she's about to remark how much he resembles the man. But then, his hand begins to glow with a dark light. He casts a spell upon her. She staggers, becomes dizzy, and collapses unconscious. Iriel, confused, asks what just happened. The man turns the same spell on her, and she too crumples to the floor. Ronan panics and cries out Ril's name. Forgetting this is only a memory, he instinctively tries to intervene. Yet something stops him in his tracks. Dark ribbons wrap around the man's hand as he advances, and Ronan recognizes them instantly. A flash of bright light erupts, forcing the hero to shield his eyes. In that moment, he realizes this man is the very source of the curse he must one day destroy. His professor had been right all along. Beyond the memory realm, Professor Secret's hands tremble. Her mana is already fading fast despite her preparations. She admits that Ron's curse is simply too strong. Elizabeth demands to know how many curses are inside Ronan, and the professor replies there are around 10. Elizabeth stammers in shock, realizing no wonder the professor's mana is draining. Removing that many curses is overwhelming. But with a stern look, the professor clarifies no. The curse they're facing right now is only a single one. Back in the memory, Ronan sees the shadowy man staring at his unconscious mother and sister. Then the man leans close to the infant and whispers something. As he passes by Ronan, the restraining force suddenly lifts. The hero rushes to his mother and sister's side to check on them, but finds they are merely asleep. He steadies himself and makes a decision. He resolves to kill that man. Charging in the man's direction, he sees him waiting silently as if expecting him. It dawns on Ronan that the man must want something from him. Burning with rage, Ron draws his sword and rushes to strike him down for daring to harm his family. The man counters, easily blocking Ronan's attack and overpowering him. The hero is stunned that a mere curse could resist his blade so completely. He tries again to press forward, but the man slashes him multiple times, leaving Ronan screaming and falling to his knees. In disbelief, Ron wonders why his sword cannot reach him. Then he senses the man turning to leave. He questions whether the man intends to walk away without doing more. Forcing himself up, he thinks he can't let him go yet. He still has things to ask. Wounded, he staggers upright and shouts that this isn't finished. He demands to know why the man did it. His mother and sister's voices, their faces, their actions had always been full of affection, and they would never show that to just anyone. That must mean the man is who he suspects. Ron asks why he did such things. Why he hurt his mother and Ariel, why he placed a curse upon him. But still the man offers no reason or excuse. And yet he dares to call himself their father. The man remains completely silent. Ronan swings his blade and beheads him, declaring that if he refuses to speak, then Ron will uncover the truth on his own, and orders him to leave his body. At that instant the hero jolts awake, clutching his pounding head, and finds himself back in Separatio. From behind, Professor Secret asks if Ron is feeling alright. Dizzy, Ronan turns to face her. His vision clears bit by bit, until he recognizes Professor Secret standing there. The professor chuckles at how quickly the hero recognized her, praising his sharp senses. Just then, Ronan asks why she looks older. She tells him to forget about that and instead questions whether he feels any different. Ron replies that from the very first meeting, he sensed she wasn't ordinary. But now it feels like even that thought was an understatement. Later, Professor Sacred explains that the curse inside him had drawn upon every memory he possessed, even those he never consciously knew, to build the illusion. She then asks if he truly believes the curse was placed on him by his father. Ronan affirms it. He insists he's certain because at the very least, he remembers things from his mother and sister. He says angrily that it all happened when his father tore their family apart. A deep sadness wells up within him, and that's why he lost control of himself in the moment. The professor then asks whether he lacks any clear memories of his parents. Ronan explains it feels like they still exist in his mind, yet he can't recall them, as if they were severed away. Professor Secret concludes that not only his mana, but his very existence had been erased. She tells him that it must have been his father who caused all those memories to vanish. Then she explains the reason he was able to wield mana before breaking the curse. He had recovered a lost sense. Ronan looks at his own hands and realizes the meaning of the glowing strands wrapped around them. It was the mana hidden within. The professor tells him that just like other students, he too may one day be able to use mana. But that will only happen if he can dispel at least 2 of the 9 curses still binding him. With that, she tells him to head out, as the sun has already begun to rise. Ronan then notices something. Professor Secret suddenly appears younger again. He casually asks if she changes forms depending on the day. She advises him to stay composed since all of this must weigh heavily on him. He agrees, resolving to rely on the professor's support from here on. Meanwhile, elsewhere at that very moment, in the depths of the Grand Carpadoca's basement, the head of the Grancia Duke family, Joseph Seinvon de Grancia, stands gazing at a massive rock creature. Dalin arrives. The Duke asks about the recovery progress, and Dalin reports that everything is going smoothly and soon back to normal. He also adds that he identified which student was active there, and suggests the Duke meet the student personally. The Duke orders Dalin to clear the basement. Just then, a golden statue suddenly lunges at him. Without hesitation, the Duke draws his sword and slices it apart in a single motion, eager to meet the young hero Aphelion. The next morning, at the dormitory, Ronan is jolted awake by the sound of someone pounding on his door. When he opens it, Dalin is standing there. The hero greets him with a bit of rudeness. From behind, the Duke himself approaches and politely asks Ronan if they might have a word. Upon realizing this man is Duke Grancia, Ronan is taken aback. They present him with the scabbard that had been crafted just the day before, and when he sees it, he asks why they would bring such a valuable item to him. The Duke explains it is a gesture of gratitude toward the family, and adds that his own sword, Pale Road, was forged by Master Daron, who insisted that sword should be handed to Ronan. He also offers him the Grancius medallion, leaving Ron astonished. The value of the medallion alone could buy 3 entire villages. The Duke remarks that by now, the 2 students who had supported him, Assel and Maria, will also be able to receive their rewards along with their medals. Afterwards, the Duke questions him about the one responsible for this whole incident. Ron suddenly picks up a strange sensation and warns that he doesn't know how much the Duke is aware, but those rats are far worse than he imagines. As he says this, Ronan senses a strange energy emanating from Dalin, one he recognizes. It feels just like when he fought those grotesque creatures. When the Duke asks why he suddenly went silent, Ron wonders why only he can see the mana radiating from Dahlin while the Duke remains oblivious. He decides to stir Dahlin on purpose, asking the Duke if he has heard of the star's advent, and revealing the name of the group called Nebula Classier. Dahlin's irritation becomes clear. The Duke, stunned, asks if Ronan uncovered this information by himself, and the hero confirms it. In the end, the Duke excuses himself, saying he will discover the rest on his own. Ronan responds that he will send additional information about Nebula Classier and the star's advent to him later that night. It should prove interesting, especially the matter of a Hayut. Dahlin's eyes widen at hearing this. That night, while Ronan sleeps peacefully, Dahlin launches an attack, only to find the bed empty. Suddenly, Ron appears behind him, saying he had already anticipated this move and even invited a guest for the occasion. Young Master Schlieffen. The young master immediately demands Dahlin explain himself. Earlier that evening, Ronan had gone to fetch Schlieffen to his quarters. He told him Dahlin would attempt to attack that very night. At first, Schlieffen refused to believe him, but after Ron's persistence, he finally agreed. Ronan added that tonight they would also be removing one of the rats that had infiltrated the family. Back in the moment, Dahlin raises his sword against Schlieffen. Ron feels his body sink under the pressure of Dahlin's powerful mana. As Dahlin lunges, Ronan moves to block, but ends up taking the blow. Dahlin sneers that Ron has ruined their friendship. When Schlieffen asks why Dahlin is betraying them, Dahlin makes it clear he was never truly a knight of Grantia to begin with, so there is no betrayal. Schlieffen's face goes cold, leaving him to face Dahlin on his own. Just then, Ronan intercepts Dahlin. The move shocks him and Schlieffen mutters that Ronan is making things troublesome. But soon the young master reveals his true form, surging toward Dahlin, declaring that Grantia will be awash in blood for a while. He withstands Dahlin's full force of mana with his own. Dahlin wonders if he had been concealing his real strength, since he seems to have grown far stronger in such a short span. Just then, Ron strikes again, but Dahlin dodges with ease. The clash grows louder and Dahlin realizes professors will soon arrive. He curses himself for coming alone, knowing it meant facing the two of them. He considers retreating to hide until a better chance to kill arises. Suddenly, Schlieffen soars into the air with his sword drawn, noting that unlike his father, he cannot wield the Tempest sword lightly. But if he does unleash the Tempest sword, the only one harmed will be Dahlin, the traitor. Channeling the Grantia family's secret sword technique, he strikes. A massive whirlwind of smoke erupts. Dahlin speaks weakly as his star dims, then collapses into the earth. The young master sheathes his sword, declaring that from this day forward, no one in the family will ever remember Dahlin's name, since he was never truly of Grantia in the first place. Ronan smirks and remarks to Schlieffen that he looks furious, having handled it so theatrically. He wonders aloud how they will hand Dahlin over to Lautelin now that he appears dead. Schlieffen replies that he didn't injure him that severely, though he isn't completely certain. He then tells Ronan they must report to the household right away, insisting they need to track down the traitor. He dashes off, leaving everything else in Ron's hands, confident it will be fine. Annoyed, Ronan yells after him, furious that Schlieffen is dumping everything on him after causing such chaos, and starts cursing him out. At that moment, the headmaster appears behind him with instructor Navarros. Both are dressed in quirky, eye-catching pajamas, which immediately draw the hero's attention. The headmaster later breathes a sigh of relief that Ronan isn't hurt, and asks him to recount what happened. But Ronan first blurts out a curse directed at Ahiyut, which leaves both the headmaster and Navarro stunned. Later in his office, the headmaster sits calmly and reflects that there are indeed traitors hiding within the Grantia family. The situation is far more serious this time. Still, he thanks Ronan, saying his efforts prevented something much greater from unfolding. Quietly to himself, Ronan decides to keep secret his ability to see special mana. He isn't certain yet, but if that knowledge spreads, everyone around him could be placed in danger. The headmaster also informs him that this incident will be fully investigated soon, and adds that their empire owes Ronan ever since the blacksmith village crisis. As a reward, the headmaster asks what Ron would like in return. Ronan's face lights up at the offer, and he requests approval for something he wishes to create within the school. The following day at the Filion Grand Plaza, Ronan gathers the students and announces that since everyone is tired of regular campus clubs, he has founded a new adventurers club for them. The students grow curious and start asking questions. Ron explains that it's a practical club with external missions, even real combat, meant to foster new talents who will serve the Empire. It's the only club that can go outside with the headmaster's authorization. The students are thrilled. He tells them to come to the first arena in the Galilean building if they want to join during the scheduled interviews. From a distance, a mysterious woman wearing a red scarf watches Ronan and wonders about him. A few days later at the Galilean building, Ronan sits in frustration, realizing there's no one present except Senior Assel. Mario explains that this is because of the way he's been conducting his so-called interviews over the past few days. He's been defeating every applicant in battle, calling it an ability verification test. And for those who barely endured, he followed up with chilling words like, "Are you prepared to risk your life for this club?" Assel also mentions the rumors spreading through campus that anyone joining the club would need at least 10 lives to survive long. But Ronan refuses to change course, because to him, true battle is exactly like this. What he truly needs are those who show real promise. Just then, Brown rises once more, ready to fight Ron. Ron also gets to his feet, asking if Brown feels refreshed now, and tells him that he never really needed to see his abilities. Still, since Brown has been pushing for this fight so stubbornly, Ron declares that Brahm has officially passed the interview. With that settled, Ron tells everyone to head out and rest for now, since the real work will start soon. He chooses to stay behind a little longer, hoping that perhaps someone with real skill will still show up. But the entire day goes by without any more candidates appearing for the interview. Eventually, they begin to pack everything up. During this time, the girl assisting him politely mentions that she would have loved to give it a try herself if not for her duties as an assistant instructor. Ron stiffens for a moment, thinking to himself that even if she tried, he wouldn't be able to accept her. She, however, will eventually need to decide whether to abandon her dream of becoming the Grand Commander or not, and it is something she must carefully consider. Just then, the woman with the red scarf makes her entrance. Ronan greets her with excitement, asking if she is here to interview for a spot in their club. She agrees, but then boldly asks if he will give her permission to touch something, pointing toward his body after she joins the club. Ronan instantly grows nervous, scolding her anxiously for saying something so shameless out of nowhere. The girl quickly clarifies that she was referring to the little creature perched on his shoulder, Sita. Relieved, Ron tells her she should have said that from the start, and assures her that once she joins the club she will definitely be able to touch it, since the animal is always with him. Still, Ron finds this student unusual, because he hadn't even sensed her presence until she got this close. He then asks her name and grade before instructing her to demonstrate her abilities against a magically engineered training doll. The girl introduces herself as Magic Major Jr. Ophelia D. Knight, and immediately begins her demonstration. As power surges through her, dark and heavy energies coil around her body. Both Ron and the assistant are shocked to see dark attribute magic, its mana twisted together in such perfect form. But Ronan notices something even more intriguing. At the very core of her mana, he senses blood-red energy flowing outward. It's the unmistakable mark of the Shadow Clan. Soon enough, the thick fog clears. She shatters the training doll with ease and passes the interview. At that moment, Ron catches something and his face reveals a spark of curiosity. Ophelia instantly uses telepathic magic to read his question before he can voice it. She tells him to just leave it at what he already knows, otherwise it will only become bothersome for her. Instead, she suggests they move elsewhere since she also has something she wants to ask him. Later, Ophelia carefully holds the dream bird in her hand. She finds it fascinating that it was born from absorbing the mana of its surroundings. Ron replies that she is just as fascinating to him, since he had heard that her people left the Empire long ago, and that they were in fact vampires. She explains that not all of them departed. Some chose to remain in hiding, avoiding the exhausting affairs of the world. Ron quickly realizes that her reason for joining this high-profile club is tied to Sita's mana. Ophelia admits it, saying she sensed the aura of blood magic from Sita back in the plaza. It was the instinctive recognition of her clan's magic. When Ron discovers that Sita truly wields the powers of a vampire, he isn't too surprised, since the very first thing Sita did after being born was drink blood. But this revelation makes Ophelia uneasy. She asks how long it has been since Sita was born. Ron, completely unsure, struggles to give an answer but ends up claiming it's been about 2 months. Ophelia finds that difficult to believe, since Sita is already giving off blood mana of such high density. Suddenly she pleads with him, asking him to fulfill a request for her. It has something to do with her research. The very next day, Ron and his club members stand in front of a special building meant for adventurers. They acknowledge the headmaster's generosity, as he had dedicated an entire building solely for them. Later, Ron notices changes in the weapons his club members are carrying. He asks if they came from Grand Carpadoc, sent by Gracia, and they confirm it. Then he spots Maria's sword, which she explains was forged to suit her strength by the Great Commander, and she's eager to test it out. Meanwhile, Assel receives a magical BR Asselet crafted with techniques from the Magic City, its mana control vastly superior. As a result, her speed and power have doubled. Then Senpai turns to Ronan and asks why he wanted everyone to come fully armed. Ron suggests they head inside first. Once they gather, Ronan lays out the main purpose of the club. Their one goal is to grow stronger through real-life experiences, to prepare for the day that is fast approaching. He adds that their first mission will take them to the Vadian mountain ranges, a place that has never been fully explored. This revelation makes the members nervous, but Ron assures them it will be valuable experience, since the mountains are unlike any other. And besides, he has his own personal matters to attend to there. With that said, he commands them to be ready for battle from now on. The hallway around them is completely empty. Assel then asks Ron to clarify what he meant earlier. Ron explains that there is a problem, and the only way to solve it is by finishing their classes early. Pretty Boy looks at him in shock. Ronan replies that it's obvious, if they leave they'll be gone for about a week. But both Femboy and Maria still had classes, and doing club activities while attending lectures would be impossible. Not to mention the headmaster would never allow it. So the only solution is to complete all classes early, just like Ron did. That is the true key to freedom. In the training room on the second floor, Ron tells them he wants to test their skills before they begin official training. He orders them to attack him, promising he won't hurt them and will only use the back of his blade. With a chilling grin, he tells them to give it their best shot, otherwise it won't be any fun. Maria responds sarcastically that things already feel plenty comfortable, while Senpai puts together a plan. She wants to show Ron how much they've improved. Assel quickly understands her intention. With that, Maria draws her sword and charges at Ronan. Her strike slams into the ground with tremendous force. Ron praises her raw strength, but he's left wondering why she aimed at the floor. That's when he notices fragments rising into the air. Femboy is using his ability, levitating the debris around him, and tells Maria to begin. Assel launches the shards at Ron, who swiftly dodges. Ronan praises his improved telekinesis. He then slices through the flying rubble. But suddenly, Senpai predicts his next move and closes the distance. She tells him not to block this one but to dodge instead. Then she swings her sword, forcing Ron to step back just in time. He admits to himself that if he hadn't moved, he would have taken the hit. Maria presses forward and clashes against his sword, blocking his strike. Her face shows concern while Ron enjoys the duel. He is pleased to see just how far they have advanced. Pretty Boy launches another attack, trying to drive Ronan away from Senpai. A massive chunk of earth rises and hurtles toward him. Ron slices through it effortlessly. He commends them all, noting how much training they've put in, especially Assel, who now feels like a completely new person. With that, training ends, and Ron believes they'll grow even stronger in the next 2 weeks. But then, he immediately declares that special training begins right now, which makes Femboy and Maria bolt from the room in fear. From that day forward, Senpai and Assel trained relentlessly, sacrificing sleep to keep up. 2 weeks later, Ron hands the headmaster the early completion certificates for every member of his club. He explains it doesn't cover every subject, but it's enough to grant them permission to leave the academy. The headmaster keeps his word, wishing them safe travels and good fortune. And so, the very next day, the club sets out on their first adventure to the Vidian Mountains. Maria is stunned to feel that the mana here is so pure, even though they are only at the entrance. Bram, full of excitement, asks Ron what they should do now, but Ron tells him to wait. They are still far from the core, and he will explain everything once they arrive. Ronan then tells them that their objective is to search for a certain special item. A sudden gust of wind blows in the direction of the Olympian temple. That wind carries a sound, faint but clear enough for the elf's ears to catch. The elf realizes that someone has stepped into this harsh and rugged land. He decides to go and meet this unexpected guest, someone he has not seen for a very long time. Meanwhile, Ronan finally locates the orcs. These orcs have already established an entire village of their own. Not only that, but their fertility is strong, meaning their numbers will multiply at an alarming rate. If this continues unchecked, the day will come when orcs dominate the entire mountain range. Ron immediately understands this will turn into a serious threat. The people living in the nearby regions will end up suffering massive losses if the orcs are left to grow. To prevent that, Ronan resolves that they need to dry their seeds, in other words, stop their ability to reproduce and expand. This marks the first true battle his group must face. His comrades feel uneasy when they see the overwhelming number of orcs, but Ron doesn't show the slightest hint of fear. He declares that these creatures are actually the perfect opponents for them to fight. However, he warns that the orcs, despite their numbers and strength, are not the only danger here. The true rulers of the mountain range are the ogres. These monsters are on an entirely different level. Ronan knows all too well how terrifyingly strong they are. At the top of that chain stands their leader, the two-headed ogre. This beast is immensely powerful. Ron himself had once failed to defeat it in the past, but thankfully this particular threat is not an immediate concern. That ogre is not around yet, and they won't have to face him for now. Just as Ronan and his group are deep in discussion, an elf suddenly appears behind them without warning. Ron realizes with shock that he hadn't sensed him at all. The elf begins guiding them, calmly saying that while their intentions are good, now is not the right time to move against the orcs. He introduces himself as nothing more than a priest who lives in the mountains, though in truth, He is an ancient spirit carrying the divine name, Senial. Sorrenti suggests that they relocate to a safer spot where they can have a proper conversation. This place is too exposed. But Ronan remains cautious and levels his sword at him. He explains that too many lunatics have crossed their path lately, so he won't place blind trust in anyone right away. He orders the priest to follow his lead, even adding a curse under his breath. Eventually, the elf manages to guide them peacefully, but then says something that makes Ron feel awkward. He remarks that what Ron just did to him is the most humiliating thing he has experienced in the last 2 centuries. From that, they realize this being is ancient. They ask his age, but he admits he no longer keeps track. He offers a rough estimate around 1,000 years. The group freezes in shock. Ronan realizes this priest has been alive since before the Empire even existed, and that revelation shakes them all. Ron presses further about what he mentioned earlier, that the timing isn't right. The elf explains that it's because the monster's behavior has been strange lately. Orcs who normally aren't nocturnal are now roaming the mountains every single night. That is highly unusual. Even the ogres, who almost never leave their territories, have been spotted at the very edges of the mountain range. That sort of movement is unheard of. He advises them to remain extremely cautious. The cause of these changes hasn't been discovered yet, which means they are safe for now, but they must not lower their guard. At that moment, he activates a powerful barrier spell. Before their eyes, a grand temple, the Temple of Senial, emerges. Everyone, Ronan included, is stunned. Bram and Assel whisper among themselves that this barrier magic is beyond anything they've ever seen, far superior even to their own masters. One of them asks Ron if he already knew about this. He mocks her back, pointing out his surprised face as the obvious answer. He quickly realizes this is no ordinary elf. The elf then leads them inside the temple. There he shows them a massive boulder. He explains that this boulder is what he serves, but admits the story behind it might bore them. So instead of explaining further, he simply offers them rest. He tells them the temple has many empty rooms where they can stay comfortably and to ask him for anything they need. At that point, Maria brings up the matter Ronan wanted to know about, the Cursed Eye's habitat. The priest's expression hardens instantly. He asks why they would ever seek such a monstrosity. Is it because of the curse placed on Ron? He now understands that the strange, ominous energy clinging to Ronan stems from that very curse. He requests some time alone with Ron to speak in private. Ronan agrees and the two move to a quiet place. The elf begins by admitting that from the very first moment he saw Ron, he sensed he was no ordinary student. This makes Ron wonder if he is being unconsciously drawn into the elf's flow of influence. He even questions if this priest might actually be connected to those mysterious figures lurking in the shadows. He recalls how the priest showed no reaction when he mentioned the name Ahayut, nor did he sense any trace of their mana. That deepens his doubt about the man's true allegiance. Then the elf hands a cup of tea to our boy, saying it will help clear his mind. The fragrance of the tea is something Ronan has never encountered before. It strikes him as odd, and while trying to understand its scent, he suddenly perceives something, a crystal-clear flow of mana. The priest looks at him with a strangely curious expression. With a touch of sarcasm, he asks Ron whether he enjoys the smell of the tea. The question feels unsettling, and the whole atmosphere turns strange. Ron grows uneasy. Something about this elf doesn't sit right, and the odd tea along with those subtle expressions only make things more confusing. His vision feels distorted, as if his pupils are being replaced by something foreign. The priest, watching carefully, explains that the tea Ron just drank is brewed from a rare herb found deep within the mountains. This herb pierces through blocked veins and suppressed flows, revitalizing a person's senses. Normally, the effects reveal themselves slowly, but because Ron's energy has been restrained by the curse, the tea shows immediate and dramatic results on him. The priest tells Ron he will prepare the herb for him to take, and instructs him carefully to drink it regularly in correct doses. His condition will improve slowly but steadily over time. Then with a firm tone, he warns our boy never to use his cursed eye to try purging his own curse. Ron listens closely. The priest explains that while the cursed eye can indeed erase curses, it does so by consuming the wielder's very life force. The harm may seem small if used only once or twice, but repeated use will bring death dangerously close. Ron admits that despite the warning, he desperately wants the curse gone as quickly as possible. He's weary of carrying it, weary of the restrictions it chains him with. He yearns for freedom. But the elf, speaking with the weight of centuries, reminds him that impatience will only force him to take steps backward. If something goes wrong, the decision can't be undone, and the cost will be devastating. Ronan recalls that Professor Sekret, someone highly skilled, once told him the same thing, that this curse cannot be lifted easily. It takes time and proper preparation. Ron knew there was someone willing to help. Yet after meeting that person, he began to feel rushed. Now he understands that if he pushes too hard, he could lose his life before he even realizes it. Later, he reflects on this elf. He cannot recall meeting him in his past life. Yet strangely, he does not feel unfamiliar either. Ronan then confides that he feels pressured because of the growing number of religious fanatics spreading everywhere lately. Those dark, eccentric zealots who wait for the star's advent. Hearing this, the priest falls silent. He wonders aloud if those zealots have begun moving once again. Later that night, after Ronan has gone to rest, the priest stands quietly before his sacred boulder, lost in thought about the fanatics Ron mentioned. He questions whether they are the same group he has heard whispers of, and if they are truly preparing some dark scheme. If so, then countless innocent lives will be lost once again. He stands in the stillness, questioning himself. Should he remain an observer, or could this boy be the sign his boulder is giving, the answer he has been waiting for? Just then, Ronan enters quietly. He calls out to the priest. Sorrento turns and asks why he's awake at this hour. Is his bed uncomfortable? But Ron simply says he wanted a drink of water. As his eyes fall upon the massive boulder, however, he can't hide his curiosity. He asks if the boulder carries any hidden meaning. Sorrento explains that every 1,000 years, their spiritual order moves 1,000 boulders to the most remote corner of the empire, a land called Dikanya. That region is endlessly battered by rain and storms, and most of the boulders place their crumble within 200 years. Yet the rare ones that endure the full millennium transform into divine representations of Senial's order. He tells Ronan that he still remembers the day faintly when he and his brothers moved this very boulder. Ron asks how he ended up alone when clearly there had been many priests before him. Sorrento answers that everyone has their own struggles, and it isn't easy to devote one's life to a god who never responds. At times, he admits, the urge to abandon it all and live freely like an ordinary man becomes strong. Yet every time he's close to walking away, a mysterious hunch pulls him back, anchoring him to his duty. Deep within, he believes that someday this boulder will play a role in saving the world. To him, it feels like a responsibility he cannot hand over to anyone else. Placing a hand gently on Ronan's shoulder, he tells him that it seems the time for that destiny is drawing near. A day later, Ronan carefully preserves what Sorrento entrusted to him. They officially started refining that special tea, and it quickly showed noticeable effects on the others as well. With the energy infused through the mana veins, it became an excellent aid for sharpening their sensitivity. While the rest of the group enjoyed their tea, Ron wandered the mountain with Sorrento, helping him gather roots. Watching this elf, he couldn't help but feel odd. Sorrento had just met them, yet treated everyone with such warmth. Every gesture revealed a sincerity that came straight from his heart. 2 quiet days slipped by without any major incidents. But as always, trouble began stirring from the shadows below their group, and it left behind scars and sorrow that no one could ever completely erase. Before long, the day arrived when they were to raid the orc village. Sorrento grew uneasy, wondering if they could really manage on their own. Since the cause of the monster's strange behavior was still unknown, he suggested they should take more time to prepare. Yet Ronan brushed his worry aside, saying things would be fine. Though the monsters were acting differently, they hadn't grown stronger. He praised his companions, insisting they could handle the task with ease, and despite their nerves, everyone nodded in agreement. Ron also reminded them that their time outside was nearly up, and they needed to return to school soon. To keep them safe, Sorrento placed a spell on them. It was a bit of magic that would allow them to pass through the barrier and return, meaning they could visit the shrine again whenever necessary. He urged them to come back at once if anything seemed wrong, or if they were in danger. He warned them never to let their guard drop, for this forest was far too perilous, and nights here were darker than anything they'd faced. Somewhere in that same forest, Bridget roamed. Her blade gleamed, already stained with blood. She searched tirelessly for Sorrento. With a resolute voice, she muttered that she would confront him herself, because with those fools, dragging him out wouldn't be so simple. Meanwhile, Ronan turned his eyes on the orcs. He realized they had already raided a nearby village. Without hesitation, he commanded his companions to advance and engage the orcs in battle. The orcs clustered together, admiring the jewelry looted from innocent victims they had slain. Ron coordinated with his allies, fighting in perfect sync. One after another, they brought down the orcs in succession. Our boy commended Fenboy, impressed at how deadly accurate her aim was. He teased her, asking if she was finally getting into the rhythm. Though she faltered for a moment, she obeyed his command and struck down more orcs. Assel stared at the bloody bodies scattered across the ground. With her ears lowered, she whispered that divine punishment would surely come to her later. Ronan placed a hand on her shoulder, reassuring her that if punishment came, then they would all bear it together. The others chimed in as well, reminding her they were in this as one. Brown added that if anyone deserved the harshest punishment, it was clearly her, which once again left Pretty Boy tearing up. Looking around at his squad, Ron thought to himself that everyone had finally gotten the chance to showcase their abilities in a real battle, making the long trek into these mountains worthwhile. Just then, Sita called out for his attention. She pointed toward a certain direction, and when Ron asked, she confirmed something was there. They discovered an elf bound tightly to a tree. Assel muttered whether the orcs had left her as some kind of emergency rations, while Ron rushed forward to rescue her. He instructed Sita to use her healing magic at once. Slowly, the elf's eyes fluttered open. Her first words were to ask if they were servants of Maynard. Blood spilled from her lips as she coughed violently. Rwanda noticed that Sita's healing spell wasn't having any effect. The elf weakly asked if he was from the shrine. Then, clutching his hand, she begged Ronan to take her to him, leaving him utterly baffled. But she kept repeating that they were coming, and if too much time was wasted, then Sorante's life might truly be in jeopardy. With those words, she fainted, and a portal suddenly opened before them. Ron dashed toward the priest, carrying the elf on his back, urgently pleading for help. When the priest asked if there had been an accident and why Ron had returned so soon, Ronan only told him to check on the elf first. But the moment Sorante laid eyes on her, he called out her name, Bridget. Raising his hand, he demanded to know what had happened to her. While Ronan stayed close by Sorante and Bridget, Maria reported to Brown that she had searched as instructed, but there was no one else around. He replied with relief, saying that it seemed this elf was the only captive. Senpai suggested they should head to the shrine immediately, but then noticed a cell kneeling before the slain orcs. She asked what she was looking for, as Pretty Boy muttered that something about these orcs felt strange. When Senpai pressed her, she asked if she knew what exactly was wrong. Fenboy admitted she had never seen anything like this before. It seemed the orcs had been hidden under double-layered magic until now. She pointed out the faint traces of magic circles upon them. Meanwhile, Sorante carefully treated Bridget. He told Ron that the first aid was complete and she should be able to rest now. Ronan pressed him, asking if she would be alright since even healing magic hadn't worked, and wondered aloud if she had been tainted by some unusual poison. Sorante explained that he had administered an antidote first so she would recover. He added that he now owed Ron his gratitude. If not for him, he would have lost his precious sister. Ron was startled by those words. Sorante then clarified that she was one of Sunal's faithful still surviving in this world. She once possessed the deepest of devotion. He told Ronan that saving someone like her meant saving him as well, so how could he ever repay such a debt? But our boy brushed it off, asking him not to speak so highly of him. Instead, Ron urged him to explain who exactly she was so terrified of. Sorante led him near a massive boulder standing tall against it. With a heavy voice, he confessed he knew little himself. They were a sect worshipping an unknown being they revered as God. Their true identity remained hidden. Even the priest himself knew nothing beyond the fact that they had committed countless vile acts. They called themselves Nebula Clossier. The moment Ronan heard the name, he realized they were the ones targeting Sorante. The priest explained they had sent many emissaries after him in the past. At the time, Sorante thought they had finally abandoned their pursuit, especially since he had lived peacefully for the last 100 years. But now it was clear they still hadn't stopped. Despite this, he spoke calmly, which made Ron burst out, demanding how he could treat such a threat so lightly. He even urged Sorante to flee to the archipelago like them. But Sorante refused, saying he could not abandon this place while that dark spirit remained, harming innocent lives. Instead, he asked Ron to leave with his companions. He genuinely did not want anyone else to be hurt. Ronan understood, but promised that he would bring the strongest girl he knew to protect him in the meantime. Sorante chuckled softly, acknowledging his determination. He clasped Ron's hand and handed him a ring as repayment for saving Bridget. It served as a kind of entry pass to the magic tower. If Ron ever visited, all he had to do was show it to the librarian, and they would surely uncover information about his curse. He then expressed his concern for Ron, saying that spending time with him had been a blessing in itself. The words made our boy falter, his emotions stirring, but he responded that they would surely meet again. He promised to return soon, asking Sorante to take care of himself until then. As Ronan stepped out and the temple doors closed, Bridget appeared, her form engulfed in violent energy. With a chilling voice, she greeted her brother Sorante, leaving him frozen in shock. She smirked cruelly, mocking him by asking where he had been hiding all this time. The priest grasped the truth, remarking that her faith was as violent as ever. Bridget retorted, accusing him of being the same. After all, he had given his patient a paralysis poison, pointing to the so-called antidote he had forced upon her. Sorante admitted it, explaining he had no choice once she had fallen under the control of those mere orcs. Bridget declared that seeing him was never simple for her. She said that even though she tried to catch his attention through those monsters, it never worked. And so, unfortunately, she ended up dealing with his toys instead. Ronan and his companions had been wandering around, carrying his energy with them. She claimed she had wanted to cut them down and scatter them to the wind, just to make him show himself. But as a devout believer, she restrained herself and held back. Hearing her words, Sorante's anger boiled over, and in a low, heavy voice he told her he would never have allowed this. Bridget only laughed at him, mocking that he could still crack jokes at a time like this. She then suggested they talk seriously, revealing that the order had given her direct orders. Their command was to win over Saren Dante's roommate, and if he refused, the alternative was simple: kill him. Back outside, Ronan suddenly felt a strange shift in the air. His comrades rushed over, relieved to find him. He quickly asked if they had checked the area thoroughly. Maria reported that nothing seemed wrong, but Assel had spotted something unusual. Pretty Boy explained that after Ron had left, she discovered a magic circle inscribed on the orc corpses, one she had never seen before. Just then, a deafening explosion shook the air. Assel pointed out that it came from the direction of the temple. Ronan froze, his eyes wide, immediately thinking of Sarante. Before he could act, a swarm of massive twin-headed ogres appeared from the surrounding woods, cutting off their path. Back inside the temple, Brija launched herself forward, attacking Sarante head-on. But he quickly invoked his technique, Ventus, forming a barrier that blocked her strike. Brija smirked, saying this was exactly the kind of fight she wanted from him. She dashed toward him at blinding speed. Her sword sliced through the air with lethal precision. Somehow Sarante managed to block that blow as well. She swung again, but it too was deflected with ease. Laughing helplessly, she remarked that it would be such a shame to kill him. So instead, she offered him a place by her side, telling him he could rise to an executive position like her. He flatly refused, saying he would never serve a cult. His faith was too strong. He went further, mocking her by asking if her order's teachings had dulled her blade, since even Rohaim's shadow wouldn't be this slow. Bridger admitted she was simply tired of being ignored by him. After all, he was far too busy helping those kids escape. She pointed out how he had put on an act in front of Ronan, just to let him leave in peace. She pressed him, curious why he was protecting them so much. But Sarante warned her sternly not to touch them. They were only guests he had met by chance. And if she dared harm them without cause, he would never forgive her, he declared boldly. Brija only smiled, saying he was too late, because she had already done something. A loud rumble echoed through the temple, making the priest tense in worry. The sound came from the direction where Ronan and his team were. For a split second, Sarante let his guard slip. Brija seized that moment. Her blade cut deep into his arm. Meanwhile, in the forest, Ron ordered everyone to draw their weapons and stay behind him. He warned them that these towering ogres were beyond their ability to handle. Brown froze on the spot, his body refusing to move. One of the hulking ogres struck him, sending him crashing into the ground. Maria and Assel immediately realized they had to retreat. But before they could act, the monster swung its massive arm in a crushing blow. Ronan intercepted it, blocking the strike with sheer raw strength. He shouted at his comrades to carry Sita and tend to Brown's injuries. He would hold the line himself. Tightening his grip, he raised his sword high, ordering them to move. His voice burned with fury as he swore he would kill this beast himself. He clashed against the monster's iron-like hide, roaring as he urged his allies to run and protect the wounded. Then, as his eyes locked on the monster's gaze, he noticed something. The magic circle within its eye was identical to the ones he'd seen before, the ones used to control monsters. His grip tightened further, realizing this was definitely Nebula's work. The beast let out a thunderous roar, charging at him. Ronan swung, slashing directly at its head as it closed in. He followed up with strike after strike, but none of them managed to pierce the ogre's thick body. His blows barely left a mark. The monster snarled and lunged, smashing him into the ground with a devastating punch. Bruised and bleeding, Ronan lay battered, thinking bitterly that in another life he might have relished a fight like this, one that pushed him to his limit. But this creature had injured his comrade, and that was unforgivable. Rage overtook him and he cursed the beast, promising its death. Fueled by fury, he launched himself forward for another strike. The reason he had failed against monsters like this in the past was simple. He never had the technique to land a fatal blow to the head. But now things were different. He had learned from his instructor how to cut through anything. He unleashed Navarro-style fourth form. With his revolving blade, he carved through every inch of the monster's massive frame. Landing back on solid ground, he spat out a command for the beast to just die already. A still silence hung in the air for a moment. Then came the earth-shaking thuds as the giant collapsed, breaking apart into fragments. As he sheathed his blade, Ron admitted to himself he still had a long way to go. After all, it had taken him far too long just to bring down this one enemy. Later, he hurried back to Maria and Assel, asking about Brown's condition. They told him he was stable. Thanks to Sita's quick healing and basic treatment, he would be alright for now, though he still needed proper care. Senpai confirmed he was improving. Relieved, Ronan let out a deep sigh. At that moment, Fenboy asked what he planned to do next. Ronan answered firmly he was heading back to Sorante. When he arrived, he found the path to the temple destroyed, blocks and debris scattered everywhere. He realized it hadn't been long since he left, so how could this much damage have happened already? The ground shifted with the sound of crumbling stone. Out from the ruins staggered Sorante, wounded and bleeding. He managed a weak smile, saying he hadn't thought Ron would actually make it out safely. His voice cracked with apology, saying he should have gone to protect him instead. Ron rushed to him, insisting he couldn't save anyone in his current state. Demanding answers, Ronan asked who had caused this destruction, but Sarante avoided the question. Instead, he urged Ron not to worry, telling him to leave as quickly as possible. He said the threat had been dealt with for now, but warned that they could return at any moment. Suddenly, a massive black shadow pierced straight through his chest, leaving Ronan frozen in shock. He stood there stunned. His eyes fell on Sarante, now kneeling, coughing up blood. Ron's hand instinctively reached out to him. Then with a flash, Bridget appeared again, floating in midair before descending gracefully to the ground. She remarked how she had nearly died. She mocked Sarante further, asking if he felt good about striking his old comrade with such a dangerous skill, especially after losing one arm. That very strike had almost killed her. But thanks to the blessing of the stars, she had survived. She turned to Ronan, addressing him directly. She hadn't expected to see him again, and admitted it was impressive he had survived the twin-headed ogre. Ronan glared, demanding she state her name. With a mocking smile, she replied that she had forgotten he hadn't seen her true face yet. She shifted her form into that of an elf, smirking as she thanked him for saving her. The moment Ron saw her face, he recognized her as the elf they had rescued from the orc village. Bridget thanked him once more, saying it was only thanks to him that she had been able to cross the barrier. And as her twisted reward, she promised to kill him quickly without pain. With that, she vanished in an instant, reappearing right before him with a strike aimed directly at his body. But at the last second, Ron managed to dodge her attack. Ron begs Sita to heal Sarante and keep him alive. Bridget realizes instantly that he is no ordinary child. Furious, Ronan clenches his jaw, his rage boiling over. He snaps that she not only destroyed someone else's smithy, but also spied on the duchy. And now she dares to appear before them, calling herself Nebula Claser. She grins and asks if he has already met her babies, the orcs. With a mocking tone, she questions if he's the one who has been killing those who are only following their duties. In that instant, Ron charges at her with his blade. She evades smoothly, admiring how impressive his movements are for someone so young. It confirms that her babies had indeed been slaughtered. She counters, striking back at Ronan, admitting that he has stirred her curiosity. Now she wants to see more of him. Ron somehow manages to block her blow, though with difficulty. He quickly realizes she is far stronger than he thought, reading every single one of his moves. He resolves to strike when she least expects it, catching her guard down. He swings his sword toward her once more. She meets it with sheer force, easily blocking the slash. Their blades clash head-to-head, locked in a deadly struggle. Bridget remarks that it would be a waste to kill him, so she extends an offer: join their order and he will be treated with favor. With a smirk, she asks if the deal appeals to him. Ronan's disgust makes it clear how little he cares for such an offer. She warns him coldly that in truth he has no choice, because if he refuses, she'll make sure Sarante dies in the most excruciating way possible. Bridget adds that the elf's life now rests in his hands. With a breaking voice, Sarante urges him to leave, insisting that he'll be fine. Ron grips the hilt of his sword tighter, fury burning through his veins. He declares with confidence that the only decision he's made is to tear her apart piece by piece. With that, he surges forward through the air, aiming to cut her down. But as strong as she is, she blocks every strike without effort. Bridget taunts that if he keeps fighting like this, she'll only crave more of him. Ronan keeps launching relentless attacks, and she blocks each one with cold precision. She smiles, realizing it has been a long time since she faced such strength, lamenting that killing him would be such a waste. Then she seizes his hand. She demands his cooperation or his death. In a flash, her blade pierces straight into his body. She coldly informs him that when he wakes again, he will be welcomed by starlight. Ronan struggles desperately to resist her sword, but then Sarante casts a mana shield over him. He curses Bridget, warning that he told her if she ever laid a hand on the boy, she would pay dearly, his eyes burning with rage. Ron shouts at him to stop, but Sarante warns that if Ron keeps pushing, he won't survive. He says he'll handle her now because Ron has already done enough. He adds that the boy bought him time and now he'll use it. Gathering strength, Sarante orders Ronan to stay back. Bridget charges at Sarante, mocking if he really believes she won't act. She lunges forward, but as she moves, the priest summons his magic circles. The surge of energy is so immense that even Bridget feels it trembling inside her body. He declares that this is where their battle ends. And with that, he bids her farewell. Blood drips from his mouth as his body weakens from the unbearable strain. He knows he must end it, even if it costs him everything. Bridget falters, struggling to stand upright. In a breaking voice, she scoffs at his foolishness, saying he actually believes in ghosts. They are the chosen disciples of the star. As long as they hold its blessing, no one can defeat them, and there is no reason for her to try convincing him otherwise. With a scream of rage, she charges, shouting for him to die. Suddenly, Sita manifests before him. Sorante speaks directly to Ronan, telling him this is his end. It seems Bridget can nullify attacks through the star's blessing, but because of her injuries, her own strikes are limited. So he urges Ronan to escape and prepare for the day she inevitably returns. He vows to shoulder all responsibility for the destruction caused. Realizing he is saying farewell, Ron rises and cries out loudly. He pleads for him not to give up, declaring the fight isn't finished yet. There is one thing Sorante doesn't know about him: he never runs away from battles. So he begs him to trust him just this once. Bridget, irritated, commands him to stay in his place. She swings another attack at him, but a rain of lightning descends. She snarls at the interference. She scoffs at Ron, insisting he can't possibly touch her as long as she holds the star's blessing. But within seconds, Ron slips through and slices her arm clean off without her even noticing. Her severed limb hits the ground. Ronan coolly tells her this is exactly what he wanted her to believe. For a brief moment, silence falls as she struggles to understand how he bypassed the blessing. Terrified, she screams in rage and disbelief, consumed by fury. Ronan coldly suggests she should ask her foolish star how he managed to break through. Bridget cannot believe this is how her death will come. Blood sprays from her wound as her body crashes to the ground. In despair, all she longs for is just a little more time, for she had finally been so close to the truth. Her head slams against the ground as Sorante's words echo in her mind, and with her last breath she dies. Ronan leans on his sword, standing over her fallen body. Panting, he slowly turns his head toward her. He sees her lying in a pool of her own blood. The sight makes him realize it could easily have been him lying there had she not dropped her guard in her arrogance over the blessing. Memories of his past life flood back. Even then, he remembers no one except him could ever challenge the giants. That was because the giants carried the ability to nullify others' attacks. This thought makes him wonder if Nebula's higher subordinates also possess such powers in the name of blessings. A frail voice calls his name, snapping him from his thoughts. Sorante asks if he's alright, and Ronan sees how injured the priest truly is. Blood is pooled around him, and when Ron notices, he panics, asking if Sorante is okay. Overcome with worry, he rushes to the priest and demands to know why Sita isn't using her magic to heal him. He tries to comfort Sorante, saying he only needs to hold on a bit longer. The battle is over. But Sorante suddenly grabs his hand, startling him. With a weary look, he insists he's fine. He apologizes to Ronan, then asks one last favor, saying it will be his final request. Sorante's condition worsens, coughing up blood, sending Ronan into a deeper panic. He apologizes to Ron for letting Prince Charm see him like this. Prince Charm immediately breaks down, apologizing as well. With trembling hands, he blames himself for the priest's suffering. But Sorante tells him to stop, saying it was all timing, not his fault. After a pause, Sorante calls Ronan's name again. He warns him that the coming fight will be long, with countless losses. And beyond that, Ronan himself will suffer many wounds. With a heavy heart, Sorante pleads with him never to give up. He tightens his hold on Ronan's hand. Then suddenly, a brilliant green light bursts from his chest. Ron shields his eyes from the sharp glare. When he looks again, Sorante's body has begun to turn to stone. The horrifying sight stuns Ronan, and he cries out, trying to warn him. Yet the priest accepts it calmly, even as he reaches out to place a gentle hand on Ron's cheek. By the time he thanks Ronan for being his answer, almost his entire body has turned to stone, only his mouth and hand remain free. His last words are ones of comfort, assuring Ronan that he will continue watching over him and always be there from Senial's side. The moment Sorante speaks his final words, the light flares once again. When Ron opens his eyes, he sees a glowing green orb floating in the air, right above the place where the priest had been sitting. Sunlight slowly overtakes the shadows, and the green radiance fades away into the sky. With that sight, Ron bids his last farewell to Sorante before making his way down from the mountains. After surviving such a crushing ordeal, Ronan heads back to school, carrying nothing now except what Sorante had entrusted to them. The club activity report, written personally by Ronan, gets handed in to Principal Krava. The principal reads it carefully and remarks that the level of difficulty for their very first adventure was unexpectedly high. When he turns to Prince Charm for his view on the matter, the boy can only force an awkward smile. With hesitation, he explains it was all because of that lunatic Bridget, and he insists something like that won't happen again. He goes on to plead with Principal Krava not to shut down their club activities. Ronan's statement puzzles the principal, and after a long moment of silence, he clarifies that he wasn't talking about Prince Charm's wounds. Rather, he was acknowledging the pain of losing someone close. And even though Ron hadn't known Sorante for very long, it still wasn't something small that could be brushed aside. So he asks Ron directly if he is truly all right. The question lands heavily on Ronan's chest. His hand tightens into a fist as that grief rises inside. He admits that saying he's fine would be a complete lie. But he explains that if he just sat drowning in sorrow over Sorante's death, that would dishonor him even more. So he asks Principal Krava not to be troubled and thanks him sincerely for the concern. Taken aback by Ron's unexpected response, Principal Krava sighs, letting the matter drop. After all, he can't punish his students for wiping out an orc nest and killing a criminal, since that was an undeniable achievement. Still, Principal Krava asks Ron to promise that if he ever encounters that organization again, he won't act so recklessly. As the head of the academy, he can't sit by and watch his students suffer injuries. Ron brightens up and promises with ease that he'll be more careful next time. Before the principal can add another word, Ron bolts for the door, calling back that he'll come see him again after the next adventure. As Ronan slips out, apologizing once more for the trouble he caused, Principal Krava notes to himself that Ron hasn't been attending class lately, which means he probably isn't even aware of what's coming soon. Meanwhile, Prince Charm heads straight toward the Special Adventure Club building after leaving the principal's office. He swings open the door in a rush, only to be greeted by a familiar face before stepping inside. It's Schlieffen sitting there calmly. Ron is startled to see him and asks when he got back. But instead of answering, Schlieffen brushes off the question and states coolly that he has something important to discuss with him about Nebula Glacier. The serious tone makes Ron realize immediately this is no casual visit. Without delay, he steps fully inside the clubroom and takes a seat across from Schlieffen. Ron asks outright what business he has with Nebula Glacier, but before Schlieffen can get to that, Ron cuts in with another question, asking whether the rat infestation in his household has been dealt with. Schlieffen nods, explaining that since 2 weeks ago they've carried out a massive sweep. They tracked down 19 traitors so far, and out of them Schlieffen personally handled 5. As for the remaining 14, he continues, they are being moved to Laudalan, where proper interrogation will be carried out. After a pause, Schlieffen drops the real issue, revealing that prohibition no longer works on these traitors. The news stuns Ronan, making him question his own ears. Schlieffen explains further that prohibition seemed to fail the moment the 19 were tracked down and questioning began. Considering just how meticulous these traitors have proven to be, both Ron and Schlieffen conclude that they must have already overcome prohibition beforehand. The revelation irritates them, gnawing at Ron as he wonders if there's any other way forward. Yet it seems nearly impossible to peer into their mana and single them out one by one. With that, Schlieffen rises to leave, promising to share any updates he discovers. Before stepping out, he remarks that he looks forward to facing Ronan in the upcoming midterm exams. At the mention of exams, Ron's eyes go wide in shock, realizing he hasn't even known they were approaching since he skipped so many classes. 2 days later, Nibro's midterm exams begin, a true test in high-level sword techniques. The setting is Finland, an island under Filian's domain. The one overseeing the exam is Navarro's. Once all students have gathered, she begins explaining the rules of the midterm test. Since her classes always emphasize real combat, she admits she'd have preferred a real battlefield if Schlieffen had the authority to allow it. But the academy rules forbid such a thing. Some students breathe a sigh of relief at that, while Ron, on the other hand, is disappointed that they won't get such a chance. Regardless, Navarro's instructs them to scatter across the island and engage in unlimited live duels. To settle any worries, she assures them no one will actually die because she's prepared protective gear and points at the BR Asalits beside her. She explains that once the wearer becomes unable to continue fighting, they'll be instantly transported to Filian's Grand Plaza. Their top healers will be waiting to fix their wounds with a single gesture. In other words, it's a real battle where death isn't possible, so Navarro's orders them to unleash their full strength, go all out, even try to kill each other if they can. She then calls them forward as names are announced. Each student must wear a BR Asalit, after which they'll be teleported to their assigned location. The first name called is Addison, the Grand Commander. Ron is caught off guard to see her participating as she steps up to Navarro's. Around them, the other students start whispering about how she got special treatment for being a paying student. One even mocks her as shameless for seeking grades this way, and another piles on by calling her a dunce. That's when Ronan's patience snaps. He despises hearing the insult paying dunce. And yet that's the common judgment everyone throws at the Grand Commander. Still, he thinks if she enters the battlefield with her current skill, she won't survive long. Before long, Prince Charm's name is also called, and he's transported to his designated spot. Finding himself alone, he wonders if he's the only one placed in isolation. But then he considers himself lucky, realizing that in truth, his upperclassmen are hiding from him. One senior, spotting Ron, curses in his heart, calling him a monster and fuming with anger at his appearance. Meanwhile, Ronan mocks them, pointing out how pathetic they look, crouching behind trees. At last, one of them leaps out, swinging an axe from behind at Ron. Sensing it instantly, Ron dodges and reappears behind the attacker, questioning why a senior would be so rough toward his junior. With his blade set against the man's shoulder, his tone drips with calm confidence. By now, Ron knows that the ones teleported together formed a temporary alliance. Still, he notes that being in Fillion's land must have sharpened their ability to handle situations. Just as he is about to add more, he hurls a stone toward a student perched on a branch who had been aiming an arrow at his head. At the same time, his sword remains steady on the first senior's shoulder. The stone smashes into the archer's face, sending him tumbling from the branch and out of the fight. Ron sneers at their pathetic strategy, seeing their comrade fall and vanish in teleportation light. One student shouts to the rest that the ambush has failed. He urges them to give it their all. Ron may be a monster, but right now he's alone. At once, the remaining sophomores step out of hiding. That same student rallies them to take advantage of their numbers. He gives the command to charge Ronan together. The group surges forward, but Ron already sees through it. Even though they are upperclassmen, it takes him only a little longer than usual to send each one to Fillion's Grand Plaza. Yet he pauses to wonder if this is really how things should go. Elsewhere on the island, a lone female student finds herself surrounded by seniors. She fights back hard despite being outnumbered, but eventually they corner her at the edge of a cliff. They announce that it's time to finish the fight. Calling her Addison, they demand she surrender, but her confidence doesn't falter. The three boys push her to the edge and again tell her to give up. Even in such a hopeless position, she locks eyes with them, defiant. Her sword remains steady in her grip. Studying the situation, Iron Rose notices the two have gotten careless, convinced she's already past her limits, and because they believe the third man, Ian, a top third-year student, will back them up, making defeat impossible. That carelessness gives her exactly the chance she needs. She clearly spots openings in their defenses, ripe for attack. Summoning her courage, Addison lifts her sword in one swift motion, determined not to waste this opportunity. Before the two realize what's happening, she springs at them with everything she has. In an instant, she slashes both of their throats. Without stopping, she rushes at Ian, reminding herself over and over not to hesitate and lose her momentum. But then, unexpectedly, Ion whirls his weapon and drives it into her chest as she nears. Shock floods her eyes at the sudden blow. She's hurled backward, crashing down hard. As she struggles on the ground, Ion admits he was momentarily confused by her tactics. But now he scoffs they seem nothing more than childish tricks. He spits the word pathetic. He adds that while she may be clever, she should know there's no way she can beat him. Stepping closer, he glares down at her, ready to finish it. All of this unfolds under the quiet watch of Ronan, who sits perched on a nearby tree branch. He observes their clash with calm interest. Reflecting on the Grand Commander's fight, he judges that her best approach was exploiting the terrain to confuse her enemies. At the same time, he recognizes how she seized her chance to strike, showing just how solid her fundamentals really are. Still, this man manages to notice an opening in her movements. An opening that even the Grand Commander himself cannot overcome at this moment. He's just about to act on something he's been confident about since the midterm duels. But his focus breaks when he sees Addison intercepting Ion's finishing strike, their blades clashing with a sharp echo. Ion, caught off guard, demands to know why Addison would suddenly step in. He scolds her, asking if she really wants to end up in an even worse state than she already is. She only smirks back, reminding him that the exam isn't over yet, and neither is she. With those words, the Iron Rose crouches low, sliding swiftly to Ion's side. She swings her blade toward his neck, but once again, Ion meets her strike with his weapon and blocks the blow. Even so, her sword grazes him, leaving a thin cut across his cheek. The sting enrages him. He retaliates by striking her hard with his weapon. She grits her teeth, a pained sound slipping out. Addison collapses to the ground from the hit, and Ion immediately levels his blade at her head, scoffing that it makes him look pathetic to struggle against a mere fool of a student. With his weapon aimed, he throws a question her way while she keeps her head bowed. He asks who exactly is backing her that gives her the nerve to behave like this. Ion goes on, admitting he's long wondered about her origins and talents, demanding to know why she insists on pushing forward when she's nowhere near as remarkable as the new student Ron. He continues to belittle her, sneering at her persistence while tearing down her abilities. His insults and the sting of defeat dredge up memories of her childhood. And finally, she answers him, explaining that the only reason she refuses to quit is simple. She has to become a Grand Commander, no matter what it takes. The answer catches Ion off guard, his disbelief clear as he hadn't expected such a reply. Yet she insists that surrender isn't even an option, because this dream is one only she can accomplish. Her words stir something inside Ron as well, making him look at her differently. She declares that she has faith in her own destiny to see that dream realized. Ion's anger boils over. He can't comprehend what she's saying, and he snaps that she isn't the type to even bother understanding anything. Furious, he swings his weapon wildly, telling her to disappear instead of running her mouth about dreams. As his weapon comes dangerously close to her, he snarls that he's done listening. Yet, before his strike can land, a thunderous voice orders him to stop, and in an instant his weapon is cleaved in two. The shock leaves both Ayan and Adishan wide-eyed, stunned and bewildered. Ronan, having stepped in, apologizes for interfering, then tells Ayan to stop there, even mocking him with a backhanded compliment. With a single clean slash, Ron cuts Ayan's body in half. The Iron Rose stands frozen in disbelief. She can hardly process that Ron is really there in front of her. Hesitantly, she calls out his name. He turns toward her, confirming himself as the one who intervened. He then asks if she can spare him a moment, curious about her reasons for chasing the rank of Grand Commander. She opens up, explaining her motives and the tragic past that pushed her toward this path. She recalls how her family was sent to fight the werehumans during territorial disputes between humans and them. It was a disastrous order from the higher-ups that ultimately sent her family to their deaths. In the end, humans and werehumans signed a peace treaty, rendering all those sacrifices meaningless. That's why she wants to rise as Grand Commander, so no one else suffers a pointless death. Suddenly, the air grows heavy, a sharp pressure signaling that someone is approaching. Ronan tells Adishan he doesn't have much time, then points out that she seems like someone capable of mastering an ability called Shadow Mana. He explains that though difficult to attain once the conditions are met, it grants tremendous power. He assures her that with effort she could wield it, and he offers to guide her on that journey. Then without hesitation, he shoves her off the cliff, eliminating her from the trial. At that exact moment, Schlieffen arrives. Schlieffen's presence dominates the field. After a brief exchange of words, he and Ronan engage in combat. A fresh battle erupts between two rivals standing on opposite sides. Adishan, meanwhile, is teleported back to the academy. She realizes that she's been safely removed after being eliminated by Ronan. Now only our boy and Schlieffen remain on the battlefield, with all the students and the Iron Lady watching closely. The two warriors clash relentlessly, neither yielding an inch. Ronan notes Schlieffen's growth with surprise. His mastery of the Tempest Sword has made him far stronger than he ever was in the past. The duel rages on until both fighters cut deep wounds into each other's guts. The students watching are left breathless, unable to grasp how first-years could fight at such a level. Navaroses observes with keen interest, impressed at how much both have developed since their last clash. Yet both Ronan and Schlieffen are nearly drained of mana. It's clear that the next exchange will decide the victor. Schlieffen admits he's fortunate to have a rival like Ronan, but both know the fight must end quickly. They unleash every ounce of power they have left, preparing for a final strike. Ronan is resolved not just to win but to bring Schlieffen over to his side. But before that, he needs to establish dominance, proving his superiority. He dashes forward at blistering speed, ignoring his own injuries. Schlieffen struggles to follow his movements, and in desperation, he unleashes the Tempest Blade, scattering slashes wildly around himself. The reckless move leaves him injured as well. Ronan acknowledges his determination and answers with the same unyielding resolve. By now, both fighters are drenched in blood from the countless blows. At last, their swords meet for one final clash. The onlookers grip their chests, realizing the match is about to conclude. Both combatants scream as they throw everything into their strikes. A massive explosion erupts, signaling the end of their fight. Schlieffen collapses first, with Ronan dropping soon after. But before hitting the ground, Ronan declares his victory. The students erupt in cheers, the intensity of the duel too overwhelming to contain. Later, Ronan awakens in the infirmary after the battle. Navarosios and Adishan inform him of the result. It was ruled a draw. To Navarosios' surprise, our hero accepts the outcome calmly without protest. She realizes he's grown in both body and spirit. During their talk, Navarosios points out that in his final strike, he had managed to channel mana. But he doesn't recall it, meaning he hasn't fully grasped the ability yet. She advises him to seek out Professor Jerden, a true master of mana. So Ronan and Adishan set off to meet Professor Jerden, and along the way she tells him about the man. A renowned authority on mana, even other professors turn to him for guidance. On their walk, she asks Ronan about his encounter with Schlieffen after leaving the infirmary. Through a flashback, Ronan recalls asking Schlieffen to join his club, only to be refused. But when Ronan mentioned his sister Iriel, soon to move to the islands, Schlieffen immediately signed the paper and agreed to join. Eventually, Ronan and Adishan reach Tower 41, where Jerden resides. There, Top G confronts them, demanding to know their purpose. Adishan explains that Navarosios sent them so Ron could learn to manifest mana. Top G warns our boy that he'd better have money, since he never works for free. He makes it clear that any task outside his usual hours comes with a fee, and Ronan is no exception. When they meet Jerden, he too demands payment before offering assistance. His rate is 10 gold coins per hour per person. Ronan finds the demand outrageous, convinced that Top G is exploiting students with his prices. Ronan asks if there's any other way he could repay since he doesn't have money on him. Top G scoffs and tells him to go back where he came from, flat out refusing to help. But then he notices a strange flow of mana seeping out from Ronan's ring. His tone changes. He says maybe there's another way Ronan can pay his dues after all. The three of them head toward Top G's private quarters while Ron explains about the ring. He's unsettled by the place. It's so heavily sealed that not even a sound can escape outside. Top G asks if he can examine the object before they begin. Ronan carefully hands over the ring, warning him to handle it with care. After studying it, Top G realizes an elf once poured over 2,000 years into mastering every element just to refine mana this pure. He sets his conditions, saying he'll help only if he's allowed to absorb a little mana from the ring. He needs it for an experiment he's been working on. He promises his full support in return, which Ronan finds reasonable. Still, Ronan insists that Jerden must also address Addison's problem, and after a short back and forth, Top G finally agrees to the terms. He even praises Ronan's skill in negotiation. Jerden then draws a magic circle on the ground, asking Ronan to step inside, saying his case takes priority since that troublemaker sent him here. Ronan steps into the circle, and Top G places his hands against his back. He observes that Ronan's senses were only recently awakened. There are barely any traces of magic use in his body. He asks if Ron has never tapped into mana before. Ronan admits that he can see it but can't use it because someone cursed him. Jerden frowns, noting this isn't just any curse. He begins channeling mana, attempting to pry it open by force. He warns Ron that it'll feel like knives cutting through his spine and asks if he can endure. Ronan nervously asks what he means. Before he can answer, searing pain floods through Ronan's body, making him scream. Top G pushes his mana inside Ronan's body, moving toward the curse. He sees it and thinks it will be easy to remove. But that confidence vanishes once he confronts it directly. His entire body instantly turns skeletal and crumbles. Jerden reels in horror as the curse tries to seep into him too. He's thrown back screaming. His condition deteriorates quickly as he vomits blood. Desperate, he begins chanting a spell. Ronan recognizes it immediately. It's the same spell Eli memorized before. A gaping maw opens beneath them, swallowing them whole. Just then, Professor Secret arrives, telling everyone to step aside so she can stabilize Top G. She asks Ron if Top G attempted to channel his mana into him. Ron confirms it, saying he tried to widen his blocked mana path. Secret explains that a fragment of Ron's extreme curse rode along his mana and invaded Jerden. It's a curse only Ron himself can handle safely. She warns that if this continues, Top G's life will soon end. Ronan grows anxious, fearing the professor might die from his curse. But Secret reassures him it isn't rooted deeply so she can handle it. She channels her own magic, drawing the curse out through Jerden's mouth. A grotesque creature bursts forth. Secret seizes it and hurls it toward Ronan. He slices it apart into countless pieces, eradicating the curse. Top G breathes easier, finally freed of its grip. He thanks Secret for saving him. She reminds him that Ron is the one she spoke of earlier. Jerden tells Ron he's upheld his part of the deal. His mana channels should now be open. Secret examines Ron closely and confirms. Mana is indeed flowing throughout his body. She notes the curse is still fighting to close his mana pathways, but compared to before, they're much freer. Excited, Ronan asks if that means he can finally use mana. She says yes, but warns it would normally take him 20 years of training to wield it freely. Jerden cuts in, saying his own method could shorten that timeline drastically. He sits with Ronan, placing a hand on his back. He tells him to listen carefully and starts teaching him mana control. He carves a mana root inside Ronan, asking him to follow it with his own flow. Ronan quickly adapts and memorizes the pattern. Jerden is shocked at how fast he picked it up. He instructs him to repeat it daily whenever possible. Ronan studies his own hand, realizing how far he's come, once unable to even imagine wielding mana. He turns and thanks Top G sincerely for his help. Suddenly, Jerden collapses from exhaustion. Grabbing Ronan's sleeve, he gasps that he kept his promise and demands Ron keep his. Ron tells him to rest first and then he can have the ring, but Top G insists his body doesn't matter. What matters is something else he has to save, even at the cost of lives. He begs Ronan to give him the ring now. Ronan hoists him onto his back. Addison informs him that the nearest clinic is at Lexian Hall. They set out together, but before they can exit, the main gate seals shut. Instead, Top G opens another passage leading underground. He tells Ronan he must hurry down there before the rose withers. The three descend through the hidden door, going deeper. What they discover shocks them. Jerden has been conducting secret experiments. Inside a tank floats a woman in deep slumber. Ronan lays Top G down and searches for anything to aid him. He finds a book belonging to Jerden. Reading it, he learns of countless failed attempts to resurrect Jerden's wife, Sonia. Top G has been experimenting on her body with rare monster materials, desperate for success. That explains his constant demand for money. Headmaster Kradar even supported him, appointing him professor and allowing Sunya to be transferred to Phylion's Mage Tower basement. Yet after 134 attempts, there's still no progress. Ronan realizes why Jerden needed such massive funds. The materials he bought on the black market were nearly impossible to obtain. While flipping pages, he discovers a suspicious paper tucked inside. He pockets it, suspecting it's linked to some rebellious faction. Jerden, noticing, asks if Ron S. been snooping through his things. Ronan denies it, claiming he was only searching for something useful to help his recovery. Elsewhere, a shady mage bows before a vampire, telling her Top G will soon crave fresh blood essence, something only she can provide. She plots to capture Jerden, confident he'll fall right into her bait out of desperation. She mocks humans for being so foolish and easy to trick. Back at the lab, Top G hands the ring back to Ronan after drawing some mana from it. He thanks him for allowing it. He then asks Ronan to keep everything he saw in the lab a secret. He promises to look into Addison's case tomorrow. With that, Iron Lady and Ronan leave together. Outside, Ronan pulls out the letter he swiped from Top G's book. To his surprise, it's a blood letter. At that moment, Ophelia arrives to meet him. Together, they head toward the Special Adventure Club and talk. Ophelia asks how he got the blood letter, then explains what it is. After telling him its purpose, she uses her abilities to decipher it. The letter instructs the holder to come to the blood hook to obtain fresh blood essence, meant for Jerden's next experiment. Ophelia explains to Ronan that the blood hook is made up of young, reckless vampire children who are not even 2 centuries old. Their entire purpose is to bring back the golden age of vampires by committing all sorts of horrific acts. She then asks him whose letter this is. Ronan replies that it belongs to Jerden. She seems to already know quite a lot about his abilities and strength. However, she warns Ronan that if Top G truly seeks the essence of fresh blood, then he won't have any choice but to accept the vampire's proposal. That's because the essence of fresh blood can only be activated by the will of the vampire who originally gave it. A while later, several vampires gather outside a cave, waiting for Top G's arrival. A hooded figure appears and the vampires assume this is Top G, the new kin candidate their master had mentioned. They murmur among themselves, confused since they can't sense any intimidating aura coming from him. After a brief discussion, they go ahead and greet Jard. One of them politely asks the supposed Top G to remove his hood so they can confirm his identity. He complies, lowering his hood to reveal himself and confirm who he is. The vampire thanks him for showing his face, but when his gaze drops, he notices Jard carrying a sword even though he is supposed to be a mage. The sight puzzles him. Why would a mage be armed with a blade? Suddenly, Top G grips the sword tightly, steps in close to the vampire, and slashes him into pieces in a single move. The truth is revealed. This is Top G at all but Ronan disguised as Jerden. A few days earlier, Ophelia had handed Ronan a potion that allowed him to shapeshift into Jerden for 30 minutes. She even offered to accompany him and provide support, but Ronan refused, saying he could handle things alone. He added that if she interfered, she might get into serious trouble for betraying her own kind over something so small. With that, he proceeds to cut down the rest of the vampires. Yet he spares one. From this survivor, he forces out details about the cave and the other vampires inside. Once the information is extracted, he ends his life as well. Ronan then makes his way deeper into the cave. Just as the vampire had said, there are no traps waiting inside. So he continues pressing forward. He thinks to himself that had he known the man was telling the truth, he might have let him live. As Ronan studies the walls and patterns of the cave, a sense of déjà vu creeps over him. Suddenly, a strong scent of blood hits his nose, pulling his focus away from the stone walls. He tracks the smell to a door further inside. Opening it, he discovers several vampires feasting on the corpses of humans. Swiphone Orange Toffel greets him with a twisted smile, asking if he'd like to join their feast. Ronan stays composed, rejects the offer, and instead asks why so many of them have gathered for this so-called deal. Zwaven responds that welcoming someone of his talent requires this level of effort, and adds that it's been ages since the entire blood hook assembled together like this. Prince Charm then asks Suivan about the conditions for receiving the essence of fresh blood. She answers plainly. All he has to do is join their ranks if he wants to obtain it. If he refuses, he'll never get his hands on the fresh blood. He scoffs, calling her demand absurd, and makes it clear he has no intention of becoming anyone's servant. She corrects him, saying this isn't about servitude. Instead, it's a great step toward the future, a rebellion against the old generation of vampires, and she insists that Jerden should be part of it. Ronan looks around and admits it doesn't seem like he has much choice, since refusing will clearly mean he won't leave the cave alive. Zwaven praises him for his sharp instincts, then confirms he really doesn't have a choice. because regardless of his skills, the magic devices placed here will interfere with any spells he tries to cast. Even if Jerden forces himself to use mana, the strain will rupture his mana core, leaving him unable to use magic again. Zwaven then threatens Ronan, warning that if he refuses their pact, his beloved wife will end up like the corpses lying around, drained dry and discarded. Just another blood bag. Ronan pulls back his hood and actually commends them for how well prepared they are. He adds that it was wise for him to come here alone. If Jerden himself had arrived, things would have gone badly for him. The disguise fades away and Ronan's true face is revealed. The vampires are stunned, unable to fathom how a mere human could have infiltrated their gathering. But before they can talk it through, their words and their limbs are cut short as Ronan swings his sword and slices them into pieces in the blink of an eye. He discards his cloak to the side, preparing to wipe out the rest of these so-called blood mosquitoes. Ronan announces that today marks their day of extermination. The Blood King stares at him and demands to know who he is, outraged that a pitiful human dares to act out of his place. Yet Prince Charm vanishes in an instant. In the next heartbeat, she reappears right before Ronan. Her speed is so overwhelming he cannot follow her movement at all. She begins to activate her blood ability, but before she can finish, Ronan swings his blade and severs her hand clean off. And his assault doesn't stop there. He follows up with a rapid storm of cuts, slicing away all of her limbs almost instantly. It all happens too quickly for her to react. She can only scream in agony, staring in disbelief as her limbs are severed in a flash. She curses, demanding how a worthless human could possibly do this, and asks if he really believes he'll survive after such an act. But before she can finish, Ronan slams the butt of his sword into her nose, then hurls her against the wall. He orders her to sit quietly in the corner, promising he'll give her special attention once everything else is finished. The other vampires, mocked as blood mosquitoes, are shocked. One mutters that even if their leader had slipped up, there's no way she should have been struck like this. Fear spreads, and they admit that Prince Charm is far from an ordinary human. The blood hook readies itself to attack. Ronan sneers, calling them blood mosquitoes again, and notes that their ability to weaponize blood is apparently real. One of them activates a blood bog technique, freezing Ronan's feet in place. The rest launch their blood-forged daggers and swords in a barrage of strikes. Yet Ronan barely moves, calmly deflecting every attack with effortless ease. He counters, slicing some apart and lopping limbs off others. Still, the mosquitoes persist, charging at him again and again. They try desperately to land a hit, but fail every time. Prince Charm observes them, noting that they're fast, just as expected from these mosquito freaks. But their regeneration abilities are proving to be a nuisance. One vampire attempts a bloodshot technique, trying to strike from long range since close combat isn't working. That too proves useless as Ronan dodges it with ease. He reflects that their blood magic is strong enough to rival an intermediate mage. Still, he leans back, deciding that if this is the extent of Bloodhook's power, he has nothing to worry about. With a roar, his fangs extend, and in a flash he unleashes a whirlwind of sword slashes, cutting down every last mosquito in an instant. Their bodies and limbs rain down around him as he stands in the middle of the carnage. Only one vampire remains, the one who tried to bind Ronan earlier. He stares in disbelief at what he's seeing. He wonders how a human could move like this despite being trapped by his ability, and even questions if Ronan is human at all. Prince Charm stands still, surrounded by the grisly storm of flesh. He asks why the survivor is just standing there instead of attacking. He points out that he's the last one left. He even acknowledges his effort, saying it was impressive enough that he had to pretend to be caught for a while. But then he explains that his swords aren't ordinary. He lets out a deadly aura so suffocating that the last vampire trembles with fear. Panic takes over and the vampire considers fleeing. The moment he turns to run, Ronan leaps forward and cleaves him straight down the middle. His body splits perfectly in two. Ronan tells him he should never have abandoned his comrades. Prince Charm turns his gaze toward the Blood King and says that now that all the pests are gone, it's finally time to continue their long-delayed conversation. A wicked grin crosses his face as his eyes gleam crimson. The Blood King slowly regains his consciousness, confused about what is unfolding around him. He senses something sharp, like a needle stabbing deep into him. What he feels is actually Ronan, driving his sword straight into his thigh. Prince Charm remarks that he was beginning to worry the king might have already died on him. The king can't believe what he sees. A mere human child managed to wipe out all of his subordinates in just a blink. Ronan explains that his friends were in bad shape because they kept regenerating, so he had no choice but to cut them down for good. He grins and warns that if the king doesn't want to follow them into death, He had better hand over the essence of fresh blood while he's still asking nicely. The king lowers his gaze as if speaking to someone who isn't there. He questions where that person was when all of this happened. He cries out that if it had been him, he could have saved them all, and demands to know why he didn't intervene. Ronan wonders aloud if the king has completely lost his mind, muttering to himself and asking who he's talking to. At that very moment, a figure appears silently behind Prince Charm. The figure tells Ronan he won't repeat himself again and orders him to move aside. Ronan is startled, feeling an immediate sense of danger. He quickly retreats to create distance. In his head, he admits that if this man had released even a trace of killing intent, he would already be dead. The newcomer, Balsark von Barsaba, scolds the king, saying he is utterly disappointed. He reminds him of his earlier promise to bring Jerden into their kin. He mocks him for speaking grand words only to end up in such a disgraceful condition. Balsark calls the king shameless, noting he comes from the Orange Toffel family, yet is both pathetic and blind to reality. He raises his palm and declares that the plan has failed, then begins reclaiming the essence of fresh blood. Ronan watches, unsure of what he is witnessing. Balsark begins draining the essence straight out of the king. The king desperately pleads for another chance, but his cries are ignored. Balsark strips him of all his blood, leaving behind nothing but a dried corpse. He then extracts the essence completely, leaving the body empty. Ronan shouts at Balsark, declaring he cannot simply show up and steal the essence. Raising his sword, Ronan challenges him directly, saying that if he is truly the essence's owner, he'll need to cooperate. Otherwise, he won't be walking out of here in one piece. Balsark smirks, saying Ronan's arrogance is boundless, almost like his own, and finds his words amusing. He then asks what Ronan intends to do if he refuses to comply. Ronan lunges forward, saying if that's the case, then he just needs to be beaten down. Prince Charm's strike actually lands, cutting into Balsark's palm. Blood drips and Balsark chuckles, complimenting Ronan for managing to injure a body fortified by blood mana. He admits that such a feat means Ronan might be worthy of using his name, and wonders what other abilities he's hiding. Promising to test him thoroughly, he says Ronan should do his best. Balsark gathers blood in his hand, then unleashes his blood cutter technique toward Prince Charm. Ronan braces, raising his sword to block, but the crushing force pushes him backward. With effort, he swings again and finally cancels out the attack. Yet before he can even recover, Balsark prepares another spell, this time a bloodshot. Ronan recognizes it instantly, recalling when he last faced such an attack and dodged it easily. But this version is far more powerful than before. He swings his blade and deflects it, though with difficulty. Balsark laughs, amazed, saying Ronan isn't just negating his magic but is cutting through the mana itself. He admits he hadn't expected much but finds this rather fascinating. Ronan calls him the head mosquito bastard who won't stop buzzing. He demands Balsark shut up and hand over the essence right now. Balsark grins, claiming he loves that fiery spirit. He vows to show Ronan the respect of going all out against him. He begins charging another powerful spell while Ronan advances. Suddenly, a voice commands them both to stop. It is Ophelia descending between them. Balsark looks at her in disbelief, asking if she is truly Ophelia tonight. She answers coldly that she isn't thrilled to see him, though it's been a long time since their last meeting. Ronan demands to know why she came when he told her not to, and asks if she knows this mosquito-headed man. She replies that of course she does. She reveals his identity. Balsark von Barsaba, a relative of the Shadow Duke who rules the vampire world, the second in command and the strongest supporter of the Duke. Balsark admits he never thought he would see her here. He tells her he has truly missed her. Moving toward her, he asks after her well-being, saying it's been 83 years since they last met, and wonders why she is meddling in the affairs of that brat. He claims those details are meaningless, insisting what matters is that they are together. But before he can continue, Ophelia commands him to halt and not step any closer. Balsark closes his eyes, recalling the incident from long ago. He admits it seems he'll need more time before she forgives him. Ophelia says she knows it was inevitable. He had no choice but to block her sister from striking at the Duke. Looking back now, her younger sister had not been in her right mind, as though under some spell. She tells him he knows well that the past cannot be undone. Balsark responds that he understands and was prepared for this. Ronan wonders if the confrontation is finally over. Ophelia questions why Balsark is siding with the Blood Hook, saying the man she knew wouldn't stoop to aiding children. She presses further, asking if he also has dealings with Jerden and Stonestone. Balsark answers that the man she remembers would only have one reason. He confesses he still has an unfinished fight with Jerden. He recalls meeting him by chance on the Western continent, clashing with him in a battle of pride. Though he had fought many formidable foes, only a few were truly worthy. If not for the rising sun cutting their fight short, it would have gone down as one of his greatest duels. Afterwards, he pursued Top G again, but Jerden vanished so completely that even he couldn't track him. Years passed, and while suppressing his thirst for battle, those blood-hooked children arrived at his castle with an offer. They promised to find Jerden's location, and if given the essence of fresh blood, they would not only bring him forward but also turn him into kin, ensuring an eternal fight. He admits their intentions were obvious, but it didn't matter. After all, it was only the struggle of children. In the end, it all amounted to nothing. He points at Ronan, saying it's all because of the boy standing beside her. Balsark acknowledges that even with his own power restrained, the fact that Ronan could stand against him, even briefly, is remarkable. He concludes that in 5 years, Ronan will undoubtedly grow into a rival capable of putting a blade to his throat. He studies Ronan closely, noting the strange energy he has never encountered before. His hand twitches in anticipation, but he restrains himself, reminding that he cannot repeat the past. He won't wound his friend a second time. Instead, he offers Ronan the essence, telling him to take it. Ronan asks in disbelief if he's really just handing it over, pointing out how rare it is even among vampires. Balsark confirms its rarity, saying most vampires could work their whole lives and never attain it. But he insists Ronan deserves it, as both a worthy prey for the future and a long-awaited gift to a friend he hasn't seen in 80 years. He then fires a bloodshot into a nearby wall, telling Ronan to take a look over there, that it won't harm him. He explains he has been sensing the same strange energy coming from behind it. He points out that the aura has been leaking from there since earlier. With that, he begins to fade away, announcing his departure. And just like that, he vanishes. Ronan returns and hands the essence to Jerden. Jerden asks how he managed to obtain the essence of fresh blood. He questions if Ronan truly intends to give it to him. Ronan smiles and says of course, he worked hard for it, so it belongs to him. Top G clasps his hand, kneeling as he thanks him sincerely. Jerden recalls his wife still lying in a coma. Tears swell in his eyes as emotions overwhelm him, rolling down his cheeks. Ronan kneels beside him with a smile, joking lightly that he didn't even let him brag a little. Meanwhile, Balsark quietly observes the two from afar. Balsark remarks that nothing is duller than fighting someone who has already lost the will to battle. He adds that the only reason he showed up today was out of curiosity, just to see how his old rival was holding up. It becomes clear he was speaking to Ophelia, who had been standing behind him. He assures her not to worry, saying he won't take things any further. Ophelia closes her eyes and replies that she knows he wouldn't stoop to something so dishonorable. She admits that all she really wanted was to thank him for stepping in to help his friend. Balsark smiles and comments that making it this far in just 83 years is quite the achievement, then wonders aloud if he should be the one thanking Ronan instead. He confesses that part of him wants to stay forever, but sadly he cannot remain any longer. Balsark then tells Ophelia that even among the vampire clans, a vile faction has been stirring up trouble. From what he knows, they are the ones responsible for stirring up the Bloodhook. He tells her that if she ever needs him, she can reach out to him directly, reminding her that he always looks forward to hearing her call. With a graceful farewell, he calls her his eternal rose before vanishing from sight. Afterward, Professor Jerden begins his 144th experiment, using Sorante's mana combined with fresh blood essence. Given the nature of this experiment, it will take time before any results can be made public. But for now, that waiting feels like a thread of hope that Top G might continue to live. Top G looks at Ronan and remarks that he has changed noticeably since the last time they met. That strange power, the one cutting away the curse inside his body, has become much stronger. He asks Ronan if something happened during his clash with the Blood Hook. Ronan admits a lot went down, though in truth he thinks he just got lucky. He recalls the moment when Balsark told him about a mysterious energy seeping out from the wall. He had gone inside the collapsed wall and discovered an idol of senile. Since it had been hidden away, he figured not even those Bloodhook bastards knew it existed. He wondered if the ruins were part of some long-abandoned shrine. And then, the idol suddenly began to shine with a dazzling light. A surge of green energy from the idol flowed straight into Ronan's hands. Returning to the present, Jerden admits he can't quite explain what happened, but concludes that Ronan is unbelievably fortunate. Thanks to that power's growth, Ronan's mana meridians have expanded as well. They still need refinement, but with this level of progress he could wield mana across a considerable range. Jerden says there's no need to spell it out, Ronan must already feel the difference. Ronan agrees, saying he feels far stronger now than the last time. He wonders aloud if this means he can finally unleash real Sword Kai, and not just some poor imitation of it. 4 days later, in the front city of Marbus at the Ramero Mountains, Ronan arrives, noting that Schlieffen's words were right. A wyvern really must have shown up here. He explains that the reason they came out of nowhere to his own hometown, the Ramero Mountains, was because of unexpected news delivered by Schlieffen. Schlieffen had reported that monsters around the mountains had gone into a frenzy for no apparent reason. He added that they were lucky the chaos hadn't yet reached Nimbatan, Some knights from the Grantia family had been dispatched, but it wasn't enough to ease anyone's worries. He continued by telling Ronan there were even witnesses claiming to have spotted a wyvern flying overhead. He explained that because of their ability to fly and the lethal poison in both fangs and claws, even the top mercenaries feared them. If a whole pack gathered, there would be no guarantee of protecting Ariel. This was Schlieffen's judgment, which is why preparations needed to be made immediately. In the present, Schlieffen mutters angrily that he cannot forgive them for ruining Ariel's carefully planned relocation. He vows that once Ariel is secured, he will wipe out every last monster in the mountains. Ronan tells him to stop talking to himself and instead focus on commanding the knights who were already dispatched. He adds that Assel and he will catch up shortly. Schlieffen asks why they need to split up. Ronan explains that he wants to scout the area, something feels off and it's making him uneasy. He warns Schlieffen not to flirt with her just because he's not around, unless he feels like dying today. Schlieffen snaps back, demanding how Ronan dares to say something so ridiculous to a knight of Grantia. Still, he acknowledges that if Ronan has something to check, then so be it. The longer he hesitates, the greater the risk to Ariel's safety. As a knight, he cannot allow that, so he rides out first. Assel then asks Ronan what exactly is bothering him so much. Ronan explains that monsters who used to be peaceful suddenly went wild, and massive beasts have started appearing. This pattern feels eerily familiar. He recalls that back in Grand Cappadocia of the Vadian Mountains, the exact same situation unfolded caused by those bastards. Assel asks if he suspects the masterminds behind this are also Nebula Glacier. Ronan says it's only a guess for now, but urges them to investigate the area where the real cause lies. He thinks to himself that since bans and restrictions won't work, the only one who can track them through that special mana is him. Meanwhile, in another place, large numbers of monsters and goblins begin to gather. A red-haired man comments that for now, it seems they've subdued all the ground monsters in the region. Sitting on the shoulder of a monster, he laments that if not for Lord Varen's order, he would have already dealt harsh punishment to the unbelievers here. Suddenly, all the monsters start trembling and letting out strange noises. The redhead frowns, wondering why they're acting like they're terrified. He mutters that it makes no sense, they're brainwashed, so they shouldn't even feel fear. Out of the darkness, a menacing beast appears, its eyes glowing. The air is filled with its crushing aura. The redhead stares and begins to lose his composure. His gaze locks on the massive scimitar, and the pitch-black tiger cloaked in shadows that wields it. He cannot comprehend how such a thing could even exist. The beast glares at the redhead with fury, declaring that so this is where he has been hiding. In a flash, the beast appears right before him, seizing his face before he can speak another word. With brutal force, it tears his head clean off his body. The remaining monsters, terrified, attempt to rush the beast, but he slaughters them all in a single sweeping slash of his scimitar. The beast stands tall and declares that the hunt has only just begun. This terrifying tiger is none other than the sword saint Jipater Gung. Meanwhile, Ronan and Assel arrive at a checkpoint. They find it already under control, but the ones occupying it aren't regular soldiers. They are war humans. One of them shouts for everyone to stop, declaring that no one besides authorized personnel may pass through the castle gate today. They're told to either wait or find another route. He states that these orders come directly from the commander of the Imperial Army's elite forces, who has entered the monster conquest. Jipater Gung. Ronan realizes this must be the same Jippa, commander of the Empire's strongest unit, the elite force. He was the one who defeated Instructor Navaroses to become the Empire's strongest swordsman, the Sword Saint Jippa. Assel notes that if the Sword Saint himself is here, the situation must be serious. But Ronan argues that the Empire's most elite unit wouldn't move just because of a few monsters. Which means his hunch was correct. Nebula Glacier must also be behind this incident. He tells Assel to get ready with her telekinesis, because they're slipping past the walls to investigate the nearby forest. He is sure their traces can be found there. Both of them set off at once. Meanwhile, Aqua rides atop wyverns in the sky. She thinks to herself that her connection with her brother on the ground has been cut off, and she worries something might have happened. Even so, she sticks to the plan, continuing to control the wyverns. Fear gnaws at her that if the operation goes wrong, Varen will punish her without mercy. She instructs the wyverns to keep to their route, knowing that straying too far from the plan will only bring more trouble. On the ground, Ronan and Assel prepare themselves. Ronan signals Dollface to begin. She activates her telekinesis and hurls a massive boulder straight at one of the wyverns. Then she shatters the boulder into countless fragments, striking multiple wyverns at once. Aqua stares in shock, unable to believe such a huge boulder could be manipulated like that. She mutters that only the top mage of the Mage Tower could possibly have that kind of power. Just then, Ronan vaults into the sky, appearing before a wyvern. He declares that this beast, soon to be his scapegoat, is the perfect target to test his true sword Kai. His body glows a fierce red as he channels power into his attack. With a single decisive swing, he severs the wyvern's head clean from its body. He admits that the strike turned out far stronger than he expected. The force and range are incomparable to when he fought without channeling mana. Aqua collapses to her knees, crying out in disbelief, asking how something like this could have happened. Ronan lands on her wyvern and says it was obvious. Giants like them can't possibly move around unnoticed in this region. He tells her that he was born and raised in this land, then calls them a bunch of idiot bastards. Aqua furious. Aqua begins to gather her strength, preparing to strike back at him. But before she can make a move, Ronan slices off her arm in one swift motion. He casually apologizes, saying that he's still new to this, and that he was only aiming for her hand. Yet somehow he ended up cutting the whole arm off instead. Aqua lowers her gaze, staring in disbelief at the missing limb, and screams out in agony. Tears stream uncontrollably down her face. Ronan steps closer, telling her that she's just a minor pawn and couldn't possibly be behind such a grand scheme. He presses her, asking if there are more of them hiding somewhere. Aqua sobs that it hurts too much, begging for medical help. Ronan coldly tells her to stop whining, reminding her that countless villages were destroyed by her people, and she dares to cry over this. He demands that she quit the tears and answer directly what they are planning. Leveling his sword at her, Ronan once more demands to know their true intentions. He repeats how entire villages have been ruined because of them, and it angers him to no end that she's only wailing. Terrified, the woman still manages to retort with arrogance. She proclaims that she is the torch chosen to carry the light of the stars, and she will never allow him to stand in the way of her great mission. Ronan is caught off guard when the woman suddenly begins radiating a burning yellow light. Before he can even process what's happening, a wyvern bursts into view, swooping down from the skies. Its claws are razor sharp, and its gaze is fixed directly on its target. Ronan can't see it clearly at first, but he senses the incoming threat and quickly looks back. Tension fills his body while the woman laughs triumphantly. He realizes that the wyvern had been soaring so high above that he never sensed its presence until now, yet he refuses to back down. The woman, full of pride, mocks him, boasting that it's already too late. This wyvern is the strongest one she captured. According to her, it will swallow him whole without effort. But suddenly, the wyvern is split clean in half as something cuts straight through it. The strike is so fast that both Ronan and the woman freeze in shock. As the carcass crashes to the ground in two halves, a shadowy figure is revealed behind it. It is a white tiger clutching a weapon in his hand. The woman groans in frustration, unable to comprehend how this could happen. Then she screams at the tiger, calling him Zephyr, furious that he showed up here. Ronan clenches his teeth, realizing that the figure before him is none other than the sword master. Zephyr notices Ronan standing stunned in front of him. Without hesitation, the beast slashes out, releasing claw-like blades of compressed air. Ronan stares in shock at the deadly blades flying toward them. His nerves spike as the whirling cuts draw closer. But the blades weren't aimed at him. They shred straight through the wyvern's head instead. Ronan is left both terrified and amazed, watching how the Lion King dismantled a wyvern without even drawing a proper weapon. His bare hands alone ripped it apart. The hero can't believe what he just witnessed. Suddenly, an explosion erupts, devastating the area as Zephyr unleashes his power. Now that beast towers above the fallen woman. With one massive paw crushing her beneath him, he lifts Ronan by the throat, raising him high into the air as he chokes. He demands that Ronan tell him who he really is. Zephyr explains that he asks this because Ronan lacks the frenzied, fanatical aura he's used to sensing from zealots, all while the boy gasps and struggles. In defiance, Ronan mocks him by calling him a cat. His anger flares as he swears he'll kill Zephyr for daring to compare him to those filthy fanatics. The fury in his voice is undeniable. With his rage boiling over, he grips his sword tightly and shouts for Zephyr to shut up and take his paw off him. Then, without warning, Ronan swings his blade, but the Lion King evades with ease. Refusing to stop, Ronan launches another strike but stumbles to the ground as Zephyr calmly stands his ground, letting the blow land harmlessly. Ronan groans in frustration, knowing just how overwhelmingly powerful his opponent is. He had already expected the attack would be blocked. But what irritates him most is that Zephyr simply stood there, as if his strike wasn't even worth acknowledging. He knows now that the Lion King didn't snatch the Swordmaster title from Professor Navarro's for nothing, and deep down, he admits he stands no chance of victory. Still, Ronan also knows he can't just sit and wait to be killed. He resolves to attack while there's even the slightest opening. Zephyr notices the burning determination in Ronan's eyes. He acknowledges it, remarking on the warrior spirit shining within him. Ronan is momentarily startled by his words. But then, the Lion King suggests they properly introduce themselves through combat. He takes a step forward. Towering above, he orders Ronan to raise his blade. Confused, Ronan Tiger Eyes hesitates, not sure what to make of it. Zephyr grips his spear from the front dead center. He makes it clear that he's about to unleash a vertical strike. In an instant, the spear thrusts forward at Ronin, daring him to block. Ronin braces himself and deflects the blow. A violent explosion bursts out, shaking the entire battlefield with its shockwave and scattering debris everywhere. The Lion King is impressed, admitting that even though Ronin still lacks raw strength, he managed to withstand the strike perfectly. Zephyr also realizes that Ronin's movements feel strangely familiar. Curious, he asks if Ronin is perhaps one of Navarro's students. Hearing this, Ronin begins to sweat. He admits that he is a student of the Filian Academy, then sarcastically jabs if Zephyr is thinking of applying there. As their weapons clash again, Ronin insists the Academy would never accept someone like him, and more importantly, he himself would never allow a bully who preys on helpless students to set foot in that place. The Lion King scoffs, saying Ronin is just as bold as his teacher must be, but he's certain now that Ronin is lying about Filian Academy. Still, Zephyr apologizes for the rough introduction, saying sometimes a brief duel reveals more than words ever could. As fellow warriors, Ronin should understand. Hearing this, Ronin grins. Then he charges forward without hesitation, declaring that he'll return the greeting properly himself. Yet just as his blade is about to reach the Lion King, two werebeast warriors intervene, one dodging his attack with a sword, while the other clamps down on Ronin's throat. Ver, the hyena werebeast and commander of the 3rd squad under Zephyr, asks if this kid is one of the fanatics. Meanwhile, Betty, the bear werebeast and 2nd squad commander, is convinced he is, and the two prepare to deal with it themselves. Betty seizes Ronin by the neck and slams him down onto the ground. Ronin quickly recovers, regaining his footing. His eyes narrow as he glares at them. Betty charges forward, claws ready to tear him apart, but Ronin slips behind him in the blink of an eye and counters with a thrust of his sword. Betty smirks, praising Ronin for having guts. Yet in the next moment, both warriors find blades aimed at their own throats. A woman steps in, pointing her weapon, and commands them to stop. She is Nemia, the lion werebeast and unit commander. She scolds Betty for attacking without Captain Zephyr's permission, questioning if he has lost his sense. At that moment, the Lion King approaches alongside Ver and tells Betty that the boy is no enemy. He was only returning his greeting. Hearing this, Betty is stunned to realize that the boy actually survived Zephyr's crescent blade strike, the very move no one in their unit has ever escaped. But the shock clears up once Zephyr reveals the truth, that it isn't surprising since Ronin is a student of Navarro's. Betty trembles with fear upon hearing the name, remembering that the monstrous former swordmaster once annihilated their entire unit alone. Immediately, Betty's attitude shifts. He grabs Ronin's hand and apologizes for losing his temper. Then nervously, he begs Ronin not to tell his teacher about this incident. Watching this, Ronin wonders just what Professor Navarro's did to instill such fear in even the mighty bear warrior. Ignoring the tension, Zephyr turns to Nemia, making it clear that their assignment is finished. Nemia confirms, explaining that they have successfully exterminated every monster in the area. Every suspicious figure who might be tied to the fanatics was seized alive. Before Ronin could even piece together their conversation, countless shapes suddenly leapt through the air. Their claws struck the earth with a heavy thud. In an instant, they were standing right before Zephyr and his squad. Tiger eyes blinked in bewilderment, unable to grasp the meaning of this sudden scene. But then the Lion King stepped toward Ronin, formally presenting himself. Zephyr declared that he was the commander of the Empire's Supreme Werebeast Corps, acting under the Emperor's strictest command to root out every hidden member of Nebula Classier lurking inside Imperial lands. By decree, the Emperor had appointed him as the leader of the Nebula Classier Eradication Unit, and his name, Zephyr Torgan, echoed with authority as he revealed it. Ronin could hardly believe his ears. There existed an actual unit devoted to eradicating Nebula Classier. At that very moment, far across another part of the Romero Mountains, the Nimbreton Knights were seen marching along the streets. Onlookers stared in confusion, unable to fathom why knights had suddenly appeared here. Uriel, the elder sister of our boy, was equally unsettled. Yet Schlieffen, knight of the Grandia family and Ronin's ally, stepped forward. He bowed slightly, apologizing for startling her so suddenly. He explained he had been in such haste to assemble the knights that no time remained to send word of their arrival. With dignity, Schlieffen sank to one knee, introducing himself once more. He vowed to assist her in relocating to the imperial capital. As his gaze lingered on her, warmth rose to Schlieffen's cheeks, but he quickly urged that they begin by packing her possessions. Back with Ronin, he stood frozen in place. He still struggled to accept that an actual Nebula Classier eradication unit existed. Lowering his eyes in thought, he recalled that in his previous life, there had been no such force. Perhaps, he reasoned, the Empire decided to take measures after learning of the fanatics he himself had captured. Even so, he never expected Zephyr would be chosen as the leader of such a force. Yet one thing puzzled Ronin. He asked how they planned to track down enemies who concealed their identities so well and remained scattered everywhere. Our boy further remarked that he had heard binding spell interrogations no longer worked. Zifa eyed him curiously, saying Ronan seemed to know far more than expected, and asked whether Navarros had been the one to explain all this. Just as Ronan prepared to reply, a nervous voice suddenly shouted his name. Our boy turned to look. There he saw Assel trembling in terror, for the werebeast Ver had hoisted him up by the scruff of his clothes. Dolphus cried out desperately, pleading for help from our boy. Paying no heed to the whining, Ver reported that he had found this child wandering suspiciously nearby, and dragged him here for questioning. Glaring fiercely, Ver demanded Zypha's permission to execute the boy, tired of his wailing. But poor Cutie continued to insist he had only been searching for his friend, begging Ver not to devour him. Witnessing the scene, the Lion King turned to Ronan and asked if the child truly was his companion. Embarrassed, Ronan admitted that he was. Later that night, Nemia briefed the commander on the cleansing of all suspicious beasts and monsters in the region. She reported that Nebula Classier had been brainwashing monsters to sow chaos, yet such acts were mere diversions. Their real target lay deep within the mountains. Hearing this, Zepha pressed for clarification, asking if Nemia meant the mountain pass of the Romero range. That pass was among the Empire's vital trade arteries, channeling nearly 1/3 of all commerce. Thus, Nebula Classier was almost certainly attempting to cripple one of the Empire's economic lifelines, with consequences nothing short of catastrophic. No wonder those zealots unleashed beasts against the mountain pass. Yet Ronan wondered how they intended to accomplish it. A captured fanatic woman raised her head and asked what he would do. Ignoring her question, he explained that the pass was heavily fortified, far beyond the point where random monster attacks could destroy it. Without hesitation, Ronan pressed his blade against the woman's neck, warning that if they valued survival, they had best reveal everything they were hiding. The woman broke into a nervous sweat, but then a sly smile crept across her lips. She mocked him, asking if he really thought such threats could frighten them, then spat out her contempt by calling him a filthy unbeliever. Suddenly, a radiant light flared, flooding the surroundings. The fanatics pooled their mana into one massive gathering. Chanting together, they confessed their failure to complete their mission, condemning themselves for falling short. Yet they refused to surrender. They begged for every last shred of their souls to lend strength to the fight. They vowed to unleash their power and scorch away anyone who stood in the path of their ideals. As the incantation reached its peak, a blazing fireball formed, glowing brilliantly. It detonated with such ferocity that its blast spread all the way to the forest's edge. Other Nebula zealots felt the tremor carried through the air. They understood instantly that their comrades had sacrificed themselves. And with that realization, they knew ordinary believers alone could no longer stall Zepha's forces. An elder baron lamented the tragic loss of such devoted followers. Yet another member urged him to attempt catching Zepha another day, for restraining him now was nearly impossible. Baron knew that if they delayed, his group would have more time to prepare. But such delays would also endanger the greater mission. Thus he declared that hesitation must end, recognizing this place was not the true mountain center. He placed a detonator onto the ground, resolving to enact their plan here, on the Romero Mountains flank. With zeal, he cried out to strike the infidels with all the fury of their wrath. At his command, a glowing magic circle formed beneath the device. It was a detonator crafted by the genius Alabrige, layered with 30 interwoven spells. Once it drew upon the mana vein, those 30 amplifying spells would ignite and reduce the land to cinders. Baron knew the enemy would surely sense the strange shift in mana nearby, so their sole duty was to guard the device until it finished absorbing. Evan, once captain of the Saren Knights, and Breua, former senior mage of the Green Magic Tower, both pledged to Baron that they would not fail him. Evan then remarked that after this mission, Baron would likely assume the role of branch leader since the formidable Bridja had fallen. He asked whether the old man had already received the blessing. With a chuckle, Baron confirmed he had. Normally, the blessing came only after one's mission succeeded. But because this task demanded shielding themselves from a devastating explosion, the Great Leaf had granted Baron's blessing early. Though his strength could not compare to that of the Great Breggia, with this blessing nothing could harm them. Just as he was about to speak further, a heavy paw slammed down. An explosion erupted without warning. Baron reeled in shock, but before harm could reach his group, he cast a shield around Evan, Breua, and himself to withstand Zepha's sudden assault. The old man gasped in disbelief. How could they have detected the mana disturbance so quickly and hunted them down here? Yet Zepha stood firm, declaring that nothing could shield them from his grasp. He already knew precisely where these pitiful wretches were hiding. He had merely been waiting for them to show their true hand. With a terrifying presence, he told them they were nothing more than prey blinded by arrogance, and he relished seeing how long they could resist his might. 10 minutes before this clash, Zephyr had watched the captured fanatics channeling mana in an attempt to self-destruct. Gripping his spear tighter, he ordered Nemia to stay back with the others, promising he would deal with it himself. But Ronan had already leapt into action. Everyone was caught off guard. Rising high into the air, Ronan surged forward. His blade sliced through, swinging with decisive force. Then he landed squarely back on the ground. The prisoners froze in shock, unable to believe their dying blaze had been extinguished. Suddenly, Ronan's sword flashed. He severed the woman's head clean from behind. The other fanatics met the same fate, their blood spraying as their bodies collapsed lifeless. Our boy looked back with grim satisfaction, glad those troublemakers had been silenced for good. Inwardly, Zephyr was astonished. This was no ordinary feat of power. Watching closely, he realized Ronan had actually cleaved straight through the mana itself. At once, our boy addressed him, insisting that these people were slippery like eels. If left alive, they would return with another vile scheme. And judging from their desperate attempts to conceal everything, he was certain this was not their end. Without a doubt, one of their leaders lingered somewhere nearby. Closing the distance, Ronan asked Zephyr whether he had a method to hunt down the head of Nebula Classier's forces. And if so, Ronan pledged to assist him no matter the cost, vowing that the Lion King would be honored by the Emperor himself. Returning to the present, Baron and his men now confronted the Lion King face to face. The old man trembled, for he had sensed no mana at all until Zephyr struck, which meant the Lion King had not even used mana arts. This devastation was purely physical might. Baron had heard many tales of Swordmaster Sypha, yet the old man realized that this Lion King was far more beastly than he had ever imagined. At that point, Baron turned to his comrades, asking if they were prepared to face the unexpected guest standing before them. Evan and Brewa had already unsheathed their weapons. Stepping boldly ahead, they proclaimed their readiness to sacrifice their very lives in service to their duty. Evan's body radiated with a distinct energy, while Brewa stood behind him, lending magical support. Zephyr observed their synergy, a knight-mage duo, both wielding remarkable mastery. He sighed quietly, wishing he had brought the rest of his unit, for this would have been an ideal trial for them. In the blink of an eye, Evan lunged forward, sword in hand. But of course, the Lion King stopped him effortlessly. Evan wondered aloud whether this too was destiny, an honorable duel against the Empire's strongest swordmaster. As a fellow warrior, he saw it as fortune too great to pass up. With that conviction, he provoked Zephyr, demanding to witness more of his sword arts. He even thought that if he could break Zephyr's blade, he would earn the right to join their cause, babbling on arrogantly. But then his eyes went wide in horror, for instead of Zephyr's weapon shattering, it was his own sword that snapped from a mere punch of the Lion King. As shards clattered to the ground, Evan saw his entire plan shatter alongside them. Zephyr recalled Evan's earlier words about an honorable fight, his tone dark with fury. To him, a fool like this had no right to speak of honor. With a single decisive strike, the warrior beheaded him. His corpse hit the ground with a dull thud. Zephyr spat that Evan was nothing but a disgrace to true warriors. Witnessing this, Brewa knew his turn had come. But before he could muster a mana shield, his body was cleaved cleanly in half. Zephyr even swung a kick toward Baron. Yet the old man had already raised his own barrier, warding off the assault. When Zephyr got a clear look at his face, he realized he recognized it. The coward had been hiding behind weaker pawns all along. Over a decade earlier, in the western village of Arden, over 1,000 innocents perished in a black magic experiment. The perpetrator vanished without a trace. And here he stood, Baron, the villain of Arden, grinning. Baron declared it an honor to be recognized by the mighty swordmaster. He boasted that he had cast off the shame of the past and now served the stars. But Zephyr ignored his nonsense, slashing at the shield until it cracked, declaring that he did not care who Baron pretended to be. His crimes demanded punishment all the same. Baron, however, smirked, activating the spell of the star's blessing. A strange aura enveloped the space around them. Baron sneered, praising how swiftly Zephyr had dispatched his two subordinates, boasting that even his finest warriors couldn't last a second. He admitted that Zephyr's skill was truly outstanding, but insisted that every warrior had a limit. Though Zephyr was formidable, he would not be able to stand against the celestial might bestowed upon Baron. Laughing manically, he mocked Zephyr for being nothing more than a mortal, scurrying beneath the heavens' light. Baron demanded to hear Zephyr's feelings upon encountering the power of the stars. He was curious what words the swordmaster would offer, but Zephyr only called him a fool. Even in these final moments, Baron remained shackled by delusion. As Zephyr advanced, his voice rang cold. Baron was a fool, and for that he would die, another prey blinded by arrogance. Zephyr's spear blazed brilliantly as he swung it with ferocity. Baron scrambled to reinforce his shield. Yet even in that moment, he could not help marveling at the sheer might Zephyr wielded, power beyond imagination. Baron countered with a strike of his own, but the blow was too overwhelming. Even his shield could not withstand it. When the clash subsided, Zephyr's weapon still shone with lethal aura. and he remained entirely unscathed. The old man trembled, startled and anxious at the warrior's strength. This was merely sword aura, nothing more. He begrudgingly admitted to himself that Zepha's might far surpassed most. Yet Baron insisted it was unfortunate for Zepha, for the blessing of the stars was insurmountable even for a swordmaster. As he spoke, he triggered the detonator, challenging Zepha outright. He revealed that the magic bomb was siphoning mana directly from the mountains. He advised Zepha to retreat while he still could. Perhaps if he fled now, he might escape the blast's radius. As for the weak, Baron laughed. They would all turn to ash upon the mountain. Zepha stood firm, realizing the truth that this power allowed them to cancel attacks. He also acknowledged Ronan's earlier warning. These fanatics were nothing but pests, irritating and dangerous, capable of becoming an even greater threat later. So Zepha resolved to end it decisively. A surge of energy coursed from his body as he declared his intent to finish them once and for all. Taking his stance, he cloaked both body and spear in a radiant blue aura, daring the stars' blessing to withstand the strike about to come. Baron felt the crushing pressure, greater than anything before. It was unmistakably Zepha's aura. Still, he laughed at the struggle of a beast trying to defy the heavens. The force of Zepha's aura shifted the very debris, yet Baron taunted him to give it his all. Zepha ignored the jibes. His eyes burned with focus, his expression revealing the immense power he was about to unleash. His aura surged to the brink, shaking the entire mountain. But then a voice shouted at him, scolding and demanding if he had lost his senses. It was Ronan. He barked that enough was enough. If Zepha continued, he would detonate the whole mountain before the bomb even exploded. Our boy reminded the Lion King of their actual purpose here. At once, Zepha pulled back, realizing Ronan had finally arrived. Though slower than he appeared, our boy retorted that he'd never once been called slow by anyone, pointing out it was Zepha's own unnatural speed. He advised the warrior to step aside for now, since he had already seen the stars' blessing. Ronan acknowledged Zepha's strength, but stressed that even he could not hold off Baron at this stage. He pressed the point, making Zepha recognize the gravity of the situation. When the Lion King admitted Ronan might indeed be more suited to handle Baron, he froze for a moment, bewildered that a swordmaster like himself was tolerating such audacity from a boy. What made this kid so special? Meanwhile, our boy strode forward. Drawing his sword from its sheath, he told Baron that he should thank him. Because the old man had been so loud, Ronan had heard every last detail. Now all that remained was to kill this noisy fool and disable the magic bomb. Then it would all be over. With a sly grin, Ronan taunted him. Was he truly the leader? Because from the look of that so-called blessing, he seemed more like a background lackey. He wasn't even half as formidable as Bridja, whom Ronan had already cut down. At the mention of Bridja's name, Baron faltered, stammering. Demanding to know how the boy knew her, he confessed he believed Lord Bridja had fallen to Sorrente. When it dawned that Ronan had been the one to kill her, his eyes flew open in shock. Groaning in fury, Baron's rage doubled. He could not stomach that this brat had sullied Bridja's honor with such vile words. Consumed by wrath, he summoned writhing tentacles from his back, swearing to tear Ronan apart. Seething, he proclaimed that Bridja had been a treasured believer, an honorable warrior who rose to branch leader through sheer will, strength, and merit. She embodied nobility, and now he could not accept that a nobody like Ronan, with such pitiful mana, had even left a scratch upon her. His fury twisted the tentacles into snake-like monsters, sprouting eyes and fangs. He screamed that he had heard enough of Ronan's filthy lies. For a heretic to even know Bridja's name meant he had witnessed her end. The serpent-like horrors hissed above Ronan, roaring as Baron demanded the truth of what happened that day. At this point, all he craved was an answer. With a bloody glare, Tiger Eyes smirked, declaring that if the old man wanted the truth so badly, he would show him. Ronan moved with such speed that even his shadow was invisible. In the next breath, he stood before Baron. Having bypassed those grotesque snakes with ease, he left the old man stunned, realizing this boy had not been bluffing. In disbelief, Baron muttered that perhaps Ronan was even worthy of becoming his subordinate. Yet he refused to believe Bridja had fallen to someone of Ronan's level. Even if he had startled her, surely she would never have succumbed. Baron began to sneer that Ronan wouldn't survive the star's blessing, but before he finished, his head was cleaved cleanly away. The man who had relied so blindly on that blessing now bled out undone. His lifeless eyes remained wide open as his body crumpled to the earth. Ronan's swift blade had torn through him with brutal precision. Striding toward the bomb, Ronan deactivated it while scoffing at Baron's severed head, remarking how that noisy Bridja had ranted the same way and had met the same end. Staring coldly into the old man's lifeless eyes, Tiger Eyes sneered. He asked if that had been enough to sate his curiosity. Even in death, Baron's head still registered thought. Unable to comprehend how a mere boy's blade could pierce the stars' blessing and cut him down. He realized too late that this child's power transcended natural law. It reminded him faintly of their supreme leader. He wondered who Ronan truly was, but before the thought could solidify, Tiger Eyes slashed his head apart once more, silencing him forever. Stepping closer, Zifa asked Ronan if he had slain the old wretch. Without hesitation, Tiger Eyes replied that he hadn't wanted to leave behind any loose ends. He already knows what damage the regular followers have caused, and he dares not picture the level of calamity one of their leaders could unleash. With their recent movements growing bolder, caution is required for the time being. Zephyr considers this a sound decision, as chasing their objective blindly could prove reckless. Still, he feels bitter over missing the opportunity to truly cross blades with the one blessed by the stars. He believes another clash might have revealed some vital clue, but Ronan dismisses that notion, warning such a fight might have resulted in their homeland being blown apart entirely. Ronan reminds him of the havoc Zephyr inflicted upon the forest with nothing more than the release of his sword aura. If his full strength had been unleashed, the devastation would have escalated beyond measure. And witnessing that truth, Zephyr sheathes his blade, offering his gratitude to Ronan for wrapping things up swiftly. At the same moment, he resolves to hold back his questions regarding the star's blessing for another time. He also turns to Tiger Eyes, promising his support if the warrior ever requires it. Tiger Eyes is baffled by this sudden remark, his expression betraying his confusion. Zephyr clarifies that the Emperor has promised rewards to anyone who aids in cutting down Nebula Ecclesia's members. Thus, Tiger Eyes need only tell him what he desires, and within the Imperial Treasury and his personal authority, Zephyr will see it granted. Hearing this, Tiger Eyes beams with delight, the timing proving ideal since he is in need of formidable allies like Sifa. For very soon, he will be charged with escorting a most crucial figure to the imperial capital. In fact, the most important person in existence. Unbeknownst to him, another significant figure is already being escorted toward the imperial capital by Schlieffen. It is late at night, and one knight remarks how surprisingly calm and still the surroundings are. Yet another explains the reason. It is thanks to young Master Schlieffen's preparations. Initially, they thought this would be a monster subjugation mission. Their curiosity turns toward the mysterious lady in the carriage, for only a noblewoman of great standing would warrant such an escort by the knights of the Grancia family. They cannot identify her, but one certainty remains. She clearly holds immense significance to Schlieffen. Schlieffen rides beside the carriage window, cheeks tinted red. He clears his throat then, tells Iriel that if she feels even the slightest discomfort in the carriage, he will find an alternative immediately. But Iriel reassures him she is perfectly fine, even claiming the carriage feels cozier than her own residence. Instead, she voices her concern for Schlieffen, as he must surely be exhausted from a full day of horseback travel. She even invites him to ride inside the carriage with her, the instant the words reach his ears. His eyes widen and a nervous laugh escapes him, brimming with joy. Yet he quickly composes himself, insisting he cannot accept because he is tasked with an important mission. Content that Iriel has no complaints, he assures her again to speak up should she ever need to rest. Their brief exchange is suddenly cut short when the horses sense danger, panicking and thrashing wildly. Schlieffen immediately heightens his vigilance, realizing a threat is drawing near. He can feel its presence approaching, and it carries an overwhelming surge of energy along with it. Gripped by the sense of peril, Schlieffen orders his men to ready for combat. His command is clear: protect Iriel above all else. The knights unsheathe their blades at once. Schlieffen, meanwhile, is terrified for Iriel's safety, recognizing that the power before them surpasses even a wyvern's might. The sensation is akin to a colossal tide of energy crashing down on them. Schlieffen cannot help but wonder what manner of being could possess such force. Even knowing death may await, he charges forward, sword in hand. But his opponent launches the first strike. The impact is so immense that the earth itself fractures, yet Schlieffen withstands it through sheer resolve. The figure before him scoffs, admitting the day is full of surprises, for the rumors about Schlieffen hardly did him justice. That figure is revealed as Zephyr. Smirking, he praises Schlieffen's defense, declaring that if humanity produces the next Swordmaster, it will surely be either Schlieffen or Ronan. Even as his blade strains, Schlieffen recognizes the warrior before him is Zephyr. Zephyr assures him there is no need to panic, explaining this was merely his way of greeting him. Being a warrior, he believes a single clash of steel can reveal more than countless words. But then, a sharp voice interrupts, ordering him to stop and save such greetings for the northern lands he hails from. It is Ronan, perched upon Zephyr's back. The familiar sound leaves Schlieffen momentarily stunned. Tiger Eyes dismounts from Sifa and warmly greets Schlieffen, commending his efforts and affirming that reinforcements have arrived. He gestures toward the incoming company, assuring Schlieffen not to worry with such powerful allies on their side. It is none other than Zephyr's full unit. The knights instantly recognize them. Schlieffen can only stand in shock. Ronan then presses him, asking whether he successfully escorted his sister without trouble. By the following day, they reach the imperial capital Valen. Before them stands a magnificent white mansion. Uriel is awestruck, struggling to believe she will truly reside in such a heavenly place. Ronan assures her it is their home, and with Filion nearby, they can visit each other freely. Schlieffen explains that the furnishings were commissioned from master artisans who frequently work with his family, sparing no expense to prepare her chambers, though he worries whether it suits her taste. Overcome with emotion, Uriel clasps his hands, proclaiming her love for it. Brimming with excitement, she refuses to let such a day pass uncelebrated. She insists on cooking a meal herself and staying for a while. Ronan welcomes the idea happily, while Schlieffen is left stunned at the thought of dining together with Uriel. But suddenly, something in the front draws their attention. A chilling voice echoes from the yard, directed at Zepha. It scorns him as a two-legged beast and demands to know his purpose here. Both Ronan and Schlieffen turn, barely believing their ears. From the balcony, they see the figure clearly. Navarose stands face-to-face with Zepha. The two warriors confront one another head-on. Zepha greets her, remarking that her fiery temper has not faded in the slightest. He even questions whether such a temperament is fit for teaching students. With eyes blazing, Navarose challenges him, demanding if he dares criticize her teaching. She mocks him again, calling him a two-legged beast and ordering him to leave, for he has no business here. Zepha scoffs, noting that her tongue is as sharp as her sword. He asks if she is ready to face the consequences of her words, throwing down a challenge. He reminds her of the day she lost the Swordmaster title to him, asking if she has reflected on that defeat. The silence that follows is tense and suffocating. Her hand grips the hilt, ready to draw. She declares that if he craves it so badly, she will gladly grant his wish. Shock ripples through the werebeasts, their bodies seized by a strange force. Immobilized, not a muscle will move. Paralyzed in fear, they wonder if what they are witnessing is truly what they think it is. Navarose's ferocity burns as she invokes the serpent strike technique. A serpent manifests, its menacing gaze sweeping across all present. Zepha notes in his mind that she has not even unleashed her full strength, yet his own body stiffens under her power. At the same time, he senses she has grown stronger. Gripping his blade, Zepha remarks that this snake woman never ceases to amuse him. And if it is battle she seeks, he is more than willing to grant it. His aura surges forth, oppressive and fearsome. A radiant beam of power strikes the ground's center. Just then, Ronan appears on the balcony railing. He bellows at the pair, demanding to know what nonsense they are pulling in his front yard. He is ready to leap at them, but his sister restrains him. Shouting furiously, he demands if they understand whose house they stand in, warning that if even a single hair on his sister's head is harmed, they are as good as dead. Pushing forward, he forces the tension to subside as he stands before them. The impatient tapping of his foot betrays his irritation. His scornful gaze rebukes the two swordmasters, comparing them to unruly children, and asks if they realize what catastrophe their scuffle nearly caused. He coldly questions whether they have any concept of shame. After a brief pause, Zepha concedes he allowed himself to get carried away. He admits to acting foolishly, provoked by nothing more than a snakewoman's taunts, and apologizes, while Navarose glares with contempt. Zepha then states that with Ronan's sister safe in her home, it is time for him and his companions to depart. He looks forward to testing how much further his strength has grown the next time they meet. Before vanishing, he bids them farewell. The moment they are gone, Ronan exhales in relief, finally able to breathe, vowing never to tangle with a swordmaster if he can avoid it. As calm settles, his attention shifts back to Navarose, and he pointedly asks why she has appeared so early in the morning. Instantly, Navarose's aura flares with rage, as she demands Tiger Eyes explain the situation. A bead of sweat slides down his temple. He knows he is in serious trouble. Moments later, at the dining table, Navarose learns the entire truth. She comes to understand that, as compensation for his feats in Romra, that beast aided in escorting his sister to the capital. Navarose is also well aware that the mighty beast actually took a liking to Ronan, which is almost unheard of, since he rarely ever extends such favors to humans. Nevertheless, she warns him to keep his distance from now on, insisting the creature is far too dangerous. This leaves Ronan perplexed, pressing her to explain what she truly means. Navarose then recounts that a decade ago, the North was ravaged by a colossal werbeast assault known as the Night of Fangs, and at its head stood Zepha. Although the war eventually came to a close through negotiation and circumstance, with the werbeasts absorbed into the Imperial forces and Zepha now fighting in the Empire's name, Navarose confesses she still harbors no trust in him. Back then, Sifa resisted the Empire until the bitter end, ultimately offering himself as leverage in the peace talks. He promised that he and his warriors would swear fealty to the Empire, provided the northern lands remained untouched. Impressed by his strength, the Emperor agreed, but only under the condition that Zepha bind himself with a blood covenant. The people of the Empire rejoiced at gaining such a powerful ally. Yet Navarose remains convinced that Zepha has simply concealed his claws for the time being, biding his time for the sake of his own kind. If he ever chooses to break that covenant, he could very well become an even greater menace than Nebula Ecclesia itself. And that, in truth, is the kind of being Zephyr Torgan is. Ronan is caught off guard by this revelation, lost in thought. He recalls not seeing Zephyr during the war against Ahute. Like many of the Empire's elite, perhaps he had already fallen to Nebula Ecclesia. Still, Ronan cannot dismiss the possibility of other explanations. Shifting the subject, Navarose informs Tiger Eyes that this was not the true reason for her visit. Rather, she came to confirm whether he had indeed learned to summon his aura at will. Ronan smirks, confidently affirming that he has. Navarose beams with pride, even sparing some praise for Jard, admitting that at last he did something worthwhile. Rising to her feet, she commands Ronan to follow her, declaring it is time for their lessons to begin immediately. Standing before the training dummies, Navarose orders him to demonstrate how much progress he has made. Unsheathing his blade, Ronan assumes a battle-ready stance. Meanwhile, Schlieffen is busy savoring the meal Iriel prepared for Tiger Eyes and himself. Back at the training ground, Navarose explains the trial is simple. He must reveal his sword aura. Yet brute strength alone will not suffice for this test. The essence of sword aura must stem primarily from mana itself. Ronan assures her he already understands this. A crimson aura envelops both his body and blade as he steadies his stance. With a swing, he launches his strike toward the dummies. His sword releases a slash of air, flying swiftly toward its targets. But the dummies remain unscathed. Stunned, Ronan freezes, unable to fathom where the force of his strike vanished. Only days earlier, he clearly felt his mana flying off his sword. Determined, he moves to try again. Yet Navarose halts him, stating this is precisely what she expected. She acknowledges that infusing his sword with mana is an impressive step, but stresses that it still falls short of a true sword aura. She clarifies that he merely added a trace of mana to his already formidable strikes. Even so, she admits that alone grants him significant power. Otherwise, it would be difficult to believe a first-year could slay a wyvern with such ease. Ronan is confused, asking if there is really a difference, since to him it feels like simply amplifying his strength with mana. Navarose nods knowingly, having anticipated this thought. She explains that he treats sword aura as nothing more than condensed mana bursts meant for extra damage. But sword aura is far more profound. If he confines his understanding to raw damage alone, his perception of it will remain shallow. At its core, mana's true potential lies in guiding one to higher realms of mastery. That is why Navarose once asked Ronan what sword truly meant to him. She seeks to gauge his grasp of mana in order to shape his path. She admits that her words may not make complete sense to him now, but fate will not always favor them, and someday this distinction might well be the key to his survival. Ronan flinches at her warning. He knows full well that those he faced recently outclass him in strength. Yet Navarose rests a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him that he has a long journey ahead. Along that road he will learn what he must, and she is here to guide him. As she passes by, she seizes the Lamantia, stressing the importance of mastering the basics first. Ronan quickly notices she has taken his Lamantia and demands to know why. Her hand and the weapon both begin to glow. The light is so intense that Ronan struggles to keep his eyes open. Ignoring his discomfort, Navarose instructs him to watch closely and witness the blade's true potential. Ronan's eyes widen in astonishment as he sees the Lamantia glowing with vivid, fiery waves, the way it is truly meant to shine in combat. Navarose explains that she awakened part of the weapon's latent power by channeling her mana into it. She elaborates that masterpieces like her Ursa or Duke Grancia's Palarad, forged by master artisans, keep their strength sealed away. Once that hidden power is revealed, such weapons become immeasurably stronger and deadlier. With a swing, she demonstrates. The sheer destruction left behind proves just how lethal it becomes. She admits she once thought Diatram exaggerated when he called this blade his masterpiece, but after using it, she sees he spoke nothing but truth. Ronan stands in disbelief at the devastation his own sword wrought upon the training grounds. The field lies ruined despite being reinforced with mana. He groans in frustration, recalling how the sword did nothing when he tried infusing his mana. Returning the weapon to him, Navarose explains it is only because his mana is too weak for Lamantia to resonate. A sword, after all, knows the limits of its master. Ronan scowls, feeling as though the explanation is more of an insult. Still, it gives him clarity on what his next objective must be. He steps forward and asks his master where he should begin, for he intends to prove himself and show everyone who his master truly is. Seeing his fiery resolve, Navarose smiles. This is precisely the spirit she was waiting for. Thus, they commence training to bolster his mana endurance, his greatest weakness. Sword in hand, Ronan trembles after just 48 seconds, unable to hold out longer. By the third day, he manages to endure for a full minute and 32 seconds, though the struggle is still evident. Over time, however, he gradually withstands the flow with calm and control, improving steadily. Eventually, he lasts 13 minutes, far surpassing his original goal, a feat most people require years to reach. While he endures, Navarro's orders from behind that he attempt to activate his sword aura in that state, reminding him of what must be done. His blade glows crimson. He executes a swift slash, keeping the sword leveled forward. Then he slides it back into its sheath, his eyes fixed on the row of dummies ahead. His gaze even settles on the one positioned furthest back on the grounds. With a single strike, he cleaves most of the dummies clean in half. Flashing a proud grin, Ronan looks back at Navarro's, declaring he learned from the best. One of the severed heads rolls to Navarro's feet. She praises him, asking if he now understands why the training was necessary. Examining his hands, Ronan admits he truly felt it during practice. The focus required to sustain his mana heightened all his senses. And beyond that, it revealed the boundless potential of mana within his body. Watching him, Navarro's realizes he has finally grasped the fundamentals of mana. At that moment, a voice intrudes, teasing her for still tormenting students after hours. It is Jerden. Approaching, he apologizes for the interruption, but he explains he carries urgent news concerning her treasured student. Ronan is startled, wondering why Professor Jerden has appeared here, eyeing him closely. He notices the man looks healthier and sharper than ever. Navarro steps up to Jard, confirming if this is about her student's mana. Jerden explains that because of Ronan's abnormal constitution, he must undergo routine checks. Navarro narrows her eyes, suspecting this is merely an excuse for Jard to exploit the boy again. Without hesitation, she grips her weapon. Jerden quickly retreats, nervous, but insists she is mistaken. They are no longer mercenaries, and he is here only to keep his word, not to take advantage. He continues, explaining that thanks to Ronan, Sunya, who had shown no progress in ages, has finally begun to show signs of hope. At this, Navarro instantly asks if Sunya has awakened. Jerden admits not yet, but says there is progress, urging her to visit the girl when she can. She had always been fond of hearing the tales surrounding Navarro's many exploits. Yet Jerden points out that what truly matters now is not Ronan himself, but Navarro's assistant. He is referring to Addison. Top G remarks that, upon the hero's request, he has been investigating Addison as of late, though it is still far too early to reach any firm judgment. However, if Navarro's suspicions are correct, Addison could be facing a lethal threat, since her abilities are so overwhelming that even she might not be able to restrain them. Top G speculates that perhaps Navarro's has already recognized the peril of such power, and that is the very reason she has been keeping Addison close. Jerden attempts to explain how that very girl could place everyone in danger, his voice growing heavy as he lays out the concern. Navarro clenches her fists in anger, demanding that Top G hold his tongue, because her assistant is far stronger than he assumes. She sternly warns him never to presume to decide her assistant's fate without even understanding who she truly is. Hearing her fury, Jerden turns pale, struck speechless by her words. At last, he can only leave the decision entirely in her hands. Moments later, the practice dummies stand headless, cut down without mercy. Ronan and Top G watch Navarro's, noting the fierce anger blazing in her expression. Then the hero shifts the subject, asking Jerden about the mercenaries from earlier, where he and Navarro's once mercenaries themselves. With a long sigh, Top G admits that more than a dozen years ago, there was scarcely a soul in the South who hadn't heard of them. It was far from a pleasant time, but it was when Navarro's and he first crossed paths. In truth, Jerden and Navarro's had originally been rivals, hired with the sole purpose of eliminating each other. The memory of that day still lingers vividly in Top G's mind, as if it happened only yesterday. Navarro's had been nothing short of death incarnate. The way she loomed over him filled him with a terror that words could not properly capture. Though he is now grateful to be alive and jokingly calls himself more human for it, Ronan struggles to believe that this was the so-called improved Navarro's. Ignoring Ronan's aside, Jerden recalls how he was utterly defeated by Navarro's, brought to the brink of death itself. If not for the chance presence of Sunya in that region, he would not be standing alive before Ronan today. Sunya had found him, rescued him, nursed him back to health, and eventually they fell in love and married, despite their occasional quarrels as any couple would have. Even Navarro's eventually managed to get along with him. Jerden admits this would never have happened without Sunya's radiant and pure nature, and he confesses it is his own failing that caused Navarro's bitterness toward him. Navarro's had been furious and disappointed that Jerden was too weak to protect Sunya and foolishly clung to her despite his helplessness. When it seemed hopeless to save her, Navarro's still kept the secret to herself and never let it slip to anyone. Thanks largely to Navarro's help, he has been able to continue Sunya's treatment. This is why he holds on to the belief that if he can cure Sunya, perhaps Navarro's will one day open her heart to him again, for beneath her hardened exterior Liza, kind and compassionate soul. The next day, within the Hall of Truth, inside the Department of Magic's main building. Deep within the black magic territory, capsules containing grim specimens line the room. At the sight, Ronan mutters that he never thought any place could feel bleaker than the professor's laboratory. He asks Jerden if it is truly safe to be there, and Top G instructs both him and Addison to ignore the oppressive atmosphere, as the powerful machine they require is located only here. The device can only function within this chamber. Known as the Mana Extractor, it is a formidable magical tool capable of drawing mana directly from living beings. Glancing at Addison, Top G explains that countless people would surrender everything for a chance to use such a machine, since it offers clarity to those struggling to grasp their own mana. Gesturing toward the glowing magic circle, he directs the Iron Lady to step upon it and confront the hidden depths of her power. But before they begin, Jerden asks Addison if she truly understands what lies ahead. Nervous yet determined, she nods, once Top G receives her signal. He lays his hand upon the Mana Extractor. Suddenly, the Iron Rose panics as a dark, shadowy energy begins to surge out from her body. The black energy races into the capsules scattered throughout the laboratory. The creatures trapped inside begin to stir, emitting unsettling groans. Ronan is left stunned, realizing that the Iron Lady already wields influence over them. This revelation makes the hero recall how, in his previous life, Grand Marshal Addison had become unstoppable. This must be the origin of the terrifying power that made her both the most feared and the strongest warrior in the Empire's history. Jerden questions Addison about her mana, though even she admits she does not understand its strange color. Top G, however, recognizes it instantly. This is Shadow Mana. Addison recalls at the name, recalling how Ronan once spoke of it, though Jerden reassures her that her confusion is natural, since Shadow Mana is shrouded in secrecy and scarcely known to the world. Troubled, Jerden turns to Ronan, asking how he knows of such mana, but the hero pointedly avoids the question. Top G proceeds to explain that Shadow Mana may lie dormant in a body for years, or even centuries, before awakening, and once unleashed, its power often leads to the death of its host. Jerden is aware that Addison herself can already sense this unnatural difference, for it blatantly defies the laws of nature. Worse still, once awakened, the mana may trigger a berserk state at any moment, impossible to predict or restrain. And inevitably, that frenzy brings devastation in its wake. When the mana is spent, it even consumes the very body that bore it. After laying out the grim truth, Jerden asks Addison whether she truly wishes to hold on to such a power. If so, he could place a restriction upon it to suppress its activation, or attempt to remove the Shadow Mana altogether. Thus she must choose wisely, for this power is both blessing and curse. Even those who tried mastering it seldom met with good ends. With a solemn expression, Jerden demands to know if the Iron Lady is prepared to shoulder the double-edged sword of Shadow Mana and face the consequences it brings. The weight of the question leaves Addison shaken and afraid. Jerden advises her to reflect carefully before reaching her decision. Though troubled, Addison recalls the moments shared with those who believed in her and the burning desire she holds to become Grand Marshal. She admits openly to Top G that she is afraid, yet she also remembers the words of encouragement someone once gave her. She is thinking of Ronan, who told her not to fear but to give her best. Now is not the time to turn away from risk, and so she embraces the consequences of this power. With pride, Jerden praises the Iron Rose, declaring that he expected nothing less from Navarrose's assistant, since she has reached her resolve. Top G announces that they shall begin at once. He grips the Mana Extractor, channeling power into it as streams of blue energy flow into the sphere. Addison's entire body begins to glow with a crimson light. A condensed orb of red-hued energy forms within the structure. Alarmed, she looks to the professor and asks about this strange familiarity, and Jerden explains that it is the mana being drawn out, the mana she has painstakingly gathered until now. Before fully explaining, he first asks her about her past struggles. Was it true she always felt talentless with mana, that no matter how much she tried, she could never advance? Stunned, the Iron Lady demands to know how Jerden could possibly know this. But to him it is obvious. As he said before, Shadow Mana violates natural law, and such power cannot remain buried for long. The Shadow Mana has been in constant conflict with the mana she collected, holding her back at every step. Yet the fact that she still managed to accumulate so much is nothing short of astonishing to Jerden. He acknowledges her perseverance, but urges her to let go of her old self. His statement leaves her baffled. Jerden clarifies, if the clash between the two types of mana is the problem, then the answer is to discard the ordinary mana. That way, only the Shadow Mana will remain within her. Casting a glance at Ronan, Jerden remarks that the two of them make an uncanny pair. One struggles endlessly to acquire mana, while the other is forced to abandon it. Ronan shifts uneasily, recognizing too much of himself in the situation. He guesses that it would take another 5 years to fully resolve, prompting Jerden to praise his sharp insight. For once mana roots itself in a body, erasing it is exceedingly difficult. The extractor only creates the illusion of removal. Once deactivated, the mana will return. Curious, Ronan asks about the side effects of purging the mana all at once. Top G admits he does not know, except that the mana would vanish from the host entirely. Before he can press the hero for why he asked, Ronan abruptly slices through the orb of red mana hovering before Adishan. Both Top G and Adishan stare in shock. Ronan calmly declares that Adishan's mana is gone. He acted because waiting another 5 years was impossible. There is far too much ahead of them. Without warning, a surge of shadow mana bursts violently from Adishan. The energy engulfs her completely. Gazing at her, Ronan cannot help but address her as Grand Marshal. Moments later, her vision blurs, and when the haze clears, she finds herself lying in the hero's lap. Disoriented, Adishan stirs awake, yet her attention is quickly stolen by the experimental subjects within the capsules, who roar and snarl with growing ferocity. A gentle smile crosses Ronan's face as he tells the Iron Rose that it is her doing. Sensing her confusion, Jerden explains, when her old mana was erased, the restraint broke and a sudden surge of shadow mana erupted within her. The uproar around them is the result of that violent release. With a teasing grin, the hero congratulates her, saying he never imagined she would awaken shadow mana, but here they are and fate has spoken. Along with it, a new core of energy has been planted deep within her heart, a pure nucleus of shadow mana. It is a force she must now dedicate herself to mastering. Still seated on the ground, Adishan murmurs that she can feel it vividly, like a cold stone lodged in her chest. Jerden reassures her that this sensation is only the temporary side effect of purging her old mana and overcharging the shadow mana. Soon, it will shrink down to something no larger than a grain of sand. Top G vows to examine what new abilities she has acquired, but first declares his intent to silence the restless test subjects. Ronan intervenes, suggesting instead that Adishan be the one to do it. He casts a steady glance at the Iron Lady, urging her to command the creatures to quiet down. Puzzled, she hesitantly gives the order for them to be silent. Instantly, all the test subjects collapse into slumber as though they had never stirred at all. The result is both astounding and unnerving. It appears almost identical to a mind control technique. Normally, even the simplest form of brainwashing requires vast reserves of mana and specialized artifacts, so Jerden is left awestruck that Adishan achieved it so effortlessly. He begins to suspect they may have unleashed a power even deadlier than anticipated. For the Grand Marshal's newly awakened ability is nothing less than mind control, a gift that allows her to impose her will upon other living beings. If mind control merely altered perceptions, it would only serve as a faster method of giving orders. But if applied to a small military unit, it could reduce soldiers into puppets who march to their deaths without hesitation. And in the case of the Grand Marshal, she never once faltered in wielding that fearsome ability. In her past life during the war against Ahud, Adishan had stood upon the battlefield, and Ronan had watched her closely. With doubt in his voice, he asked if this truly was the only path left to them. But without an ounce of guilt, she explained that there was no other way to ensure victory. They had to remain sharp and unwavering until the final battle was fought, because that alone was the reason the two of them still drew breath. Thus it was destiny itself that forged Adishan into the Iron Lady of her previous life. Ronan clenches his fist as he looks at the present Adishan, a troubling thought gnawing at him. If history repeats itself, how will he protect her then? And even more pressing, what choice will the Grand Marshal make when that moment comes again? After departing the laboratory, Adishan and Ronan walk side by side. The hero strides ahead without turning, his spirits high. Not only has she unlocked a whole new power, but Jerden has even permitted her to practice wielding it. When the Iron Lady offers no reply, Ronan turns back and asks how she feels now that she is one step closer to her dream of becoming Grand Marshal. But her face is troubled, for black energy continues to seep uncontrollably from her hand, and the force only seems to be intensifying. Adishan worries aloud that she may harm others with it. She even asks Ronan whether it is truly wise to use something so dangerous. At first, she had been thrilled to gain new abilities, feeling closer than ever to her dream. But now, confronted with this darkness, she is terrified. Her dream of helping others blinded her to the peril it carried. She fears aloud that she might one day become someone who sacrifices innocents without hesitation, manipulating them like puppets. She trembles at the thought of death and worse, becoming a monster who would do anything to claim victory. Hearing her confession, Ronan realizes the Iron Rose already understands the double-edged nature of her newfound power. In his past life, Grand Marshal Adishan had saved countless lives through flawless strategies, shining as the guiding light that led them forward. But her brilliance carried a darker truth. Many soldiers perished because of her merciless use of mind control. Ronan's reflection is cut short when Addison pleads with him to stop her if she ever becomes like that. Smiling gently, she insists she can endure anything so long as he stays by her side. Ronan chuckles and agrees, though only under one condition. She must promise never to resent him, because if stopping her requires shoving her off a cliff, he will not hesitate. Startled, Addison stiffens at his words. From that day onward, life at Filion enters a rare stretch of peace. Under Professor Jerdon's supervision, she begins her shadow mana training. At first, she struggled to immobilize even a single bird, but soon she advanced to controlling 5 at once, and before long she would begin practice with larger beasts. As always, Bahram continues his grueling solo training. Meanwhile, Ronan seldom crosses paths with Ophelia during the day, for she has taken to teaching Sita the blood demon technique. During training, Ophelia beams with pride as Sita flawlessly executes his first blood shots. Sita learns quickly, and his progress brings her joy. She eagerly devises new drills for him, perhaps overly enthusiastic, but at least he is benefiting from her guidance. As for Ronan, he too enjoys a period of calm, sparring often with his friend. The two exchange mockery as they duel, each striving to prove themselves superior. From a distance, Maria and Assel watch in exasperation, wondering how long the two will keep this up. It has already been hours. Senpai grumbles, wishing they would channel that energy into slaying monsters instead. Still, she secretly delights in watching Ronan's charisma shine. Turning to Pretty Boy, she teasingly calls him a cutie and asks if she's wrong. Flustered, Assel blushes and admits she is right. Seeing his discomfort, Maria clasps his shoulder, assuring him he will always be her favorite. Then the two depart for their own training, with Senpai declaring she will defeat Ronan next time they spar. Not long after, Professor Baron Panichir, the supervisor of the Extra Special Adventure Club, summons the hero to his office. Confused, Ronan sits down with a cup of tea, realizing his prediction was correct. Even the aroma alone feels invigorating, reminding him of the Temple of Sorante. He recalls how Baron once swore he would not waste even a single leaf until he successfully cultivated the herb. Laughing heartily, Baron confirms his success and thanks Ronan for making it possible. After Ronan's expedition to the Vidian Mountains, he had graciously shared the gift he received from Sorante with Baron. Without it, Baron would never have known how to use the herb or where to find it. It was no easy feat. But through determination, Baron managed to cultivate the plant. His greatest joy now lies in helping many people with it. Ronan acknowledges that Baron has had to cover for the countless troubles their club caused during every adventure, and he feels it only right to repay that debt. So he hopes this contribution balances the scales, though Baron still warns him to steer clear of trouble. Then Baron reveals that a long-awaited reply has finally arrived. He reminds Ronan about the place he wished to visit to uncover more about his curse. The Tower of Dawn, his request to enter has been granted. Taking the approval scroll from Baron, Ronan smiles broadly, for he has longed to step inside that tower. Yet Baron cautions him not to lose focus, as the world has grown more dangerous after recent tragedies. He also informs Ronan that he will not be going alone, since Baron has been planning to send the magic department's finest students on a field trip, and this presents the perfect chance. One of Ronan's classmates will be joining him as well. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a girl doodles her own name entwined with Addison S in her notebook, a heart drawn at the center. She giggles quietly, lost in her daydream. Sometime later, the flying ship bound for the Tower of Dawn, the West Wing, lifts into the sky. Our Sabbat, also called Irie, the same girl who had been scribbling in her notebook, sips her tea. At that moment, Ronan approaches to greet her. He is pleased to see Elizabeth after so long, playfully asking if he may call her Irie. But she bristles, insisting that only Addison is allowed to use that nickname. Irritated, she demands to know why the hero is here at all. Ronan finds the question ridiculous. After all, everyone aboard is headed to the same destination. He explains he has business at the Tower of Dawn. Nosily, Elizabeth presses him about what business a martial arts department student could possibly have there, remarking it would make far more sense if Assel were with him instead. Ronan knows the princess is aware of the peculiar circumstances surrounding him, and he had indeed hoped to bring Assel along. But his friend refused, choosing instead to train with Maria. Spotting Elizabeth sitting alone, Ronan wonders where the other first-years are. Baron had said magic department students would be aboard as well. With a scoff, Elizabeth snaps that he need not bother asking. She explains that the Tower of Dawn is engulfed in magical fire, and only the top 10 students in applied fire magic earn permission to visit. Yet she is a special case, being the department's highest-ranking student. At first, she never dreamed she would have such an opportunity. So she chose to enjoy some solitude. It is obvious she has no friends, and that is why she sits alone. Ronan offers to keep her company until they arrive, admitting he too is alone and feels generous. The princess flushes red with embarrassment, unwilling to accept his pity. As the atmosphere eases, their talk continues. Elizabeth explains her disdain for the ordinary students around them. She criticizes them for chatting and playing, instead of seizing the chance to ask questions about the magic tower. Yet she concedes that Ronan is the only one at the academy aside from Addishan who deserves the title of prodigy. She notes how he humiliated the Granizia noble and aided Sita as well. Because of those feats, even the royal palace has heard whispers of his name. At that moment, Eli suddenly recalls the invitation she once extended to Ronan. Months have already passed since she handed it over, and now she's yelling at him, accusing him of playing hard to get with the Akalisha family. From there, her chatter rolls on endlessly as she brags about all the benefits of having ties with her household. The protagonist can't help but notice how relentlessly talkative she is, even though she spends most of her time by herself, and because it would be improper to silence her outright. He simply shifts the conversation. Ronan diverts the topic by asking about her interest in the Iron Lady. For the very first time, Eli falters, her words breaking into nervous stammers. She doesn't understand why he is bringing this up, so the protagonist clarifies that he's only curious, especially now that Iron Rose's hidden potential is finally starting to bloom. Eli, however, never considered her extraordinary before, yet the faith she now places in the Iron Rose makes him wonder if she had always sensed something special within her. For a brief pause, the princess falls silent. Then she lowers her gaze and confesses that ever since she left Shan, she has always stood apart from everyone else. She recalls first meeting that woman shortly after arriving at the Filian Academy when she was wandering the halls, lost while searching for the library. And it was this same woman who approached her first and gave her directions on where to go. As she guided her, she even went out of her way to compliment Eli's combat skills. At that time, the princess felt annoyed, for she had grown tired of such empty praise, as though her abilities were merely a gift she was born with. But then Addishan went further. She acknowledged that Eli's talent could only have been shaped through relentless effort, recognizing the hardships and sacrifices she must have endured. Those words were an awakening for Eli. The Iron Lady continued to treat her warmly, assuring her that she could always come to her if she ever needed to talk. That first impression carved itself deeply into Eli's memory, never to be erased. She can't help but squeal when she openly calls Addishan beautiful in front of the protagonist. She gushes endlessly about her looks, her hair, every little detail, all while confessing how much she has missed her. All of this only unsettles the protagonist. He wonders what on earth is wrong with all these so-called geniuses. First it was Schlieffen swooning like a fool, and now it's Eli. Still, he lets it slide, because he knows Eli will one day become a crucial ally to Addishan. And in the end, that is what truly matters. Suddenly, Ronan's eyes widen in alarm. He slams his hand against the table and urgently orders the princess to stop talking and draw her staff. Eli stares in confusion, but the protagonist barks that there's no time to explain. Something is approaching the ship. Carrying Eli outside, he ignores her complaints as she whines about being hauled around like a sack of flour. Cutting through her protest, Ronan demands to know if her telekinesis is strong enough to lift him. But almost immediately, he warns that something is definitely incoming. Confusion clouds Eli's face, for her eyes detect nothing unusual. Yet within seconds, a massive fireball comes hurtling toward them. Shock overwhelms the princess, for such a spell is usually reserved for countering air raids in war. The protagonist pays little attention to her words and reminds her of what she must do. Gripping his weapon firmly, he launches himself high into the sky, declaring that he is counting on Eli as he ascends. She steadies him mid-air with her invisible telekinetic hand, preventing him from plummeting. Without hesitation, Ronan charges straight at the incoming fireball, slashing through it again and again until the flames begin to weaken and disperse. Even so, countless fragments of fire remain suspended in the air. Shards of the blazing sphere surge toward the ship. Ronan panics, unsure how to stop them, yet in an instant they vanish. He turns in surprise, realizing that Eli is the one who cleared them away. With pride, she reminds him of her name, Irsabit Akaluja. For her, cleaning up something like this is nothing more than child's play. She shapes the lingering fire into an arrow, burning the debris to nothing before it can even graze the airship. Ronan praises her, realizing that the Akalusians are no strangers to the art of battle. And ironically, as he leaps and fights, he keeps calling her Eerie, a nickname she loathes. When he finally lands back on the airship, Ronan exhales in relief, grateful they managed to survive, while she mutters every curse she can think of under her breath. Meanwhile, Prince Charm can't tell if this chaotic ordeal was supposed to be a welcome, or just a disaster spiraling out of control. At that moment, the looming form of the magic tower dawns into view. Communication begins with the tower's people from aboard the ship. They announce that they've just confirmed a spell was launched at the airship from within the tower itself. Ronan notices the wide-scale communication magic they're using. The Tower of Dawn quickly explains that the strike wasn't intentional, it shocked them just as much. They claim they've already tightened security measures, ensuring such an accident won't occur again, and promise that the airship can now land safely. They add that once the students land, a formal apology and full explanation will be delivered in person. At last, the airship touches down, but unease lingers among the students, who whisper nervously about the earlier attack. Many wonder who stopped the fireball and whether it is truly safe to step inside the tower. Eli fumes, calling it disgraceful. How could one of the 5 greatest magic towers allow such a blunder? She demands a proper explanation. Otherwise, her family will file a formal complaint, and rightfully so. Ronan, however, suggests they at least hear the tower's side, for he has a hunch about what is really happening. Prince Charm recalls the last meeting with Baron, when he mentioned that the magic tower had recently forbidden visitors because of Nebula Clesier. Baron's warning echoes in Ronan's mind. Ever since Nebula Clesier infiltrated the Grancia family and attacked the Academy, the Empire has been on high alert to root them out. The Tower of Dawn began investigating its own ranks. They managed to uncover 3 infiltrators from Nebula Clesier, but everything escalated once those 3 realized they were trapped. Moments before capture, they triggered a self-destruction spell. Fortunately, the quick reaction of nearby mages prevented casualties. But still, nearly a fifth of the land around the tower was obliterated. Baron had warned Ronan then to remain vigilant, for Nebula Clesier was after something, and they had not yet claimed it. Now back in the present, Ronan doubts those fanatics are responsible for this so-called accident, convinced the fireball couldn't have been a mistake. He resolves that if he senses anything suspicious, he will strike without hesitation. Just then, Aeon Pillar, Deputy Tower Master of the Tower of Dawn, rushes forward to the students, apologizing profusely for the incident. He explains that the Tower Master is away, leaving him as acting master in his stead. Seeing Aeon Pillar face-to-face startles Prince Charm. In Ronan's past life, Ian was renowned throughout the Empire as one of its most formidable fire mages. People even gave him the title of Firebird. Prince Charm never knew Ian worked here, making the revelation both astonishing and suspicious. Flustered, Ian admits he owes them an explanation, though the cause of the mishap is still unclear. However, in the chamber where the launcher was found, traces of mana waves were detected, linking it to whoever cast the spell. They are now comparing those traces against every mage in the tower to identify and arrest the culprit. Bowing deeply in apology, he assures them that security has already been reinforced, promising nothing like this will occur again during their visit. Eli and the others sense sincerity in Ian's words, and considering who he is, they choose to accept it. Even Ronan places his trust in him, for in the war against Ahiyut, Ian had thrown himself into the front lines without hesitation to buy others time. He had been among the very first to rush into battle against Ahiyut. Again and again, Ian set his own body ablaze to shield his comrades, and even when reduced to ashes, he never once flinched from the fight. Ronan knows all too well that there is no way Ian could belong to Nebula Clesier. Prince Charm shares that thought. Ian turns his attention to Ronan and Eli. Recognizing that they saved the ship, he declares that the Tower of Dawn owes them a great debt of gratitude, praising their calm and decisive actions in the face of danger. He even addresses them by name, thanking them sincerely. The moment Ian speaks his name, Ronan stiffens in shock, demanding to know how he could possibly recognize him. He isn't surprised about Eli, being from the Akalusia family, she is well known, but for Ian to know Prince Charm's name is startling. With a soft chuckle, Ian explains that it isn't much of a mystery, since the Filian Academy already briefed him on Ronan's previous deeds. Without delay, Ian suggests they accompany him to receive a reward for their courage. He also hints that he has something private to discuss with them. Both Eli and Prince Charm follow after him. Soon, Ian reveals that they are standing in the very heart of the Tower of Dawn, where its core research is conducted. He welcomes them to the main department of magical studies. Inside, mages scurry about, engaged in their work, the atmosphere buzzing with restless energy. Eli quickly notices that most of them are already fourth circle mages or higher. This alone explains why the Tower of Dawn is hailed as one of the 5 greatest magic towers across the world. Ronan observes the same as Eli, but he also catches how many of these mages seem less than pleased to see them. Prince Charm catches the low murmur of mages whispering among themselves, questioning if it's truly wise to let outsiders into the tower, especially while they're still reeling from a recent disappearance. Yet they abruptly fall silent on that topic, afraid of what might happen if such news leaks out. Listening in, Ronan senses that something deeply suspicious is happening here and wonders whether he'll ever manage to lift his curse. Meanwhile, someone hides behind a stone pillar, clutching a stuffed toy. She mutters back to a master who doesn't even appear to exist. The hidden mage speaks as though answering herself, assuring this invisible master that she'll fulfill the order and clear his path by killing the acolyte Ian. Inside Ian's office, Ronan remarks on the current unrest within the tower, and from what Ian has told them, Prince Charm concludes the attack must have been accidental. But he still points out that something doesn't add up. Without delay, Ronan presses Ian, demanding why he didn't act to stop the fireball attack. Prince Charm is certain someone of Ian's caliber could have intercepted it long before it struck the airship. The question makes Ian visibly uneasy, yet he concedes Ronan has a point. He adds that any mage in the Tower of Dawn, himself included, could have neutralized the attack on sight if only they had seen it. Hearing this, Prince Charm and Eli both flinch, realizing the entire tower was blind to the fireball until it had already reached the ship. To the princess, this feels impossible. How could such a powerful strike go undetected? She turns to Ronan, stating that if Ian's words are true, the problem is far more severe than they thought, because the only way to hide a fireball like that from everyone would be through a colossal perception interference spell. It's obvious because Ian himself is a 7th circle mage, and even he sensed nothing of the attack. Casting something like that would take someone on Lorhin's level, the Empire's sole 9th Circle Archmage. Ronan recalls that Lorhin sealed away one of the 3 giants during the Great War, and remained steadfastly loyal to his side to the very end. So he doubts Lorhin could be behind this, but he's sure the culprit must be at least as powerful. Seeing their tension rise, Ian urges them both to calm down. They lack proof, he says, and can't afford to jump to conclusions. At the same time, Ian vows that if another threat emerges inside the tower, he'll personally reduce it to ashes. He assures them they're safe for now, then shifts the topic. Ian explains he's prepared rewards for them after hearing of their remarkable feats. As a special honor for topping her class, the princess will receive personal instruction from him in fire magic, spells so advanced no one at Filion has ever learned them. Eli practically bursts with excitement. For Ronan, since his club focuses on expeditions, Ian has prepared something more practical, a special scroll. It's inscribed with a high-circle fire spell, invaluable in emergencies. Seeing it, Ronan is thrilled and thanks him sincerely, as he'd been searching for just such an item. Then Ian mentions he's been informed of Ronan's true reason for coming, his search for books that might break a certain curse. He explains that the Tower of Dawn houses the largest library in the entire Empire, but finding anything specific on his own would be daunting. So he's already arranged for the library staff to assist him in every possible way, assuring Ronan that the librarian will be delighted to help. Upon reaching the library, Ronan stops fiddling with the ring in his hand. He's finally about to meet the librarian, wondering what they're like. He knows Sorante wouldn't have sent him here without good reason, so this must be someone truly trustworthy. At the same time, he hopes it's not an old, cranky man, though it could very well be an elf since Sorante is involved. Looking around for the librarian, he recalls Ian's promise that they'd be right here, but before he spots them, a voice drifts from behind, accompanied by a figure floating in the air. She apologizes for interrupting him, and then confirms he's the hero, introducing herself as the Tower of Dawn's librarian, here to guide him today. With a warm smile, she tells him her name is Aerie. As Aerie hovers lightly above the ground, Ronan smirks up at her. Elves never fail to surprise him. Later, he asks if there are any elves or a mage hanging by a thread working here. After thinking a moment, Aerie says she doesn't recall anyone like that. She's been the sole librarian at the Tower of Dawn for some time. She's puzzled by his question and asks what's behind it. Opening his palm, Ronan shows her the ring, asking if she recognizes it. It belonged to a friend who told him the librarian here would know it instantly. Examining the ring, Aerie darts closer, immediately recognizing Sorante's ring. She's stunned. It's been ages since she last saw anything of his. Her delighted reaction makes Ronan realize she knows it well. But then suspicion flickers in her eyes. What is he doing with this ring? Scratching his cheek, Ronan sighs, saying it's a long story. Aerie's expression darkens. She knows this ring was Sorante's prized possession. He'd never hand it over without a serious reason. Suddenly, she summons a giant wolf, demanding the truth. Startled, Ronan draws his weapon, baffled by the sudden beast. But Aerie warns him he'll pay dearly if she discovers he harmed Sorante and stole that ring. Dropping his weapon, Ronan surrenders. It's clear how much Aerie cares for Sorante, and he doesn't want to provoke her further. He explains she's misunderstood. He admits that if someone showed up with an item belonging to someone he cherished, he'd also draw his blade, but he promises to explain everything. The sharp-witted librarian panics, thinking he's wronged her teacher, while Ronan stays calm, lowering his weapon and asking her to just hear him out. Once he lays it all out, things start falling into place. He recounts meeting Sorante during club activities. They fought side by side and even brought down a rogue order executive, shaking the mage tower. Aerie finally understands Sorante must have entrusted him with the ring, if Ronan had taken it by force. He'd never know their bond at all. Ronan jokes that although Sorante seems gentle, he's actually a pretty fierce elf. Eri concedes, apologizing for her rashness and lack of respect toward him. Ronan tells her it's no big deal, then asks how she knows Sorante. Their connection seems unusual. He picks up on her wolf companion's vibe, wondering if she's a spirit. She nods, explaining her relationship with Sorante is like that of student and teacher. She met him centuries ago, back when she was drowning in anger at the world, wandering into human lands to cause trouble or seize territory. She believed she was untouchable, powerful enough to act without consequence. Everything changed the day Sorante arrived after hearing of her misdeeds. That encounter altered her past forever. She told him to get lost. Sorante unleashed a wave of power while politely apologizing, telling her to follow him quietly because he really didn't want to flatten her. He extended his hand like a gentleman. Her wolf nearly shed its fur in terror from the sheer pressure in the air. Sorante calmly asked if she truly wouldn't cooperate. In the end, she took his hand, and that's how she wound up following Sorante to the Tower of Dawn, where he stood as top mage. Ronan is stunned to learn Sorante earned that title without using fire magic, and Eri proudly notes how unique that makes him. Back then, she didn't care about his power, she only wanted an escape. But Sorante never gave up on her. Instead of forcing change, he patiently guided her. He taught her that relying solely on strength means someone stronger will eventually topple you, and to truly live, one must understand the world and act with kindness. She owes her transformation to him. Now she follows his teachings as the librarian safeguarding this place. She guesses Sorante must be busy since Ronan is her only news of him. Ronan hesitates to tell the full truth. He recalls how Sorante used to be and knows he wouldn't want those close to him feeling down. So he lies, saying Sorante has devoted himself to a god named Sentinel and can't contact her for a while. She accepts it without question, it sounds just like him. With a gentle smile, she says she isn't sad, just knowing he still remembers her is enough. The hero watches quietly. The ring begins to glow, its shape slowly shifting. He asks her what that means, but neither of them notices. A book on a nearby shelf, with a single eye silently observing everything. 3 days pass, the mage tower humming with its usual activity. Nothing out of the ordinary occurs. This gives the hero time to study his curse in peace. Yet after combing through mountains of books, his brain feels boiled, fried, and served up on a platter. Eri asks if he's made any progress with the curse. Ronan replies that he hasn't found much about the curse itself yet, but he's uncovered some related concepts. He credits Eri for that, since she's been drilling curse theory into his head non-stop for 3 days. But the more he learns, the heavier it feels, and part of him just wants to walk away. Eri completely understands how oppressive curses can be. She offers to help with any questions he has about his reading, mentioning she's got some free time. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly brings up something that had been lingering in his mind earlier. He flips through the pages and points out a passage about a forbidden tome known as Bajura. The instant she hears it, her face hardens and turns serious. She demands to know how he even learned of that name, clearly suspecting he must have trespassed into the restricted archives. Ronan looks baffled since he didn't even know such a place existed. He explains that the name kept appearing in the books she herself had given him, which is why he brought it up. Yet something about the situation doesn't feel right. She hurriedly inspects the books using her magic, convinced that none of them should contain that word. She checks each volume carefully, and just as she feared, not a single one mentions it. Ronan grows uneasy, insisting he clearly saw it written in the very text he was reading, flipping back to prove it. But the name has already vanished without a trace. She remarks that Sorante wouldn't have sent him here just because she's a librarian. There must be another reason. The Mage Tower of Dawn is renowned for housing the largest archive of curse-related works, and for its unmatched expertise in that field. Yet even in this vast repository, Bajura is never spoken of lightly. It is considered the most dangerous of all forbidden texts, whispered to have been penned by a demon resembling the one-eyed figure Ronan glimpsed earlier. Whoever touches it gains immense power, but also an uncontrollable urge to annihilate everything. Long ago, during an age of peace, it was responsible for destroying an entire kingdom. That cursed volume is remembered as the Bajura of Destruction. A wound glares at the chained elder before him and declares that the final judgment rests with the dawn of tomorrow. He assumes the old man understands precisely what that signifies. That shackled figure is none other than the Tower Master himself. Larden back with Ronan, books float around in midair. Ira explains that the forbidden wing of the Dawn's library exists to imprison Bajura and other perilous manuscripts. Sorante appointed her as the guardian librarian because only a spirit could resist the temptations of such sinister power, something humans could not. When the hero mentions Bajura, Ira is shaken and dismayed. That book is the most perilous of all forbidden texts. She begins connecting it to the disappearances that followed after Nebula's collapse. Ronan asks if those vanishings happened after the terror attack, and she nods, unable to forget such a catastrophic event. Every missing person had been assisting her within the library. When they disappeared, she scoured the entire tower, yet found not a single trace. It was as if they had simply evaporated into nothingness. Ronan questions whether people could truly vanish without leaving evidence, sensing a repeating pattern. Each disappearance seems linked to that major incident, as though something had lain in wait for that very moment. He starts to wonder if the whole ordeal had been a trap meant to deceive everyone. Later that night, smoke swirls heavily inside a chamber. Numerous magic circles glow across the floor. Elizabeth stands at the center, deep in contemplation. She realizes Eowyn's flame magic is built upon daring concepts and unconventional methods that most mages would never attempt. It operates on a level entirely its own. Even a partial application of his theories drastically lowers Hermana's waste. She is astonished that anyone could devise such a flawless formula. She wishes she could bring him to Akalesia, though she knows it would be nearly impossible since Eowyn has staked everything on his chosen magical path. Determined to absorb as much as she could during this excursion, Elizabeth suddenly senses something amiss. Without hesitation, she casts her magic outward, binding whoever was spying on her. A figure cloaked in a robe hovers by the ceiling. She drags the figure down forcefully. Fury rises in her at the thought of someone creeping around with invisibility magic. But then she freezes, recognizing the intruder. He is one of the missing individuals whose smiling face she had seen on the tower's notice board. Now, however, his eyes are hollow, his body nothing more than an empty shell. Before she can question him, a violent explosion shatters the room. Flames spiral upward into a raging vortex. From within the haze, a cloaked leader steps forward, hand raised, flanked by two hooded companions. He fixes a harsh glare on Elizabeth. Fire surges toward them, but the leader deflects it effortlessly with a magic barrier. Dense smoke makes it nearly impossible to see. As it clears slightly, Elizabeth advances with composure, asking if they came to reclaim their comrade. She tells them they are free to take him, even though she had already struck him. Judging by their grim expressions, they were hardly pleased to see him. The leader remains silent. Elizabeth reminds them it was they who initiated the fight by attacking first. Still piecing the puzzle together, she demands an explanation for why those who had vanished are now appearing to assault her. Among them stands the third daughter of the Cyan family, Sion Grantia. Her eyes are vacant, her demeanor utterly lifeless. One look at that empty gaze tells Elizabeth that Cyan will not answer. That's fine by her. She has been eager to test the formula she gained from Eowyn in a real battle, and to put her newly refined moves into practice. With a confident smirk, she warns them not to crumble into ash too quickly. Then she unleashes a towering inferno, spiraling like a tornado as it races toward them. The trio stare in disbelief. Two slam their palms to the ground, raising an earthen wall to shield themselves from the blaze. The overwhelming force of Elizabeth's spell leaves them rattled. They realize her claim of becoming Akalesia's next pillar is no idle boast. Her strength surpasses that of a typical fourth circle mage, and they know they cannot afford hesitation. They turn to Cyan, urging her to prepare and commanding her to strike down Elizabeth. Cyan conjures a blazing arrow, locking onto Elizabeth's position. She fires, sending the fiery spear flying with searing heat. Yet Elizabeth stands her ground, the flame races toward her. It halts mere inches from her face. She regards it with icy calm, mocking it as nothing more than a feeble fire toothpick. Cyan falters at the taunt. Elizabeth bursts into laughter, ridiculing her for casting such a pitiful spell, then hurls the spear back. She follows up with multiple blazing spears, each far larger, to demonstrate what it truly means to oppose someone of Akalesia. Elizabeth holds nothing back. She unleashes a relentless storm of fiery needles aimed straight at Cyan. The enemy hastily raises a fire shield, scattering the barrage on impact. But Elizabeth continues her relentless assault, firing needle after needle without pause. Realizing that defense alone will doom them, the enemies understand they must counterattack. One charges forward while the other remains to guard Cyan. They remind themselves that she is vital to their master's design, the one destined to defeat Akalesia. Suddenly, Elizabeth launches a larger, swifter needle, catching them completely unprepared. They have no chance to react. One screams in agony as the spike pierces through a fourth circle flame barrier. Elizabeth presses harder, pelting them with countless more needles. One after another, her foes collapse. The remaining mage watches in disbelief at Elizabeth's absurd power, yet notices an opening. With her focus consumed by offense, he assumes she won't bother defending herself. He calls out to Akalesia, mocking Elizabeth's recklessness, saying that in a true battle she's still just a child for ignoring the possibility of a counterattack. Gripping his flaming sword, he swings it down at her, warning that her arrogance will be her undoing. But Elizabeth is already ahead of him. Earthen spikes shoot upward, striking him before his blade can connect. He screams, stopped cold in his tracks. Elizabeth laughs, amused that he thought he could exploit a false opening, comparing him to a moth flying into the fire. The bewildered mage demands to know how she managed such a trick, certain she hadn't enough time to cast anew. Elizabeth smirks, asking why she would need to conjure another spell at all. She explains that she merely redirected an existing one already in motion. Then she attacks from behind, launching a barrage of spikes that pierce his body, and with telekinesis she forces them to grow and drive even deeper. The mage lets out a scream of pure agony, finally realizing that Elizabeth can wield two schools of magic simultaneously, an ability that completely shatters his understanding. Elizabeth corrects him coolly, stating she can actually control three at once. But when it comes to someone like him, she says it isn't even worth the effort. After all, to her, he's nothing more than a moth circling a flame. Flames swirl into a furious vortex that engulfs him, and once he is dealt with, Elizabeth turns her attention back to Cyan, who glares at her with burning intensity. The mages lie scorched and battered, but Elizabeth assures them they're far from dead. Fire mages are notoriously resilient. They can endure the heat, though the pain is nothing short of torment. She advises Cyan to speak now while she still shows mercy, regardless of her youth. Cyan should understand that if Acalisius and the Cyan family go to war, the entire empire will collapse into chaos. In the end, no matter the victor, both factions will be left in ruins. Elizabeth refuses to believe this half-baked scheme was Cyan's own design. She wonders if their leader had a hand in it, but quickly dismisses the thought. Someone with so much at stake would never dare provoke a reckless war. Besides, this assassination attempt is sloppy and unrefined. As much as she hates to admit it, Elizabeth knows the Cyan family isn't naive enough to treat this as a legitimate strategy. If this pathetic display is all they can muster, they were never close to being Acalisia's equals. As she fits the pieces together, Elizabeth arrives at the only logical conclusion. Cyan is nothing but a pawn, manipulated by someone lurking in the shadows. A figure dangerous enough to ignite a war between houses. She keeps her gaze locked on Cyan. Cyan stares back with lifeless eyes, prompting Elizabeth to demand who is truly inside her. Cyan suddenly smiles and a different voice answers, praising Elizabeth for realizing the truth. The entire atmosphere shifts as a sinister aura floods the room. The voice goes on, lamenting how it's such a waste to eliminate someone like her merely for amusement. Elizabeth is taken aback as a crushing pressure slams into her. Her knees buckle, forcing her to the ground. A malignant energy cloaks her like a suffocating fog, locking her body in fear. She is frozen, unable to move an inch. A creeping shadow slithers closer, reaching for the hand she has pressed against the floor. Elizabeth desperately tries to identify who she is truly up against. The aura spreads even wider. A hand stretches out from the consuming darkness. The voice calls her a lamb intoxicated by borrowed power and orders her to raise her head. Paralyzed with dread, Elizabeth watches as the figure commands her to carve his words deep into her memory. Enormous, sinister wings unfurl behind the shadow. He declares himself as the one destined to rule all creation. Bajura I want. Alwyn turns to the hero, asking if what Ayr said about Bajura is true, sparking a conversation. He presses Ronan on whether he truly saw that cursed name inside an ordinary book. Ronan insists he did, otherwise he wouldn't even know of Bajura's existence. Eowyn accepts his answer, though he still struggles to believe it. They begin to fear the seal may be weakening. Ayr urges them to investigate immediately. But Eowyn stops her, saying he checked the seal only yesterday and it was intact. Still, his shaken expression betrays his uncertainty. Frustrated, Ayr slams the table, demanding if he dared to enter the Forbidden Wing alone. She reminds him that no one is allowed inside without her or the Tower Master, not even Eowyn himself, lest those books tempt him. Her brows knit as she shouts that she won't let this go and will report everything to the Tower Master upon his return. Eowyn quietly apologizes, admitting he should never have kept it hidden. Pain flickers across his face as he reveals the truth. Tower Master Larden is already sealed below, imprisoned alongside Bajura. He recounts what truly happened a year ago. On the day they claim the Tower Master left for training, he never actually departed. Instead, he descended into the tower's deepest abyss. There he broke the seal on Bajura, the most forbidden of all tomes, to unearth the ancient knowledge within. Ayr then realizes that's why no word has been heard from the Tower Master. She screams in rage, unable to fathom why Larden would meddle with such a cursed book. He had already mastered both fire and phantom magic. Eowyn reasons that this is exactly why Larden believed he could control Bajura. To him, those forbidden texts weren't catastrophes in themselves, but tools misused by others. He believed even perilous power could bring good if wielded by the right hands. To Larden, Bajura was a gift with limitless potential. Ronan quietly remarks that he already knows how the tale ends. It's clear the Tower Master didn't survive either. Eowyn concedes, admitting they had gravely misunderstood the true nature of that power. It is not knowledge at all, but a malice that cannot be controlled. Even Larden only resisted it briefly. Bajura is pure evil. When Lardon realized he was succumbing, becoming Bajura's vessel, he seized an emergency summoning scroll, dragging Eowyn into the forbidden depths. Once there, Lardon confessed to breaking Bajura's seal, apologized for entangling Eowyn, and begged to be sealed away while he still retained control. Otherwise, disaster would follow. Eowyn trembled, knowing sealing the Tower Master meant losing him forever. But Lardon pressed him. There was no time for hesitation. If this was the price of his pride, then death was better than letting the Dawn Tower drown in darkness. He pleaded with Eowyn to act. Eowyn faltered for only a moment. Then he resolved himself. He convinced himself it was for the sake of tomorrow's dawn. Thus Eowyn cast his strongest sealing magic, one that could bind even the greatest evils, locking Bajura and the Tower Master away together. Eowyn admits this is the truth he has kept hidden. Though he knows he should speak openly, he cannot. He respects the pursuit of knowledge too much and refuses to stain Lardon's legacy. Ronan stands silent, shaken. The reality is darker than anything he had imagined. Lardon's fate is tragic, but now is not the moment for mourning. The facts are undeniable. Bajura's seal is broken. Even if Eowyn saw it intact yesterday, the truth remains unchanged. This cursed power can warp perception across the entire tower. Deceiving someone like Eowyn would be effortless. With only Lardon and phantom magic as its cover, it has played its hand well. What Ronan truly wants to know is why Bajura, who had hidden so carefully, is suddenly revealing himself, his mind racing with possibilities. Then Ronan senses something strange. He detects the presence of Nebula Glacier's mana. He double-checks it isn't coming from Eowyn or Ire. It originates from nowhere close by. Yet it is strong enough to saturate the entire space. Even Brija lacks starlight mana this intense. Ronan reels, utterly unable to explain it. Unbeknownst to him, the mana belongs to the devilish being already in their midst. Elizabeth now stands before Bajura, pondering the name she has just heard. She knows it is tied to a forbidden tome so dangerous that even Akalisia's patriarchs must grant permission to study it. She questions why he is here at all, but more than that, she feels unsettled. His face is familiar though altered. She is certain it belongs to Tower Master Lardon. Bajura catches her staring and realizes she has uncovered the truth of whose body he possesses. Amused, he rewards her boldness by confirming her suspicion. The vessel is indeed Lardon's, the master of the Tower of Dawn, once revered as one of humanity's finest elders. But in grasping for Bajura's power beyond his station, he lost everything. Bajura sneers, saying he was entertaining while he lasted, much like Akalisia. With her face twisted as though crushed, Elizabeth mutters that she never imagined hearing pleasantries from a forbidden tome. Rolling her eyes, she dismisses his words as utter nonsense, holding herself back from snapping outright. If this really is the Bajura she knows, then not even the entire tower could contain him. Yet something doesn't add up. If he is so powerful, why conceal himself? The longer she dwells on it, the more apparent the answer becomes. A mocking grin spreads across her lips. She scoffs aloud, calling it pathetic that someone so mighty hides behind a 10-year-old girl, forcing her to carry out his dirty work. If he truly had all his strength, he wouldn't be sneaking around in the shadows. It's crystal clear he's still too fragile to reveal himself without breaking apart. But then Bajura bursts into laughter, mocking that she's only half right. In that instant, a suffocating, oppressive aura slams down on Elizabeth. It steals her breath and she realizes she was correct. He still hasn't fully stabilized. Bajura clarifies that the old man's consciousness is still resisting, and forcing their bodies to fuse has been a brutal ordeal. Each attempt is met with Lardon pushing back from deep within. Bajura dismisses it with a shrug, saying it's useless resistance and insists it won't matter for long. Because a far superior vessel to Lardon has appeared, walking right into his grasp. Elizabeth narrows her eyes, pressing him to explain. Bajura simply utters a single name. Ronan. Elizabeth's eyes widen in shock. Bajura casually states that Ronan is both his point of origin and his destined final form. Bajura tilts Elizabeth's chin upward with his finger, but she refuses to flinch. Instead, she demands to know why he calls our boy both his beginning and his end. Bajura explains that Lardon's willpower is too stubborn and draining to suppress, though eventually it will fade. What truly frustrates him is being trapped inside such a frail, aged body. Then he begins recounting how things shifted. One day, out of sheer boredom while trying to erase Lardon's mind, he carelessly launched a flare at an aircraft. By sheer coincidence, he stumbled upon our hero, an immense, untouched reservoir of power that made Lardon look obsolete. At first, Bajura doubted what he saw. It had been ages since he encountered someone like Ronan. But after observing him for a few days, his doubts vanished. This youth could be the vessel he had been waiting for. To him, the family conflict is meaningless, nothing but a trivial stepping stone towards something far greater. Then, glancing at Elizabeth, he senses another possibility. Another vessel, one absolutely worth keeping alive. With a smug curl of his lips, he tells her she's far too valuable to kill for amusement. And then, decayed hands rip out of the ground. They creep over her body, gripping her tightly. Wearing a devilish grin, he offers her a choice: swear allegiance and serve him, or be slain by Sion's blade while the empire burns to cinders. He commands her to choose. Elizabeth shudders. Her teeth grind so fiercely that blood stains her lips. Yet she snaps back with biting sarcasm, saying anyone that ancient is boring if he thinks she'd falter. With icy rage, she spits at him, demanding he skip the chatter and kill her already. If she feared death, she wouldn't be worthy of the Akalija bloodline. Bajura sighs and calls her a dull woman, telling her to suit herself though it will cost her dearly. With a roll of his eyes, Bajura declares Elizabeth a disappointment. At his signal, Sion raises her blade, poised to strike. Suddenly, the air fractures, distortions rippling into the sword until it splinters to dust. Just as expected, our hero rips through the warped dimension. Forcing his way in with weapon drawn, he seizes Sion's wrist mid-swing, halting the strike. Elizabeth can only gape at him, utterly speechless. Ronan spares her a glance, then turns to the strange yet familiar girl Sion and calmly tells them both they owe him now. Even Bajura is stunned for a moment, struggling to comprehend what just happened. But our boy doesn't wait, he charges straight in. Blades flash as he unleashes a storm of strikes, shredding Bajura's bewildered form. The body crumbles and vanishes. Only the severed head remains, frozen in disbelief. He cannot fathom how Ronan pierced through Larden's formidable illusions so effortlessly without a single clue. Meanwhile, our guy stands tall with Sion slung over his shoulder, glaring down at Bajura. Bajura only grins wider. Ronan has shattered even his boldest expectations, proving his theory: this boy is the perfect vessel in the making. A moment later, the illusion dissolves. Eowyn stares around in shock, realizing the entire training site was buried under spellwork designed to seal off every sense. Now she knows Ronan was right all along. Eowyn examines the residual mana and recognizes it as Tower Master Larden's. Then she delivers the grim truth: Bajura's seal has been broken. Elizabeth, sprawled on the ground, exhales shakily before bursting into laughter. She mutters how absurd she must look, but she can't stop. Though it was only phantom pain, her mind treated it like the finale of a season. Still laughing, she shoots our hero a burning look and warns him not to tell Addishan a word. Ronan smirks, teasing her stubborn pride. Then he shifts his gaze to the girl beside her, asking if she's truly Schlieffen's younger sister. Elizabeth confirms, introducing her as Sion Grancia, third daughter of the Sion family. She explains Sion was sent away to study magic. She admits she never imagined their reunion would come at the tip of a dagger. But she won't make a fuss. Sion was nothing more than Bajura's puppet. Our hero shakes his head, remarking that the Akalijas really are something else. Then he laughs, calling Elizabeth incredible. She shoots him a glare, retorting that only Addishan has the right to say that. A second later, she collapses unconscious. Ronan notes how drained she is, but alive, that's enough. His eyes catch on a cluster of blackened remains like charred husks, and his heart sinks. They must be the missing people from the Order's raid. Even though freed from Bajura's hold, their corpses still bear the scars of the Order's sorcery. Suddenly, it all connects for our hero. The missing ones were spies planted within the Order. He recalls that only those who aided Heir in the library vanished. Now it all makes sense. The assault wasn't random destruction. The true objective was the Forbidden Archives. Everything else was just distraction, keeping Ire and A1 busy. And just as silence blankets the scene, Elizabeth breaks it, gasping for breath. She warns Ronan to flee because Bajura's true target is him. Our hero frowns in confusion, pressing her for answers. She insists there's no time, but he must understand. Bajura's real form was never there. What they fought was only a phantom. Even she was nearly crushed by just his shadow. The real Bajura is far beyond her abilities. If he seizes Ronan and completes himself, the Mage Tower of Dawn is finished. She begs him to escape while there's still a chance. And then Bajura's voice slices through the air. Ronan freezes, panic surging through him. The training ground twists, warping into darkness. He calls out for Elizabeth, but she doesn't stir. He looks to Heir and the Vice Tower Master, only to find them frozen stiff. Desperate, our boy shouts for answers. Bajura replies coolly that every soul in the Mage Tower, both body and mind, is under his dominion. Everyone except Ronan. He declares that the wait is over. The child destined to be his perfect vessel has arrived. Outside, dark magic surges in chaotic spirals. With a chilling smirk, he summons Ronan to come alone. Our hero seethes, his eyes blazing with fury. He curses Bajura and demands to know what he's done. Done with the games, he roars for Bajura to show himself. But Bajura only finds amusement in his anger. He laughs at Ronan's audacity, marveling that even after seeing his might, the boy still dares to raise his voice. Bajura remarks that this tower is far too shabby for such a meeting, deciding to move them somewhere more fitting, declaring this place unworthy of their clash. Suddenly, our boy spots a woman. She approaches him through flickering shadows. He narrows his eyes, realizing she's the last person who went missing. She beckons him, saying she'll guide him to her master. Ronan scoffs under his breath, muttering if they really expect him to stroll into such a dump. But after glancing at Elizabeth and the others, he knows he has no choice. One way or another, he'll confront Bajura whether summoned or not. Gripping his sword, he motions for the woman to lead on. She brings him to a place glowing with sinister black light. Ronan stares at it, asking if this is the place. They halt before an enormous door, and he questions if this is where those cursed scraps of parchment are hidden. Slowly, he pushes the door open, allowing the darkness to swallow them whole. Then a piercing scream shatters the silence, making Ronan's eyes fly open. He sees Larden sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony, begging desperately for someone to save him from Bajura's grip. Between gasps of regret, Larden admits he was a fool, nothing but a powerless man who dared to reach for divine might. His frantic cries for mercy grow louder and more desperate. But Ronan feels no pity at all. His fury is boiling over. He releases his aura, gripping his sword tightly. With no hesitation, he swings. The illusion vanishes the instant his blade connects. Grinding his teeth, Ronan snarls at Bajura to drop the sick games and bring out the cursed papers. Bajura smirks, feigning shock that Ronan didn't enjoy the act. Then he casually agrees to oblige. A searing radiance floods the chamber, forcing our boy to shield his eyes. As the light fades, Bajura reveals himself seated on a throne, grinning ear to ear. He greets Ronan with calm satisfaction, addressing him as his beautiful vessel. But first he says there's a nuisance to deal with. He casually commands the woman who led Ronan here, and yourself. She obeys instantly, her neck snapping with a sickening crack. Her last words echo through the room, glory to Bajura. She collapses in a bloody heap, and our boy glares at her corpse with a growl. What kind of twisted nightmare is this? He's baffled. He thought she was one of Bajura's followers. Bajura just chuckles. He explains that she, like the fool who carried his old body, was nothing more than an insect. She craved power but never knew her place. He recalls the same line they all parroted when they first arrived. They begged to contribute, pleaded to be saved, claiming it was the only path for him to survive. Worthless as they were, he still granted them a chance, letting them serve briefly. Then he turns to our guy, asking if that clears things up. From Bajura's words, Ronan realizes he isn't allied with the Order. Still, something doesn't add up. Nebula's energy lingers around him, and that trace unsettles Ronan. He steadies his breath, standing in silence before making his choice. He declares he's had enough of the self-glorification. It ends now. Bajura burst out laughing. The fire in Ronan's eyes excites him. It's exactly what he wants from a vessel. But he wonders if Ronan truly grasps the terror he should feel or the vast gulf between them. With a flick, Bajura could erase him. Our boy doesn't answer. Instead, he lunges forward, launching his strike. He insists that if he cared about power gaps, he would have surrendered long ago. Bajura simply watches, calm, smiling, amused. You're interesting, he remarks. Without warning, Ronan's sword cleaves through the throne with a blinding crash, shaking the chamber. For an instant, our hero thinks he landed a real hit, but then the entire chamber distorts, stretching into madness. Bajura appears again, lounging casually on another throne just a few steps away. He tells Ronan that his arrogance needs correction. Out of nowhere, the floor splits open, revealing a massive pit beneath our hero. Bajura smirks, mocking that Ronan can swing all he wants, but he'll soon learn the futility. The gulf between them is unbridgeable. Ronan tries to leap back, but before he can, a green glow bursts from his pocket. Sorante's ring is responding. Its energy flows straight into Ronan's sword, catching him off guard as the familiar radiance coils around the blade. But Bajura's assault continues as a monstrous maw lunges, ready to swallow him whole. The beast snaps its jaws shut, only for a green blaze to erupt from inside. Ronan grits his teeth, enraged that such filth dares come so close. With a deadly glare, he growls, "Do you want to die?" He slashes without hesitation, striking again and again until the creature dissolves, revealing Bajura still seated calmly upon his throne. Bajura taps his fingers, and our boy instantly senses the intent. The gaping maw reforms, rushing at him once more. Without delay, Ronan steadies himself for the charge. He unleashes a devastating swing. The strike cleaves through the monster, splitting it clean in half. Bajura watches, intrigued, clearly impressed at Ronan's ferocity. He chuckles, admitting Ronan managed well, rough and raw but effective. Yet Bajura is far from finished. From the mangled remains, grotesque arms sprout forth. They seize Ronan tightly. More abominations swarm, piling onto him. Bajura smirks, eager to witness how Ronan handles this. The creatures constrict around him, crushing with sheer weight. He curses as more flood in, until he's buried under hundreds of writhing monsters. Bajura slowly raises his hand. Ronan catches the motion, just as Bajura clenches his fist. In an instant, the horde compresses into a massive sphere, imprisoning our boy like a trapped fish. Bajura watches in silence, waiting patiently. Suddenly, green light detonates from within the sphere. One by one, the beasts are shredded apart. Inside, Ronan keeps swinging relentlessly until the prison collapses around him. Bajura smirks, remarking that someone like him should handle at least this much. He raises a bow, knocking an arrow, and fires it at Ronan. The arrow lands, cracks spiderwebbing from the impact, before exploding in a burst of blinding radiance. Ronan braces himself for the blast. Bajura grins, muttering that it's delightful, truly delightful. Laughing wildly, he urges Ronan to push harder. He wants to see the boy's true limit, no restraints. Out of nowhere, a colossal firebird erupts. Bajura tilts his head, momentarily intrigued. It's the Vice Tower Master's trademark spell. The firefall. He's surprised the boy can summon such a force, but he reminds himself the old master behind it is a top-tier fire mage. So to him, such theatrics hold little weight. With a mere flick of his finger, the blazing bird vanishes. Bajura shrugs, saying it's a pity. He thought it was Ronan's trump card, but it fell apart too easily. Still, he won't dismiss the boy's sharp instincts. As the flames scatter, Bajura notices Ronan is gone. Then realization strikes. The firefall wasn't an attack. It was a diversion, drowning the area in mana to mask Ronan's presence. A flawless distraction. Our hero reappears in a flash directly behind Bajura, his blade slashing toward the neck. In a steady, cold voice, he says, "Die." Blood suddenly erupts from the cursed body. The protagonist glances over his shoulder at Bajura, wanting to confirm that his devastating strike actually connected. Blood gushes freely from Bajura's neck. It splatters downward, staining the ground beneath his feet. Even with the vicious wound, he refuses to collapse, forcing out a few rough words. He mutters that despite the mistimed attack, the protagonist still managed to score a clean hit. The gash deepens further, splitting the torn flesh even wider. Ronan narrows his gaze, keeping his guard high and prepared for whatever follows. Bajura lets out a low, amused chuckle. Portals begin materializing all around, from which enormous worm-like beasts with gaping, jagged maws start writhing into the room. He calls on the young warrior to go all out, demanding to see his full potential. The monstrous creatures rush forward to attack. The fighter braces himself firmly. He dodges swiftly, cutting down every beast within his reach. He believes he struck Bajura's core, but the blow feels meaningless. The injury simply isn't deep enough. The thought of unleashing the forbidden tome that manipulates Tower Master Larden crosses his mind, but the very notion makes his blood boil. With a fierce growl, he strengthens his grip. Then, like a cornered beast, he tears through the enemies with reckless ferocity. The warrior knows he cannot face Bajura head-on, especially since the scrolls once given to him are now useless. Larden's power rivals that of Instructor Navarro's. The only reason this clash drags on is because Bajura still wants the body preserved for his schemes. Otherwise, the fight would have ended already. Bajura gathers power into his palm, shaping it into a massive blade-like weapon. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he hurls it toward Ronan with terrifying speed. The young swordsman tightens his hold on his blade but refuses to flinch. Bajura is momentarily caught off guard, yet Ronan simply stands, waiting for the strike. The weapon comes within a hair's breadth of slashing his throat. Then in an instant, it dissolves into nothing. Ronan watches the attack vanish, calm as ever, already considering his final option. Bajura snaps at him in irritation. He demands if Ronan realizes the catastrophe his reckless behavior nearly caused. Bajura needed that body intact to launch his grand design, and it was close to ruin. Ronan fixes him with a cold glare, accusing him of shamelessness. To an outsider, it might look as though the body belongs to Bajura. But the fighter knows better. Bajura has no intention of killing him outright. Ronan lifts his weapon and sets its edge against his own wrist. If he must lose control of his body, he'd rather choose how it ends. He drives the blade in deep, blood spilling freely as the chamber falls silent. Bajura coughs and asks if Ronan truly thinks he's aiming for death. He scoffs, accusing him of bluffing with a flimsy attempt at cleverness. He insists the swordsman is confusing mercy for a full revival, pointing out that any self-inflicted wound could be healed. Ronan cuts him off, clearly fed up with his endless rambling. Bajura's words mean nothing. When Bajura abruptly cancels his spell, almost as if afraid of a miscalculation, Ronan realizes there must be strict limits at play. One thing is certain, Bajura cannot possess a ruined vessel, and that gives Ronan an advantage. Bajura falters briefly, unsettled. He then reminds Ronan that the entire Mage Tower lies helpless against his sorcery. He declares that he could wipe them all away in an instant. If Ronan doesn't want to watch his comrades die, he'd better stop spouting empty threats. But the swordsman only laughs, finding Bajura far more amusing than expected. Bajura stares in confusion at his reaction. Ronan mocks him again, calling him nothing but shredded parchment, and questions how foolish Bajura thinks he is. Did he really believe this was Ronan's first time facing an enemy like him? From his arrogant grin to his every word, Ronan has already made up his mind. Whether he surrenders his body or not, Bajura never planned to let him live. Bajura stammers out a baffled "what" as Ronan issues his challenge. The swordsman dares him to try, promising to remove all doubt. Without hesitation, he slashes open his wrist, blood gushing forth. He declares with conviction that even if it costs his life, he will drag Bajura down as well. The warrior stands tall, certain of his choice. He dares Bajura to see if he is bluffing. No matter the outcome, he vows to leave him with a memory he can never erase. Bajura stares in shock. To him, the youth is just another gifted child, yet the defiance in his eyes is something wholly unexpected. The swordsman breaks the silence, asking if Bajura still refuses to believe. He clutches a sharp fragment tightly, making sure Bajura sees his intent. With no hesitation, he plunges it into his own throat, blood spraying outward. Bajura stiffens and seizes Ronan's arm to halt him, but Ronan only flashes a grin. Bajura demands to know what Ronan hopes to accomplish with this suicidal display, insisting he explain immediately. The young man's grin only broadens. At last, the true conversation has begun. He mocks Bajura as shredded parchment once more, then suggests they settle things with a life-or-death wager. Their eyes lock as the warrior challenges him to enjoy the gamble. Bajura questions whether Ronan would really go through with such a bet, but the youth assures him he's all in. He explains that his research into curses led him to one. The Curse of the Oath, a binding spell that forces any participant in the ritual to see it through until the very end. The terrifying part is that once bound, there's no escape, even if it means death. Ronan fully embraces the plan, goading Bajura, saying that someone of his level should have no problem with such a curse. Bajura doesn't fear overpowering Ronan, but he doubts his ability to truly keep him under control. He senses that Ronan would rather die than submit. Moreover, there's an uncanny aura surrounding Ronan, something strengthening him in ways Bajura can't quite define. Though it's not a direct threat, Bajura dares not ignore the unknown. To him, this youth feels like a rare discovery, one he may never encounter again. Ronan taunts him, questioning why a forbidden tome of such importance hesitates to gamble with a mere boy. He ridicules Bajura's confidence. Bajura accepts but insists on dictating the conditions. He unleashes a sinister power, warning that his patience has ended. Ronan realizes Bajura has gone completely unhinged, and that any mistake could prove fatal. Yet having drawn Bajura into this pact, his confidence holds steady. No matter what follows, he believes the outcome will remain unchanged. Then a sudden rustling sound fills the air. A massive golden hand emerges. It drags a chain bound to a golden bowl. Bajura asks if Ronan is ready. A golden balance scale materializes. He orders the youth to begin the oath immediately. The ritual binds them both until the match concludes. Should Ronan lose, Bajura claims his body. Should Bajura fail, he will release the captives and be sealed for eternity. Bajura affirms that the terms are exactly as Ronan interprets them. The duel will hinge on Ronan's endurance against a single illusion spell cast by Bajura. He asks if Ronan agrees. The swordsman scoffs at the question, telling him to get on with it rather than waste time. Bajura finalizes the oath. A blue mist rises on one side of the scale, while a red mist swirls on the other. The binding is complete. Bajura tells Ronan to savor his dream, for these will be his last memories. The warrior shoots back with sarcasm, calling Bajura a riot and telling him to step outside for fresh air, warning that once the bet ends, he'll regret ever crossing paths. A blinding light erupts, followed by a violent whirlwind. The scene shifts to a radiant, sunlit day. One man boasts with confidence that they'll catch one and live lavishly. He speaks of how valuable dream birds and sea furries are. Another man laughs at him, pointing out he couldn't even catch a bear. The first man snaps back, sick of arrogant fools acting tough after wasting away in backwater villages. The second man bristles with irritation. Then the young warrior cuts in, snapping at them to shut up and asking if they seriously believe this is some kind of game. One soldier suddenly realizes he's awake and wonders how he could have been sleeping so soundly. They call him Captain Ronan, vice captain of the punitive squad, and Corporal Ronan all at once. He brushes it aside casually, telling them instead to double-check their equipment. After all, it's nothing more than a ridiculous dream. A red-haired soldier named Valis complains bitterly, saying the whole mission feels endless since punitive troops keep dropping before they even receive discharge. He jokes about deserting during the next skirmish and muses that they could make a fortune through poaching instead. But the warrior immediately shuts him down, warning that if he ever mentions it again, he'll cut his limbs clean off. Still, Valis stubbornly holds his ground. Ronan silences everyone and reminds them that the general promised their freedom in a few months. He insists they should endure for a brighter future rather than fall into crime. Martin places a reassuring hand on Ronan's shoulder, promising that none of them will perish as long as they stay united. Ronan retorts sharply that everyone should be thinking about their own survival. He yells that his own life comes first, and if the situation worsens, he won't hesitate to abandon the rest. He tells them all to focus on surviving. The swordsman holds his tongue to avoid crushing morale, but he's painfully aware of how perilous the mission truly is. The general vowed that if they succeed, they will be pardoned. Ronan is dead set on returning alive to Nymerton, because there, his sister is waiting for him. Suddenly, a magic circle ignites in the sky and a blinding beam crashes down. The soldiers panic instantly, looking to Ronan for commands. He freezes, overtaken by a chilling wave of danger. From the light, a shadowy figure emerges, speaking in a commanding voice. It declares that they must accept the fate already laid before them. This celestial being is the dreaded Ayut. Ayut calls out and seizes everyone's attention. The troops cry out in confusion, asking what is happening. One points toward the heavens. Out of nowhere, magic circles spread wide, unleashing beams of light. The sky itself seems to explode with overwhelming power. Panic erupts among the soldiers. The light intensifies. Chunks of wreckage rain down, striking the ground with deadly force. Soldiers are thrown aside like insects, most unable to even react. Agonized screams fill the air as explosions rip them apart. Blood, chaos, and desperate pleas for help echo everywhere. Even Ronan stands frozen, unable to comprehend the disaster unfolding. Horns blare, sounded by priest-like figures. When Ronan's unit hears them, fury boils over. Despite a monstrous enemy ahead, they're being ordered to keep advancing. They shout in disbelief, raging that the entire command has lost its mind. Ronan dives forward, intercepting a spell, as beams and falling debris rain down over them. His comrades stare in shock at his reckless courage. He roars at them, calling them fools and telling them to snap out of it. This is no time to freeze or whine. If they want to live, they must either fight or run, but they cannot stop moving. Then he spots a beam of light aimed straight at his squad. A massive blast detonates at their position. Blood spatters across Ronan's face, leaving him stunned. He stands motionless as more beams continue raining down. Suddenly, someone rushes over and drags him to the ground. They crash down together. The man urges Ronan to get up and move, but he remains frozen. The man warns they cannot fight this thing and must endure until reinforcements arrive. Ronan forces himself to look around. Corpses lie everywhere, impaled by golden spikes. His chest tightens with grief. A raw scream tears out of him, heart-wrenching, as he realizes everyone dear to him is gone. Still, the relentless bombardment continues from above. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Bajura's illusion digs deeper into Ronan's memories. It drags up every trauma, trapping him inside his own mind. He is shattered, crushed under endless agony until all he yearns for is release. Yet enduring this torment is the only path to victory. Bajura thinks to himself that no one can withstand eternity. He can't understand what Ronan was thinking when he agreed to the bet. After all, the moment Ronan let him dictate the terms, Bajura believed his victory was guaranteed. Now he's simply curious how far Ronan's despair will spiral. Inside the illusion, Ronan finds himself standing over a fallen comrade. His heart heavy with sorrow. That friend has just died. As Ronan rides away on his horse, he glances back and witnesses another companion crumble into ash before his eyes. Then yet another corpse comes into view. The man's expression is frozen in sheer disbelief. Ronan's mind unravels into darkness, convinced that everyone around him is gone. Even breathing feels unbearable. He cannot even count how many lives have been lost just to protect him. The number feels infinite. Deep down, he knows there may be no end to this nightmare. He has no solutions, only a desperate craving for silence, even fleeting peace. With Bajura looming near, Ronan whispers for it all to end. Dropping to his knees, he begs for the nightmare to stop. He vows to surrender his body to Bajura if it will make him wake from this torment. Bajura studies him quietly for a moment, then smirks, certain of his victory. The forbidden book rises from Tower Master Larden's body. Bajura rejoices, thrilled that the moment has arrived. He declares, "Ronan, you're mine." A purple mist coils around Ronan as he remains motionless, until at last a faint smile flickers on his lips. Bajura steps inside Ronan's vessel, elated by the overwhelming power surging through it. This body is extraordinary. Just before Ronan's consciousness fades entirely, Bajura decides to leave one final mark. Gripping Ronan's sword, he draws out its true strength, unleashing a colossal wave of violet light. It blasts against the upper wall, tearing the ground apart on impact before exploding with a thunderous crash. Bajura proclaims that Ronan's power is fully awakened, all thanks to his blessing. The surge of destruction thrills him to his core. He wonders if Ronan feels that same intoxicating rush. As a warm-up, he chooses to eliminate a petty annoyance. Tower Master Larden, the one who wasted his time earlier with bravado, still alive though writhing in agony, each cough punctuated by groans. Bajura laughs, amused that the old man can still move, admitting that he's worthy of his title. He muses on what keeps him clinging on duty as Dawn's Tower Master, or guilt for his failures. Larden struggles to form a reply, but Bajura has no intention of waiting. He disregards Larden's feelings entirely, planning to crush him slowly and drown him in eternal despair. Raising the blade, he prepares to strike. Yet nothing happens. Lardon remains motionless, but Bajura finds himself frozen in place. The blade hangs mere inches from the man's head, his hand trembling, refusing to move. The world begins to blur around him. The sword slips from his grasp. He collapses to his knees, screaming in frustration, utterly lost as to why this is happening. Out of nowhere, frozen black vines slither toward him. They coil tightly around his body. Bajura is left in shock. He simply cannot comprehend how someone like him could contain such immense and sinister energy. Meanwhile, the protagonist stands unshaken, a confident grin stretched across his face, showing he's no ordinary warrior. He tells Bajura that a frail professor nearly died just from brushing against the curse, while Bajura went as far as tackling it and swinging at it. The protagonist admits he can't ignore Bajura's strength, but that admission only fills Bajura with terror. Not because of his power, but because Ronan's mind still remains whole. The hero states that Bajura's illusion was far too detailed, and because of that, every horrible memory of that day has returned crystal clear. He admits that had even the smallest detail gone wrong, whether because of Bajura's plotting or sheer misfortune, his sanity would have crumbled completely. If not for Sorante's ring, back then the ring had suddenly glowed on its own. It startled Ronan, leaving him confused with no clue what was happening. But now the truth finally fits. The ring only reveals its true nature when it reacts to a certain kind of mana. He explains this to Air. That realization makes her understand. Sorante must have given him the ring deliberately, aware of the curse binding Ronan. The ring radiates with powerful anti-demonic force, and it gleams with a light of purity. Air returns the ring to Ronan, telling him to safeguard it. She notes that if he ever falls into despair again, the ring will find its way back to him. Once more, the ring shines brilliantly. Its light tears through the nightmare, unveiling Sorante, who extends his hand to draw Ronan out. Air realizes this ring will become an invaluable ally for Ronan in the future. Grasping Sorante's hand, Ronan looks up and softly whispers that he owes him, offering his thanks. Back in the present, Ronan straightens, clutching the ring tightly. He admits he never imagined the curse within him could ever be of use. Yet the gamble he made has undeniably paid off. Meanwhile, Bajura still cannot process the reality before him. He is stunned that such a power could even exist. But Ronan shows no surprise. He's heard words like these countless times already. He throws Bajura's own words back at him, warning him that he will regret trying to seize his body. The curse begins to overtake Bajura, who screams in denial as it winds around him. Yet he refuses to accept the truth. He fights back, roaring that he is the forbidden book of destruction, that he is destruction incarnate, destined to rule the world. He will not believe he could simply fade away. But Ronan swings his blade and severs Bajura's arm. Blood gushes forth as the severed limb crashes to the ground. Ronan tells him to stop clinging so desperately and quit the endless whining. Gazing at the writhing remains, he scoffs and snarls at the cursed power, telling it if the game is over, then it should get lost already. The sinister aura surrounding the tower bursts apart, collapsing downward. Elizabeth Eyre and A1 regain their senses. Dust begins to settle slowly and quietly, revealing the protagonist sprawled on the ground. Letting out a long, exhausted sigh, he mutters that he was dangerously close to death. He wonders why he is always stuck dealing with that wretched book and whether it has finally ended. The suffocating dark energy is gone. Yet he notices the lingering presence of the star's mana. He cannot help but suspect it ties back to those troublesome figures. Suddenly, a voice exclaims in disbelief that he defeated Bajura alone. It is Tower Master Lardon. The protagonist checks on him, asking if he's unharmed. Lardon apologizes, clearly ashamed for putting him in such peril. Though they only just met, he can sense the hero's strength and resolve, especially against Bajura. He saw his unwavering willpower even as he nearly collapsed, something beyond anything he's witnessed before. The protagonist gives a weary grin, admitting it's been a brutal struggle. He then asks if Lardon is alright after losing his mana. Lardon calmly answers that compared to Bajura, nearly annihilating Dawn and threatening countless innocent lives, the loss of his mana hardly matters. At least he was given the chance to set things right, and that alone is a blessing. The hero chuckles, remarking that Tower Masters are truly remarkable, their resolve nearly unshakable. Just then Aaron and Awen rush over, asking if they're safe. Ronan tells them they fought not only for themselves but for what they treasure most, as Awan and Ire hurry toward them. Ronan's eyelids grow heavy. He whispers that he can finally rest, and collapses onto the ground. It has been an unimaginably long day, yet they've narrowly avoided another catastrophe. The next morning, Ronan awakens in bed. Beside him sit Tower Master Lardon and A1. Feeling as though he's been lying there for ages, he asks how long he was asleep. Lardon tells him it has been a full day, but since he seemed so peaceful, they chose not to disturb him. The protagonist glances around and concludes that their presence must mean everything is under control now. On confirms, crediting Ronan for defeating Bajura. The malicious magic that had plagued people has vanished with Bajura. They've monitored closely, and thankfully no lingering side effects have appeared. Meanwhile, Elizabeth has completed her treatment and immediately dives into repairing the shattered mage tower, ignoring pleas to rest. She refuses outright. As the priestess of Acolysius, she insists she must lead in times of chaos. Strangely, Cyan, who just regained consciousness, has been acting odd. From the very moment she awoke, she has been trailing Elizabeth like a shadow. The protagonist wonders about the uneasy relationship between the two families amid growing tension. Knowing they are managing gives him relief. It means he can return home without worry. Half joking, he muses that they might be planning a corny farewell party. Tower Master Larden and A1 flinch and quickly deny such a thing. Yet secretly, both tuck away their farewell preparations for another time. Larden then says they cannot allow their savior to leave empty-handed. Even if their gift cannot compare to what Ronan has done, he hopes Ronan will accept it as gratitude. When the box is opened, it reveals a first-rank Mage Tower badge, proof that Ronan is now recognized as a VIP of Dawn. With it, he gains unrestricted access to all Mage Tower facilities and privileges usually reserved for high-ranking mages, including entry to Harimian and the Elite Mage Exchange. Alongside the earlier scrolls, they've inscribed a few useful spells, hoping they serve him well in the future. Bowing deeply, they thank him once more for restoring the light of dawn to their tower. Overwhelmed, Ronan tries to stop them, insisting he understands and they need not bow. He insists he's fine. But before he finishes, A1 steps forward. Flames ignite as he conjures a barrier. Leaving Ronan impressed, they declare it is time to discuss the forbidden book. Time passes in Air. Air is found standing quietly by the sea, her expression heavy with gloom. Ronan approaches and her face brightens instantly at his arrival. She asks how he is, and why he's already up and moving when he should be resting. Ronan brushes it off, claiming Bajura's care left him relatively unharmed. Yet he needs to return to Filion soon, with something weighing on his heart before he leaves. He struggles to bring up Sorante, but unexpectedly, Air tells him there's no need to explain. He asks if she already knows what became of Sorante. Her face darkens, for earlier when she met Ronan, Sorante had appeared out of nowhere. In a mysterious, almost ethereal manner, the elder elf apologized for departing so suddenly. He thanked her for cherishing him in her heart as a treasured memory. Air was startled by his sudden appearance, yet, before fading away, Sorante wished her days of peace and addressed her as his cherished friend. Looking back, Air realizes Sorante was undeniably eccentric, but he carried an unmistakable warmth. Her voice trembles as she speaks of him, confessing he was odd yet compassionate in his own way. Tears stream down as the memories overwhelm her. With that final exchange behind them, it's time for Ronan to return to the academy. Back in Filion within the training grounds, Ronan stands still, gripping his sword tightly as he struggles to focus. The wind stirs around him, yet everything feels ordinary. His thoughts circle around the flow of mana within him, and the sword aura flickering from his blade. But then he notices a strange sparkling phenomenon he cannot make sense of. No matter how intensely he stares, he recognizes it as the star mana used by those troublesome cultists. He curses Bajura under his breath. Deep inside him lies a firm circle of mana, and he wonders what Bajura has done to him. Just days ago, sunlight poured beneath the flame barrier Owen had created. Ronan had asked the Tower Master and Owen if they were truly serious about giving him the forbidden book, Bajura. He admitted his curiosity about the book, but questioned whether it was wise to entrust it to him. He feared something disastrous might happen if he accepted it. Owen told him not to overthink it. Owen explained they had verified the demon inside the book was gone completely, leaving only a vault of knowledge. If word spread, the Mage Tower might face criticism. Yet even so, they resolved to hand it to Ronan, since it seemed he carried traces of Bajura's energy within him. The protagonist was left bewildered, and Larden remarked that they believed his body had absorbed Bajura rather than the other way around. He reassured him that if it were otherwise, they would have sensed corruption emanating from the book. Larden insisted the hero shouldn't view it negatively, as this solution was their answer to the Bajura problem. In the present, Ronan mutters irritably to himself, but his vision clears and he sees the road ahead. His mind drifts to Joppa, resolved that if they meet again, he will strike him down. He feels relieved that no one else can perceive the star mana, for if they did, they would surely misinterpret it. Out of nowhere, someone questions him about this wrong idea. It's Navarros appearing behind him and startling him. He shouts in alarm and instinctively lashes out while yelling at her. Navarros notes how his swordsmanship has noticeably improved. She asks if he achieved some sort of enlightenment during their time apart. Realizing at last it's Navarros who startled him, the protagonist steps back, hides his sword, and mutters that it's not his fault she shows up looking so menacing. Navarros approaches. She questions what happened at the Dawn Mage Tower and how he ended up with a core. Ronan, confused, wonders if what's inside him is truly a core, or something worse like a tumor. Navarose fumes at his comparison, offended that he likened a sacred core to a tumor. She insists she already covered this in class. She asks if he had been dozing off, and Ronan quickly apologizes. With a weary sigh, she explains that a core is earned through endless training with mana and countless battles. It's a sacred blessing of a true swordsman. In essence, it is a heart infused so often with mana that it can now hold mana directly. To form a core is monumental and signals a turning point in life. The mana within a core is far denser than the ambient mana. This concentrated energy allows one to awaken their aura, making core development a milestone of great importance. For a swordsman, gaining a core means ascending into a higher realm where their skills transform forever. Navarose notes that most spend decades forging a core, yet Ronan has one after mere months of experience. Stranger still, it doesn't rest in his heart but manifests in some unknown form, suggesting he may actually possess two cores. Ronan is astonished to learn its significance. Navarose doesn't pry further, knowing the Mage Tower will eventually share more. Instead, she orders him to duel her. Ronan is stunned, baffled at how the conversation leapt there. Navarose explains that a swordsman must test new power. Though inconvenient for her as his instructor, she'll endure it. She believes Ronan learns best through action rather than theory. Ronan pales, pointing out how unbothered she seems about the whole thing. As Navarose charges, Ronan braces into combat stance. She urges him on and their blades collide. The clash wreaks havoc on the surroundings. Ronan is driven back, thinking it feels like she's seriously trying to kill him. Navarose lunges again. He raises his sword just in time to block. The impact shakes the ground with tremors. Ronan realizes trading raw strength with her is pointless. His body cannot withstand it. But if he can unbalance her for even a moment, he may land a strike. He recalls how Grantius Rat managed it. The purple orb of light within him suddenly pulses. His foot glimmers as though wrapped in starlight. He unleashes a surge of power. Shimmering threads wrap around Navarose's legs. Ronan's eyes light up with excitement, only for confusion to settle in. He realizes instantly he's made a mistake. Navarose is bound by radiant strings, and Ronan sees it as unmistakably Dalen's aura. Bewilderment hits him as the strings spread across the ground. Navarose points out the technique, noting he must have absorbed plenty of skills at the Mage Tower. She warns that such moves in battle decide life or death, and if he has nothing more to show her, she'll attack for real, a wicked grin spreading on her face. Ronan panics, shouting for her not to go all out since he hasn't figured out what's happening yet. Suddenly, Navarose breaks free of the threads. The purple orb within Ronan begins to blacken. His head spins and he collapses. Navarose notices immediately that something is wrong. She watches him hit the ground. Inside the academy, someone remarks on how reckless the swordsman can be. Jerden scolds Navarose, telling her this isn't a battlefield. He says her actions caused Ronan's mana depletion, calling her a longsword rascal. Annoyed, Navarose asks if he's the one tending to Ronan. Jerden snaps back that it's a useless question, he's a master at this. After Ronan takes a potion, Jerden notes a rebound effect caused by the sudden mana surge. He assures Navarose that with potions and medicine, Ronan will recover swiftly, and he orders her to fetch more medicine. He warns her that releasing such a powerful aura only hinders Ronan's healing. Irritated, Navarose mutters she didn't expect Ronan to be so frail. She asks what medicine he needs and storms out. Ronan thanks the professor, explaining that he lost all his strength so suddenly it caught him completely off guard. Jerden interrupts, saying that isn't the main issue. He points out that every time Ronan appears, something happens that should only occur once in a lifetime. Jerden tells him to look from his perspective, stressing that the energy he senses is unlike anything he's known. He asks if it is Bajura's power, leaving Ronan stunned. Bewildered about how he gained it, Ronan listens as Jerden explains he often spoke with Awan, who asked him to watch Ronan carefully to ensure Bajura's power doesn't become dangerous. Ronan wants to ask something, but Jerden cuts him off, telling him not to worry if the question is about whether it's dangerous. Jerden notices that the energy radiating from the Forbidden Book is becoming stable in an unexpectedly firm way. If someone wasn't familiar with Bajura, they might mistakenly think it had to do with the odd placement of the core. He comments that they still need to dig deeper into this, but if everything goes well, it could potentially be used as a core capable of channeling aura. That revelation hits Ronan like a hammer, and he immediately leaps up. Aura is an utterly personal force, something that only one individual can access at any given time. The path into that realm lies in the strongest emotion a person has ever experienced. Whether it is the agony of failure, the sudden spark of inspiration, or an unshakable regret. When that emotion fuses with the mana accumulated within someone's core, it triggers a mighty force. That is the very essence of aura. Ronan is overwhelmed, marveling at something he never believed was possible. Yet he cannot dismiss that earlier sensation, the one that felt unmistakably like Dalin's aura resurfacing. The idea that someone's unique aura could be duplicated seems impossible, and he begins to wonder if Bajura's core could be the cause. Jerdon then says they still need to report to Professor Secret. With a casual tone, he mentions that Ronan is actually quite fortunate. Ronan, however, is momentarily puzzled. Jerdon clarifies that he's referring to Ronan's curses. He explains that out of the 8 curses Ronan carried, 2 have now vanished. Ronan is completely stunned by this revelation. Jerdon notices his bewildered reaction. He goes on to explain that he sensed Bajura's core merging with 2 of the curses. It's an extremely unusual occurrence, since curse merging is virtually unheard of. For something like that to occur, they would need to identify the precise origin. Ronan connects the dots and realizes it must be linked to the nebula classifier. With so many strange phenomena unfolding inside his body, he finds it impossible to fully grasp. Jerdon, however, keeps his spirits high and assures Ronan that someday he will make sense of it all. Under the broad daylight sky, Ronan strolls along the street. He clutches the book tightly and mutters that, from the look in Bajura's eyes, he had always thought the man was completely insane. Yet even after death, Bajura's presence lingers with a disgusting heaviness. Ronan curses under his breath at the book and what it has dragged him into. He tells himself not to overanalyze it. Despite all his doubts, losing 2 bothersome curses is at least a small victory. He reasons that he shouldn't be too picky about getting rid of those troublesome remnants of the order. So he decides to take his time while continuing to investigate. Suddenly, he hears someone crying out and calling his name. It's Assel, and Ronan is thrilled to see him. He asks if Assel came all this way just to find him since it has been so long. Ronan also wonders aloud how he managed to track him down. He keeps speaking as Assel rushes toward him, but suddenly an explosion rocks the scene. Assel's face twists with terror as he cries out for Ronan to save him. At first, Ronan is bewildered, but then he freezes as his eyes land on a massive lion-like hybrid shredded and growling ferociously. He stares, baffled at what kind of monster it could be. The ground trembles violently beneath Ronan's feet. He blinks rapidly, questioning if his vision is playing tricks on him. What in the world is happening? How could something like this erupt at the Mage Tower, especially inside a school? As his eyes sweep the area, they settle on the manticore. Its intent is obvious, and it's far too close to devouring Assel. Manticores hail from the northwest. They are savage predators that thrive on flesh, their bodies built like steel-plated war machines. Their tails resemble those of scorpions, loaded with venom that paralyzes instantly. They are regarded as even more dangerous than wyverns. But our hero remains calm. To him, this is a perfect chance to test whether Bajura's core truly lets him wield another's aura. He concentrates deeply on his heart and the core, drawing mana directly from Bajura instead of from within himself. He sharpens and refines his technique. During his fight with Naviros, he had lost control, overwhelmed by the excessive mana until he passed out. This time, he keeps that lesson firmly in mind. He imagines himself taking just a single step. Everything feels transformed. He holds his ground as a radiant light bursts forth. Assel senses it too. The light morphs into glowing threads that coil around the manticore, restraining it tightly. Relief surges through Ronan. His experiment has succeeded and his burning curiosity is satisfied. But without warning, the manticore tears free. Both he and Assel blanch in horror. Ronan mutters that while it may be possible, the strength feels far weaker than he anticipated. Perhaps it cannot match the power of the original aura. The manticore lunges forward, jaws wide. Ronan draws his sword in response. Out of nowhere, a brilliant yellow beam of light erupts. It slams into the manticore, gouging deep into the ground. The monster halts instantly, frozen in place. Ronan and Assel both stand in shock, unable to move. The radiant beam extends high into the sky, before gradually fading away. Then a figure approaches, asking if they're all right. Ronan can hardly believe his eyes. It's Professor Varin. With a single strike, the professor has brought down the manticore. It's undeniable proof that the instructors are still leagues beyond Ronan's strength. Moments later, the entire area lies in ruins. But the manticore is finally subdued, while the crowd grows increasingly restless. Varin steps forward, placing a gentle hand on the beast's side, quietly apologizing for the suffering it endures. He warns that if the creature stirs more chaos, the Empire won't simply let it slide. He admits this is the most he can offer, as a soft golden aura surrounds him, subtle yet unmistakably powerful. Ronan squints, wondering if this is truly Varin's aura, since it feels like an advanced form of body enhancement magic. Whatever it may be, he is deeply impressed that the professor subdued such a feared creature with ease. Varin may seem laid back, but clearly there's a steel edge to him as well. The professor steps back, never taking his eyes off the manticore. Turning to the boys, Varin admits he is at a loss for words. He never expected the manticore to escape from its enclosure. Bowing his head, he accepts responsibility as the organizer of the 100 Beast Festival. Ronan casually shrugs, reassuring him that it's fine. If anything, he got to witness something extraordinarily rare. Ronan then asks what the festival is all about. Assel assumes Ronan hasn't heard since he only just returned. He explains that Filion is currently preparing for the 100 Beast Festival, a major event. It's when the Empire proudly displays its rarest monsters. People travel great distances for the chance to glimpse creatures they would otherwise never encounter. Our hero recalls noticing it on the schedule and admits it might be fun to attend since it sounds so distinctive. Ronan asks the professor what will happen after this incident, wondering if it could mean the event will be cancelled. The professor replies that expectations for the event are high and something like this won't stop it. After all, this will be the first public unveiling. The very next day at the nest, Ronan meets with Assel and Maria. He reassures them not to stress over the 100 Beast Festival, though he confesses one lingering question. Is it really that special? Everyone seems hyped up about it and he's curious why. He figures it'll be enjoyable, but he doesn't see why it should be considered such a big deal. Maria insists that this year's 100 Beast Festival will be unlike any other. She reveals that a pair of doppelgangers will be featured, one Alpha and one Omega. Doppelgangers are extraordinarily rare creatures, able to copy someone after making eye contact and reading their thoughts. The Alpha mimics someone the target loves, while the Omega becomes the embodiment of someone they despise or fear. Maria notes that people would pay immense sums just to witness such a spectacle, but since doppelgangers almost never appear, most never get to see them. Getting to witness a pair for free is enough to send the crowd into a frenzy. She turns to Ronan, asking if he's interested in seeing them now that he knows the truth. Ronan imagines the Alpha taking Iral's form, and the Omega becoming a Hayut. The thought irritates him, though only slightly. Still, he admits it's fascinating. He adds that the Academy will be flooded with visitors, and when that happens, Professor Varin will no doubt be overwhelmed, since uninvited guests always seem to sneak in. Meanwhile, cloaked figures converse in hushed tones. One states that orders have come down from the higher-ups. He passes a sheet of paper to another and commands him to memorize it and handle it. The other nods firmly, assuring him they will not fail. It's all being done in the name of Calibro's honor. Later, Ronan gathers everyone together to discuss the 100 Beast Festival. But soon after, he shifts the conversation toward the true reason he called them there. He announces that he has prepared a special gift. He places a book into Assel's hands and explains that it's a precious item he obtained from the Mage Tower of Dawn. Our hero knows full well that reading such a book won't be an easy task for Assel. From what he's heard, each and every page is packed with magical seals and arcane formulas. He figures it could take her an entire day just to unravel a single page. He advises her to take it slowly and not to push herself. Assel is shocked, admitting she never even imagined something like this could exist. Ronan asks if she believes she can handle deciphering it. Assel replies that each page looks like a massive, complicated maze, though she can still catch fragments of the text. Excitedly, she says that with patience she'll eventually get through it, though actually mastering its meaning is another challenge. The knowledge inside is so advanced and revolutionary, it feels almost otherworldly. She praises Ronan, calling him amazing, and asks how he ever managed to get hold of such an unbelievable magic book. Ronan, recalling just how difficult it was, simply tells her it's probably best if she never finds out. Then he turns to Maria and tells her to meet with Professor Varin whenever she has the opportunity. He hints that there's a golden chance waiting for her, something that could change her fortune. Ronan reveals that the professor has finally perfected the cultivation of Sorante's herbs and is preparing to create potions from them, which will soon be distributed across the empire. He firmly suggests that Maria's Caribal merchant group should be in charge of the distribution. Ronan believes Maria is already well aware of how effective the herbs are, and with her sharp business instincts, it won't take long before she builds wealth from this. Maria's eyes gleam with excitement as she takes in the news. After that, Ronan rises to his feet. He says he wants to test just how much progress they've both made. It's been some time and he admits he has high hopes. Maria flashes a grin, saying she's ready and has plenty to show off. Ronan encourages her to keep that confidence burning. He tells her to grab her weapon and follow him. They're about to duel. Assel stands up as well, but Ronan tells her to remain behind and focus on studying the book. He thinks that will strengthen Assel more effectively right now than training would. They exchange farewells and Assel quietly watches them leave. Their voices are lively and cheerful, with Maria's bright laughter filling the air. A faint shadow of sadness flickers across Assel's face. For a brief moment, she feels as though she's being left behind. 2 weeks later, inside the Galilean building, two figures stand in the center of the arena. Addison declares that this is their 514th attempt. She asks if they're ready. Brown steps into his stance, and his opponent is none other than our hero. Addison begins the countdown. At 3, Brown draws his sword. By 2, a surge of mana is already radiating off him. At 1, her whistle blasts through the air. The instant the signal sounds, Brown charges forward at full speed. His blade gleams with overflowing energy. Ronan doesn't move an inch, even as Brown closes the gap. Just as the blade nears his body, he feels something awaken deep within him. Brown suddenly freezes in place. His sword never makes contact with Ronan. It's as though unseen threads have bound his movements, holding both him and his weapon back. Brown remarks that he can't move and calls it an incredible technique. Ronan exhales in relief and thanks him for giving it a try. Addison gives Ronan a high five, praising his mana flow as perfectly balanced between speed and stability. She's impressed that he has reached this level in only 2 weeks. Ronan nods, crediting their help for his progress. Together, they evaluate his skills, identifying the gaps and showing him how to correct them. He notes that Brown's full-powered strikes help sharpen his focus and add weight to his own techniques. He keeps quiet, though, about the aura actually belonging to someone else. Brown chimes in, saying he learns a lot from Ronan. He's amazed that Ronan doesn't even flinch when a blade is at his throat. He adds that such courage is exactly what every swordsman should aspire to, and he thanks Ronan for inspiring a new goal. With a wide grin, Brown proclaims Ronan to be the greatest club leader. Ronan laughs, appreciating Brown's energy. Brown decides to train solo for now, telling Ronan to call on him anytime he wants someone swinging for his neck again. After Brown departs, Ronan reflects on all that he has achieved by channeling Dalen's aura, yet something still feels off. His mind drifts back to the golden aura of Professor Varin. No matter how hard he tries, his mana is always exhausted long before he can even come close to reproducing it. He wonders if the stronger the aura, the harder it becomes to replicate. Maybe if he witnessed it several more times, he could figure it out. But the professor is busy, and asking him to reveal his aura again feels like it would be a burden. Just as he wrestles with the thought, someone comes looking for him. It's Bari, the professor's assistant. Bari is pleased that Ronan remembers him. Ronan notes that he's seen him around before and asks what he needs. Bari explains that the professor has already left, and that he left behind a note. In it, the professor instructed Bari to rely on Ronan if anything difficult arises in his absence. Ronan is startled that the professor would leave with the festival so near. He asks what Bari means. Bari reveals that several creatures have gone missing from Theo Hall. Not just any, but the most important ones for the 100 Beast Festival. The doppelgangers, Ronan, confused, asks what that's all about. The 3 of them head toward Theo Hall, with soldiers bowing respectfully as they pass. Bari mentions that the professor has been gone for quite some time. He left immediately after the incident, so it's already been 2 weeks. Ronan furrows his brow, trying to piece everything together. He asks if this connects to when the Manticore escaped. Bari confirms it does. He explains that the professor suspected something was wrong, which is why he decided to investigate personally. Bari has no idea what exactly the professor discovered, but he cannot shake the memory of the expression on his face. It was the angriest he had ever seen him. The following day, within the quiet of his office, the professor places a letter on the table Bari later referred to, and then walks away. In the letter, he instructs Bari to seek Ronan's aid if anything difficult occurs. Ronan folds his arms and lets out a frustrated sigh, muttering that this is indeed troublesome. The priceless doppelgangers have broken free of their cages and vanished. Nearby, Addison examines the shattered mirrors with a wary gaze. Ronan turns to her, asking if she has discovered anything. Addison replies that she doubts the incident was some random accident. Bari shivers at her words, his voice trembling. She elaborates that the cage was specifically crafted to withstand a doppelganger's transformations. Forged from an incredibly durable glass alloy, stronger than most could imagine, there was no way it could have been broken for no reason. She points out that most of the fragments have fallen inside rather than outside. A faint luminescence still glows from the shards, showing traces of dense mana lingering there. This is undeniable proof that something powerful struck the cage from outside, shattering it despite its extraordinary toughness. Considering all of this, she concludes it was likely a deliberate terrorist attack. She suspects someone had been targeting the doppelgangers from the very beginning. Bari looks shaken to the core by her statement. Ronan, on the other hand, stays silent, but his mind races. He believes the Grand Commander truly earned her rank, her deduction is flawless, and he agrees completely. Because without such reasoning, none of this would add up. He admits he has felt uneasy ever since entering the area. He says that if her suspicion is correct, then the situation is extremely serious. His eyes scan the surroundings, his tone sharpening as he warns that dangerous criminals are lurking within the campus. If they don't act quickly, disaster could follow. He turns to Bari, pressing him for agreement, but Bari stays silent, visibly intimidated and unsure. Ronan insists they must begin investigating immediately. He tells Bari to get assistance from the knights stationed at the entrance, since trying to hunt down the culprits alone would be impossible. But Bari only stares blankly, confusion written across his face. Addishan urges him to wait, having noticed something suspicious tied to the whole affair. Her sharp, focused expression makes her look like a detective who just uncovered a vital clue. Ronan raises a hand, signaling her to hold back. He reassures her that there's no need to worry, it won't take long. Then he waves for everyone to quiet down once again, and assures them that if the knights step in, everything will be completely safe. He makes his way toward the knights, looking as though he's about to vent about how tangled up his school life has become. Though most people see him as a model student, deep down he still feels like a lost child barely managing to stay afloat. He admits that standing in the spotlight during moments like these is unbearably exhausting. He turns to the knights and asks if they ever feel the same. Their silence is the only reply. Ronan observes that while the knights may look solemn and composed on the outside, their actions reveal something entirely different. With a mocking grin, he notes how their lack of response is nothing short of disastrous, leaving the knights both irritated and bewildered. One of them demands an explanation, and Ronan shoots a sidelong glance, saying that even after the assistant calls for them, they don't bother to investigate while the students are already caught up in the chaos. What gnaws at him most is that none of the knights seem to notice the points Addishan keeps raising, yet they pretend as though nothing is wrong. All this while the entire disaster lies squarely on their shoulders for neglecting their duties. Not a single trace of remorse shows on their faces, something Ronan simply cannot comprehend. He bluntly asks if their pay is so pitiful that they've lost all will to act. One knight snaps back, calling that absurd. He insists it was nothing but a random accident, questioning if they even need to justify themselves to a mere student. Ronan cuts in with a crooked smile, pointing out the stains of blood on their armor, the very thing they are desperate to keep hidden. He argues there's no reason anyone should be walking around with blood on them inside Filion. Fixing them with a piercing stare, he demands to know their true identities. One knight hisses back, calling Ronan a fool. Then all of them draw blades, accusing him of having a death wish. Ronan calmly retorts that soon enough, it will be clear who really holds the death wish. He warns that everything will reveal itself shortly, but before he can finish, a knight from the back suddenly slices open the throat of the comrade standing before him. The others freeze in stunned disbelief. Ronan, equally shaken, struggles to accept what he's seeing as blood splatters violently through the air. The dying knight gurgles in his final moments. The two remaining knights cry out at the attacker, branding him a traitor, and chaos instantly erupts into battle. Before they can regroup, the assailant lunges forward, slashing down one knight and seizing the other to drag a blade across his throat as well. He boots their corpses aside and strides over them without pause. The knight lying wounded curses him, but then he freezes, terror-struck as the blade rises again. He begins begging desperately for his life. Ronan still has no idea what's happening and watches in silence. His mind works furiously, trying to grasp who this man really is. Then the knight turns his gaze on him. Ronan senses danger wash over him and grips his sword tightly as the knight advances. Yet instead of striking, the man halts, bows politely, and asks if Sir Ronan has witnessed how he dealt with those vile impostors. Ronan can only stand there, baffled. The knight speaks smoothly, claiming he's nothing like those men, and begs Ronan not to confuse them as allies. Still perplexed, Ronan asks what he means, but then a sudden recollection jolts him. The voice, it sounds strangely familiar. As the knight removes his helmet, the truth crashes over Ronan like a wave, and recognition seizes him. He stares in shock and asks if the man is Belruz. The man smiles with unnerving calm amid the carnage, saying it's been some time and casually asking how Ronan has been. Our protagonist drops to his knees, giving Balsark a sly look at his dramatic reappearance. With a sharp edge to his voice, Ronan orders him to stop dressing up his act of mercy as if it were anything noble. He makes it clear that showing leniency does not mean he's grown soft. Ronan is no pushover. In turn, Balsark promises to explain everything, leaving out nothing. He begins by recalling the unforgettable moment Ronan saved him, saying it completely reshaped his life. That day marked a turning point that redefined who he was. He remembers vividly when Ronan entrusted him with a mission. Remain in Calibro, act as a spy, and work alongside him to dismantle the group from within. Since then, Balsark has poured everything into the role, braving dangerous assignments to dig up intelligence. His persistence paid off, and soon he was noticed by Calibro's upper echelon, eventually securing the coveted title of Wolf, reserved only for the most loyal operatives. From that position, he gained access to vital secrets, including the locations of headquarters and upcoming poaching operations. Following Ronan's directives, he funneled all this information to Varan, ensuring it reached the right hands without raising suspicion. Our hero recalls hearing the professor speak of a hidden ally, someone who had been quietly sabotaging Calibro's schemes from the shadows. Balsark admits with unease that while he delivered armor, he had no knowledge of its origin. Handling communications alone, he never knew the true supplier, and he hopes Ronan will place his trust in him. Ronan can't deny his admiration for Balsark's dedication. Yet he presses further, wanting to know why Calibro is taking such reckless risks. They might be bold, but they aren't foolish enough to provoke Filion outright. So what's driving them? Balsark answers that recently Calibro has become a laughingstock. His infiltration allowed Voron and the Imperial Guard to dismantle nearly half of Calibro's branches. On top of that, sabotaging the poaching rings caused upheaval, fueling rumors that Calibro was on its last legs. With a proud grin, Balsark admits he himself sparked those rumors. He believes the leaders are desperate to reclaim authority, and their last-ditch plan is to hijack the 100 Beast Festival. At last, Ronan begins to understand. With everyone's eyes on the festival, stealing away the doppelgangers, the very stars of the event, would be Calibro's way of proving their relevance. Yet he sighs, finding it all to be meaningless now. Just as he's ready to call it quits, Balsark interrupts, saying the doppelgangers are merely the start. The true objective is to seize control of every species present at the festival. To accomplish this, Calibro has deployed its elite unit Arendelle. At that moment, the door bursts open. Enemy knights already lie defeated outside. Balsark looks taken aback, but Ronan stays composed. Addishan strolls in with a grin, relieved to see Ronan, and confirms his suspicion that those so-called guards were imposters. After Ronan departs, she and her team interrogate the captives, exposing their true identities. Since Addishan has already rendered them unconscious, extracting answers won't be difficult. Ronan commends her sharp work. He then turns to Bari with concern, asking what's wrong. Addishan remarks that Bari has looked pale for some time. Ronan still struggles with the shocking truth that spies have infiltrated their ranks, something hard to digest. Bari, meanwhile, never imagined seeing the gentle Addishan unleash such ferocity, cutting down guards single-handedly like a seasoned warrior. When the dust clears, Addishan notices the man standing behind Ronan and demands to know who he is. Balsark courteously introduces himself. He claims to be a former minion of the corrupt Calibro, speaking with bold conviction that he has been granted a second chance at life. He goes on to call himself Ronan's blessing, even revealing his name. Addishan looks puzzled at the term blessing, but Ronan assures her he'll explain later. For now, greater problems demand their focus. Still shaken, Addishan asks if Calibro truly planted imposters not just here but everywhere. Balsark confirms and elaborates. He explains that the doppelgangers are nothing but bait. The true plan is to capture every species gathered at the 100 Beast Festival. With doppelgangers being the main attraction, their disappearance would cause panic and divert attention. In the ensuing chaos, Calibro would exploit the security gaps to snatch the remaining species. He adds one critical detail. The entire operation commences when the full moon aligns with the peak of Theo Hall's steeple, and that exact time has now arrived. He's certain the others are already in place. Ronan begins to think things through. Now that they know the scheme, eliminating the enemy shouldn't prove impossible. But charging headlong isn't wise. It's better to let Calibro believe the plan is unfolding smoothly, lull them into comfort. The lesser threats don't faze him. What truly demands attention is Arendelle. The werewolves are warriors bred purely for battle. The Woolamp tribe in particular is infamous for their brutality and unmatched strength. 5 years ago, Arendelle, the deadliest weapon Calibro possessed, exterminated the entire Woolamp tribe in a single night. That massacre elevated Calibro from a petty poaching gang into a feared criminal empire with real power. Now that Arendelle is on the field, it's clear Calibro is going all in. Ronan sees this, and if they're all in, then so is he. He instructs Bari to discreetly alert the Imperial forces about the unfolding events. Without glancing back, Ronan marches forward, promising Bari that they will reclaim the doppelgangers, no matter what comes. Ronan knows Arendelle enjoys flaunting his strength but also possesses sharp cunning. If he has seized the doppelgangers, it means arrogance has set in. Which means if they locate the doppelgangers first, Arendelle will come chasing after them. Ronan resolves to seize that chance and bring the fight to an end once and for all. As twilight falls, a man sits devouring meat like a feral beast. He gives off a raw, predatory aura, like a beast waiting for the perfect moment to strike. After finishing his meal, he tosses the scraps aside and mutters about how bored he is. Waiting for prey to show itself tests his patience every passing second. He growls that the manticore and doppelgangers are nothing but sideshows. What he truly craves is for Varan to step into the open so he can tear his skin off. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, 3 figures appear, each of them familiar. Addishan begins capturing the local animals. Balsark already expected her to be skilled after watching her handle Calibro alone, but witnessing it firsthand convinces him she's exceptional. He asks Ronan what his plan for the beasts is. Ronan answers coolly that he'll use the animals to sniff out the doppelgangers. He'll let their instincts lead the way, tracking the trail straight to the targets. Balsark is stunned to learn that such a thing is even possible. Ronan, however, is confident. Because the future Commander Addishan is fully capable, magic swirls at her fingertips. She whispers thanks to the animals as they heed her call. Then in a flash they dart into the forest, guided by instinct and her spellwork. Deeper still in the woods, a fox darts through the undergrowth. But this is no ordinary fox, it's the Omega doppelganger fox. Overhead, a bird infused with Addishan's magic soars, tailing its target. Just as it swoops in to strike, the fox senses the threat, its eyes flash. Its body ripples and begins to transform. Flesh bubbles around it like a grotesque cocoon. A snake slithers free. In a heartbeat, the serpent launches upward, fangs bared at the bird. The bird sees the strike too late, it's swallowed whole in an instant. That vision shoots back to Addishan. She quickly alerts Ronan that she's located one, pointing to the direction. She explains that the doppelganger has taken the form of a snake. Ronan nods and praises her sharp work, pride lacing his tone. He declares it must be the Omega and moves to give the command. But before he can, Balsark suddenly sprints forward, shouting to leave it to him. Ronan pauses, caught off guard. Charging at the snake, Balsark admits his past may be shameful, but as a wolf of Calibro, he'll handle this. Ronan shouldn't waste his effort. He insists he's more than enough to deal with it. And shockingly, he proves it, snatching the creature in his grasp. The Omega thrashes wildly, desperate to break free, but it's no use. Balsark clamps its neck firmly. He mutters for it to calm down, assuring he doesn't mean to hurt it. Ronan snaps, calling him a fool. Balsark cheerfully reports that one problem is solved. But Ronan scolds him for locking eyes with it. He just explained Omega's morph based on their target's darkest fears. Realization dawns on Balsark. His grin fades, fear creeping into his eyes. The serpent starts shifting again. Balsark trembles, recalling what Ronan said about fears as the snake morphs into Sita. Balsark freezes when the bird-like creature chirps softly. Tears well as he remembers the torment that creature once caused him. Then it flutters away. It swoops toward Ronan, clutching his face and locking eyes with him. Ronan flinches at the sudden contact. Before he can react, it darts off. His gut sinks. He made eye contact. If it turns into someone like Ahute, it'll be a nightmare. He grits his teeth, knowing he must catch it before things spiral. He bolts off at full speed. Without glancing back, he orders Addishan to take Balsark and chase down the Alpha while he handles the Omega alone. Ronan sprints deeper into the forest, already bracing for the doppelganger to have taken on a new form. But he sees no trace of Ahute, and with its size, hiding should be impossible. Stranger still, there are human footprints, but the Mana signature is undeniably doppelganger. It leaves him questioning who it has turned into. The closer he gets, the more suffocating the killing intent becomes. His mind flashes to the man who cursed him. He creeps forward, hand poised on his sword. He tells himself that whoever it is, he'll face it. But his thoughts cut off as the figure ahead comes into view. The sight shakes him to his core. Blood drips steadily from the figure's blade. In a low tone, the figure mutters that he couldn't protect anyone. Ronan watches as he repeats it over and over. He sees himself claiming he failed to protect anyone. It's Ronan from before his time regression. The version he fears most, the man who couldn't save those he loved. The doppelganger slowly turns toward him. Ronan halts, breath stolen by disbelief. The figure before him isn't Ahute, it's himself, his worst fear manifest. That explains the suffocating aura of senseless slaughter. The doppelganger repeats that it couldn't protect anyone. Then it blames Ronan outright, accusing him of being the reason everyone died before lunging. Ronan reels, caught unprepared. He barely parries the blow with his sword. The impact blasts dirt and rubble into the air. The pressure is overwhelming. He recalls that doppelgangers retain fragments of memory and skills from their targets. But this one, it's like fighting his true past self. He realizes if this version had clashed with Ahute, the battle would have been brutal. He needs space and time to regroup. Suddenly, the doppelganger loosens its grip and hurls its sword aside. Ronan stumbles, thrown off balance. The sudden shift catches him completely unprepared. The doppelganger seizes his hair, yanking his head back, and presses a blade at his throat. He narrowly blocks the strike. He scoffs, mocking the sloppy technique as exactly how he used to fight. With a smirk, he steadies himself. Using only his sword's sheath, he fends off the assault. Strangely, he feels thankful. The fight forces him to remember discipline he once forgot. He calls the foe a damned proper soldier. Then, as payback, he drives the sheath into its body. The strike doesn't pierce deep, but it rattles Omega Ronan. The creature snarls furiously. Ronan quickly retreats a step, bracing for the next exchange. His guard never drops. He barely slips past a swing that could have taken his head. He notes grimly that reckless style was exactly how he once fought. Like a beast, nothing more than survival instincts. A fighter who charges blindly, no finesse, no control, just desperation and fear. Ronan knows one mistake could end him. A single breath out of rhythm and it's over. His eyes never leave the doppelganger as it shifts. Suddenly, it scrapes its blade along the ground, throwing a storm of dirt in his face. The doppelganger freezes, startled. Ronan squints through the haze, taunting it. Shouldn't it already know his thoughts since they're the same? Their blades crash violently. Ronan realizes with alarm that his strike barely landed, shocked the copy dodged. The doppelganger glares back with murder in its eyes. With the force gained from his dodge, it slams its head straight into him. The blow is brutal, knocking Ronan back on his heels. Blood bursts from his lips as he coughs violently. He spits a curse at that relentless monster. Yet before he can even steady himself, a sudden kick smashes into him, catching him completely unprepared and sending him hurling through the air. When he crashes down again, agony racks his body. This wasn't just some shove, he'd been blasted away. As Ronan was flung across the air, the realization struck him: this doppelganger moves as though it truly is him. One kick won't be its only attack. If his guess is right, that other self is already winding up for the finishing strike. His body slams into a massive boulder, the pain jolting through every bone. Still, he clenches his teeth, forcing himself to brace for the next assault. A deafening explosion tears through the forest, smoke swirling thick around him. A blade slams into the stone beside his head, missing him by mere inches. He stares at the embedded weapon, shuddering at how close death had just brushed past. Rage burns in his chest. This Omega version of himself is far too strong. He contemplates a reckless gamble. If he can lock eyes with another, maybe the doppelganger will switch targets and that alternate might be easier to fight. But before he can test the thought, a figure steps forward from the haze. The stranger says their boy isn't the prey he was seeking. Ronan feels his spirit flare with hope, praying it Svarin. But disappointment crashes down. It's only a kid wreaking havoc in his hunting grounds. The towering figure fixes his gaze on the youth and demands to know his identity. This is none other than Arendelle, the one mentioned before. From him radiates a thick scent of blood and a feral aura, as though a beast prowled right there. In that moment, Ronan recalls Balsark's description. It matches him exactly. That's when he understands this man is Arendelle. Ronan hadn't anticipated this at all. He knew their paths would cross someday, but not under these circumstances. The timing couldn't be worse. Arendelle asks whether he's frightened, when Ronan gives no answer. Arendelle's grin begins to falter, his nose twitching at a faint but familiar scent. It's a trace he recognizes when he hadn't accounted for. Today should have gone flawlessly, but now that he's caught it, there's no way he'll let the kid walk free. He demands to know why Ronan reeks of the Omega doppelganger, and Ronan's chest sinks in dread. A bitter curse slips from his lips. Without warning, Arendelle lunges forward, declaring that all is unfolding as it should. Their blades collide, ringing out with a sharp metallic note. Arendelle gloats, speaking of catching the Alpha and now tracing the Omega's trail. Ronan never saw that twist coming. Arendelle edges closer, mocking him for his rotten fortune. Ronan blocks the strike with his sword, realizing the rumors of Arendelle being Calibro's strongest executive were no exaggeration. Every swing carries crushing weight. He knows a single decisive hit could end him, especially in his battered state. And another danger lingers, the Omega that had attacked earlier. The one that should have already finished him waits silently, its intent to kill hidden beneath the stillness. That silence speaks volumes. His former self is lying in wait, ready to strike when the moment comes, so he must act first. He has to end this now. In a sudden burst, Ronan dashes in, his blade striking before Arendelle can react. The slash grazes across his neck, shallow but sharp. Arendelle winces, complaining about the sting yet oddly commending him. Out of nowhere, his fist shoots forward. Ronan manages to raise his sword in time, deflecting the blow. Arendelle smirks, boasting that his aura is so suffocating that most foes lose the will to fight the moment they face him. So this is the perfect thrill. Ronan senses that his appearance here is no coincidence. He's stunned that even a clean hit barely left a mark. He questions what kind of body could dismiss such blows. Could it be because of his aura? Arendelle nods, confirming, and explains that his aura has seeped into his muscles, forging his very body into a weapon. This is no ordinary mana boost. This is the pinnacle of physical enhancement. With menace in his tone, Arendelle declares Ronan a worthy opponent, his chosen prey from now on. He lays it bare: hunting is the strong devouring the weak, and until his hunger is sated, Ronan's suffering won't end. He lunges again, striking Ronan so hard he's sent flying back. Ronan drags his sword along the dirt, desperately regaining his balance. Already another punch is barreling toward him. He twists aside just in time. His gaze sharpens, resolve flaring as he braces himself with fierce determination. He unleashes a flurry of swings at Arendelle. At last, Arendelle blocks with his arm. Ronan's blade bites deep but fails to pierce flesh. Both fighters retreat a step. Seizing the pause, Arendelle hefts a massive boulder. He hurls it straight at Ronan. Ronan braces himself. In an instant, he cleaves the stone into fragments. Using that opening, Arendelle surges in, his fist driving toward Ronan's guard, certain he has him trapped. But Ronan turns the tables, declaring that he's the one who's caught Arendelle. His sword flares with energy as he roars, swinging with full force, daring Arendelle to take the strike. Arendelle raises his arms to shield. The impact crashes down with a thunderous thud. A groan escapes his throat, but then something shifts. He cries out in exhilaration, calling it incredible. Ronan's face darkens, spitting out a frustrated curse. He watches as Arendelle's body swells, power flooding his frame. With eyes sharp and wild, Arendelle declares it's been ages since he hunted with all senses alive. He commends Ronan, calling him truly worth unleashing everything against. Energy sparks at his hands, gathering for a devastating strike, his killing intent radiating. But before he can complete the words, a blow lands, blood bursts into the air. And the cruelest part, it was the doppelganger who struck. More terrifying still, it attacks with its eyes closed. Arendelle's arm is severed clean off. His scream rips through the forest, blood gushing as he stands frozen in disbelief. He thought he had the advantage by locking his aura into one point. Yet now he's utterly bewildered. How could a mere branch slice his arm away so easily? His eyes dart wildly, searching for where the attacker emerged from. He has no idea. Then his nose picks up the scent. It's the Omega. He finally spots it, standing there gripping nothing but a branch. The sight ignites his fury, boiling his blood. Arendelle roars, vowing not to be fooled twice, as the doppelganger charges. He blocks with his remaining arm, cursing the creature as a beast. Just then, a bright sphere of light erupts. The ground spins as they slam down, but with inhuman grace, the doppelganger lands effortlessly on its feet. Arendelle's struggle is plain, his one-armed defense faltering as the doppelganger presses in. His severed arm lies beside the creature. In a mocking gesture, it kicks the limb aside like worthless trash. Distracted by the insult, Arendelle takes a punishing strike. He bellows at the doppelganger, accusing it of arrogance for playing with his severed limb, his fury only growing. The doppelganger unleashes a relentless barrage, hacking into him over and over. Each strike batters his body, each blow fanning the flames of his rage, though his spirit refuses to yield. Ronan watches bewildered. The doppelganger's eerie fighting style, eyes shut, wielding a branch, only deepens the mystery. Ronan speculates it might be clinging to this form to sustain itself in battle with Arendelle, but the real question is why it suddenly shifted its focus. Only moments ago it was intent on killing him. Why is its fury now directed solely at Arendelle? The rage boiling off Arendelle is undeniable, but Ronan's thoughts are spinning with a brand new theory. He recalls Arendelle bragging about capturing the Alpha, and then a spark connects. Could it be that the Omega is now sharing senses with the Alpha Arendelle caught? Somewhere far away, the Omega is sprinting for its life, heart pounding with every desperate step, until suddenly something sharp pierces its foot. It collapses with a cry and someone approaches, mocking its pain shout, "It's the Alpha." Arendelle seizes it, declaring it's time to return. Just the thought alone sends the Omega's nerves into a frenzy. It lashes back at Arendelle without hesitation. Ronan knows that Omegas are born from dark emotions like hatred, fear, anger, and regret. That's why, unlike the calmer Alpha, they resist capture with every ounce of their strength. Ronan had anticipated this outcome, but it still rattles him to his core. The ground trembles under the sheer ferocity of their clash. Arendelle narrows his eyes, trying to piece it together. The resemblance to Ronan unsettles him, and the idea that this could be his brother sends a chill through him. Despite its youthful appearance, the doppelganger strikes with terrifying force. Arendelle realizes that if this childlike figure were grown, he would be the one at risk. So he begrudgingly abandons his mission to capture the Omega and focuses solely on survival. The Omega charges again, its killing intent directed squarely at him. He notices how the doppelganger never opens its eyes, and decides it's the perfect moment for a surprise. He unleashes a colossal beam of energy, obliterating the forest in one sweeping blast. The range is massive, the destruction absolute, once the smoke clears. Arendelle mutters that he's curious about this creature's true form. He can't believe how it evaded such devastation. The doppelganger's hidden abilities remain an enigma, its closed eyes guarding secrets. The Omega deflects his fist with nothing but its branch. Arendelle snarls that without that move, it would have been finished. Yet inwardly, he feels oddly relieved to see the Omega struggling as much as he is. The fun is over, he's ready to end the hunt. Even without his primary weapon or his strongest arm, the advantage he once held. He declares the hunt ends here and orders the Omega to die. But just before he strikes, the Omega opens its mouth and speaks for the very first time. It says that it must be protected, then repeats again that it has to protect. Arendelle scoffs, calling it a sly trickster. He never imagined it had been hiding a weapon, waiting for the opportune moment. In a flash, two fingers jab straight into his eye. Blood gushes as agony bursts through his skull. The Omega grabs his hair, holding his head still, driving its fingers in deeper. Arendelle groans in unbearable pain. He collapses to his knees, bellowing. The Omega towers over him, pinning him against a rock. One arm restrains him, the other clutching a dagger. Arundel begs it to stop, his voice cracking, but the dagger shows no hesitation. His screams grow frantic. He cannot accept that this is truly his end. Then the stone itself splits apart, just as Arundel is split in two. The scene is raw, vicious, and merciless. Justice for the Alpha is finally claimed. And at last, the doppelganger opens its eyes. The creature gasps desperately for air, with Arundel's severed head lying on the ground. At last, it catches its breath. Ronan watches from afar, utterly fixated on the sight before him. He remembers that since Hei's arrival, the Empire has been drowned in screams and chaos. As his thoughts churn, a heavy weight of regret sinks into him. His past mistakes press down like an unshakable burden. He replays each choice, wondering what life might have been if he hadn't wasted it away. If only he'd listened to his sister, who always insisted that learning a bit of everything was worthwhile. Maybe then he could have saved at least one more life. The thought drowns him in guilt. His eyes reflect the sorrow woven into the labyrinth of his regrets. The doppelganger keeps murmuring, "I must protect," repeating endlessly like a broken mantra. Suddenly, a thread appears out of nowhere, startling it. Ronan narrows his eyes, studying the scene closely. Only now does he realize the entire area is laced with strings. One coils tightly around the doppelganger's leg, pinning it down. Ronan warns everyone to focus. He grips his sword and declares, "This is me now." He unleashes a devastating slash wave aimed directly at the doppelganger. But the creature cleaves the beam in two with ease. It shoots him a glare brimming with fury. Ronan refuses to let up. He keeps hammering it with strikes, making sure it remains tangled in the threads. Their battle intensifies. Even with its legs bound, the doppelganger fights back fiercely. At last, it hacks through the strings and breaks free. Its instincts flare, it senses Ronan dropping in from above. Its eyes ignite with a blazing yellow light. Though Arundel's aura had felt strange at first glance, now face to face, Ronan recognizes its authenticity. It was undeniably the same power wielded by the professors. Everything clicks into place, his understanding clears, the pieces form a bigger picture. His attention locks on the sword. The doppelganger braces for impact. Ronan's blade collides with the doppelganger's weapon, forcing it down to its knees. The creature strains to withstand the crushing pressure. Ronan recalls how, before the academy, he believed anything you could swing counted as a weapon. But then his mind drifts to Navarro, to the elegance with which she drew her sword, and he realizes just how foolish his old belief was. Now he understands there is something truly unique about a sword. Suddenly, cracks form along the doppelganger's blade as Ronan's aura bursts forth. His strike shatters its sword completely. His reflection gleams in the fragments. The doppelganger senses danger looming. It raises a hand to shield itself, but Ronan's sword cleaves straight through. Ronan is stunned. Did it really just sacrifice its right hand? The doppelganger shifts, preparing its other hand. It clamps its grip onto Ronan's face and slams him into the ground, pinning him down. Blood pours from his mouth. The doppelganger seizes Ronan's sword, raising it high to stab. Ronan spits a curse, his frustration boiling over. If it comes to this, he knows he has no choice. He must cross that line. His resolve steels for the counterattack. But then a voice calls out his name. The doppelganger freezes, shock flickering across its expression. It recognizes the voice, and its concentration falters for an instant. Watching that reaction, the protagonist realizes the timing couldn't be more perfect. He grins, pleased that the doppelganger responds to the sound. Ronan remarks that at the very least, this one still resembles the Ronan from long ago. He urges the doppelganger to take a proper look at the figure standing before this version of Ronan. He reminds it of the familiar faces tied to him. The Grand Commander, still unmatched in her abilities. Even if her personality has shifted, there's Bel Rouse, once a poacher, now serving the public. He even managed to outwit Calibro. Ronan reflects that Martin and the others are probably doing fine somewhere too, adding that he himself is honestly living the best life he could hope for. A wave of peace drifts over him. He remains there unmoving with the sword still aimed at him, yet the doppelganger no longer advances. Ronan draws in a deep breath and speaks, declaring that things will change from here on. He asks it to trust him and let him take care of everything. In truth, his words are directed at the version of himself who once lived as a rigid soldier. The doppelganger begins to shine with a faint, gentle light. It murmurs that it will watch over everyone, that it has faith in him. Then slowly, its form dissolves into nothing. Ronan lets out a quiet exhale, silently wishing that 10 years from now, both of them will be able to smile together. The market bustles with life and energy. Students laugh joyfully as they explore every part of the 100 Beast Festival, with dazzling displays of monsters all around. Amid the excitement, Maria sighs softly in relief. She admits that unless Ronan uncovers the truth behind the doppelgangers, and unless Professor Varin reigns in the Calibro gang, they won't truly be able to enjoy the day to its fullest. Turning to Assel, Maria asks where Ronan might be. Assel informs her that Ronan is currently meeting with Professor Varin, so he'll be a little late. He reassures her that Ronan did promise he would join them later for the night parade. Assel, observing Marya carefully, notices the subtle hint of disappointment on her face. She admits it's unfortunate, saying it would have been nice to spend more time with him. Keen to lift her spirits, Assel declares loudly that they should have so much fun that Ronan ends up regretting missing out. Marya bursts into laughter at the suggestion, leaning closer with a playful edge in her voice. She teasingly calls Assel cutie and asks if he's ready for it. His cheeks burn crimson as he stammers out a flustered yes. Marya proposes that they head over to the 100 Beast Festival's main attraction. She marvels at how vast and beautiful the garden is, clearly impressed by the sight. Then she realizes how serious the organizers are about handling the doppelganger issue. Assel agrees, explaining that doppelgangers are extremely sensitive to their surroundings, which is why such effort went into building the garden. That sensitivity also explains the restrictions on visitors and the thorough security inspections. Marya nods in full agreement. Scanning the grounds, she suddenly points towards something in the distance. She wonders aloud if that creature could be one of the doppelgangers. Looking unimpressed, she questions who it's supposed to be imitating. Assel speculates that what they're seeing might actually be its true form. He notes he has heard that doppelgangers revert back to their original bodies once their transformation time limit runs out. He goes on, adding that since the Omega is likely resting, this one could be the Alpha. But then a thought strikes Assel, and his eyes widen in shock as he recalls an important fact he'd overlooked. The Alpha doesn't transform randomly. It peers into minds and takes on the form of the person one loves most. Suddenly, he grows overwhelmed with embarrassment. Panicking, Assel hurriedly tells Marya he needs to leave right away and asks to be excused. Marya looks puzzled, but before she can say anything, Assel takes off in a rush. She watches him dart away, her brows furrowing in confusion. Then slowly, a mischievous smile spreads across her lips. It dawns on her that Assel must be flustered because the Alpha revealed something. In a teasing voice, she shouts after him, asking who the lucky one is that makes his heart flutter so much. Assel shakes his head frantically, denying it, but Marya refuses to let up. With a playful push, she shoves him toward the doppelganger, eager to see who the Alpha decided to mimic. The doppelganger fixes its gaze on Assel, and Assel stares back, unable to look away. Gradually, the creature begins to twist and reshape its form. Marya watches closely, holding her breath in suspense. Before their very eyes, the Alpha shifts into Marya herself. A heavy silence fills the air. Marya stands frozen at a loss for words. Assel covers his face with his hands, mortified beyond belief. She never imagined this would happen. Her cheeks turn red as the meaning sinks in. She parts her lips, about to speak, perhaps to confirm it aloud. But Assel cuts her off, his voice trembling as he mutters that he really has to leave now. Without waiting for her reply, he bolts away. Several days slip by after the conclusion of the 100 Beast Festival. During this quieter period, Ronan meets privately with Professor Secret. The professor, who had recently spoken with Jerden, brings up Ronan's recent ordeals, particularly the way the curse inside him fused with Bajura. Instead of fading, the fusion condensed into a core-like energy source lodged in Ronan's chest. Though it might seem beneficial at first glance, the professor cautions that the original seal of the curse remains intact. With Bajura's power mixed in, the curse has turned into something new, more complex, and far more unpredictable. Even though the professor stays composed, Ronan understands the true warning beneath his words. The core may not be dangerous yet and carries some benefits, but the curse's lingering existence is like a ticking bomb. With steady resolve, Ronan reiterates his determination to eliminate the curse once and for all. The professor observes a shift in his demeanor, sensing a newfound determination that hadn't been there before. Curious, he asks what might have sparked such a change. Ronan recalls the strange meeting with his older self. He doesn't reveal everything but makes it clear he must become whole. He confesses that he made a promise he cannot break. Every word he speaks is laden with weight. And Professor Secret can see the conviction burning in them. With a faint smile, the professor tells him he has arrived at just the right moment. His research has finally advanced to the stage where they can dispel one of Ronan's curses. Ronan leaps up in excitement, eager to know what steps to take. The professor urges him to stay calm. He explains that the process will be much like what they attempted before. Ronan must dive deep into his inner world, locate the curse, and identify its source. To sever it, he'll need to confront it directly, but this time the challenge will be harsher. Unlike the previous curse, this one has grown stronger and will do everything to shield itself. The danger is real, and to stabilize Ronan's inner world during the ritual, they will require enormous mana reserves. Even more crucial, they must secure the proper catalyst. The professor assures Ronan that the mana problem can be handled. The real obstacle is the catalyst. He then asks Ronan if he knows about a place called Dinhar. Ronan, startled by the name of that infamous land, admits he knows it well. He describes it as a lethal desert crawling with monsters and hostile natives. a place no sane traveler would ever choose to enter. On top of that, rumors claim it lies dangerously close to the southwestern demonic realm. Ronan guesses that what they need must be the legendary Black Stone, an exceptionally rare treasure even in such a perilous region. The professor looks relieved and confirms his guess. What they truly require is the Dinhar Mountain Magic Stone, an incredibly scarce and powerful magical material saturated with dense mana. It also carries a mysterious property that makes it the perfect catalyst. Whenever these stones appear at the Imperial auction, they fetch outrageously high prices due to their rarity and potency. At that point, Professor Secret produces a tiny fragment of such a stone, admitting he spent years saving just to acquire that sliver. Ronan, looking uneasy, asks if they could simply use the shard they already have. But the professor explains that such a small piece won't be sufficient. To conduct the ritual, they need a stone at least as large as a thumb. That's why he hadn't summoned Ronan earlier. He had been holding out for a substitute catalyst. Even so, Ronan finds this plan difficult to accept. The thought of venturing into Dinhar, a place he once swore never to revisit, is daunting. Yet with no better option, he realizes he might have no choice left. Meanwhile, the focus shifts to Adishan as she strolls along. A vivid memory flickers sharply in her mind. She recalls being inside a concealed cavern where she and Balsark once clashed with Arundel's henchmen. There they uncovered a peculiar box shrouded in white cloth. Balsark asked if the Alpha could truly be inside it, and Adishan affirmed it, trusting the instincts of the animals she shared bonds with. Both curious and uneasy, she opened the box to check whether the Alpha had been harmed during its capture. To her shock, a brilliant blue light burst forth. And then came the greater surprise. The Alpha emerged and began to shift forms. When the transformation ended, Adishan and Balsark stood dumbstruck, for the creature had changed into Ronan. Flustered, Adishan hastily threw the cloth back over the doppelganger's head. Clutching it tightly, she tried desperately to conceal what she had just witnessed. Balsark stood frozen in disbelief, at a loss for words, and before he could say anything, Adishan pleaded with him not to reveal this to anyone. Ever since, that moment has replayed endlessly in her thoughts. She simply couldn't bring herself to meet Ronan's eyes. Deep down, she understood that the Alpha had taken his form because of the trust and gratitude she felt toward him, for he was the only one who ever believed in her visions. She kept reminding herself she had no reason to be ashamed. From this point onward, she resolved to face him without fear, determined to stand firm. But fate had other plans. Ronan passed by the tree where she stood lost in thought. Panic gripped her and she ducked behind it, praying he wouldn't notice. Ronan, hearing a sound, stopped to check. Heart pounding, Adishan tried to steady herself and step forward. But before she could act, Ronan spotted her and asked what she was doing there. Startled, Adishan let out a sharp scream. Ronan blinked in surprise as well, then chuckled awkwardly, asking if she had seen something she shouldn't have. She shook her head quickly, her voice trembling. Taking her hand, Ronan told her she'd shown up at the perfect moment. He had something important to show her. With a grin, he invited her to join him in crafting a weapon. When she asked what he meant, he gave little explanation, only saying he had wanted to bring her there and that she should trust him. Holding up a sheet of paper that gives off an unsettling aura, he vows to reveal something worth putting everything on the line for. As the pair set off, the scene transitions to a shadowy, foreboding temple perched high among the mountains. Inside, the atmosphere is bone-chilling. From the ceiling hang countless corpses, their lower halves severed. Each of them drips blood into a vast, overflowing pool of crimson. A woman clad in white robes carries a scroll in her hands. She announces that a direct command has come down from the leader himself. At that moment, a figure slowly rises from the pool of blood. The man lifts his hand, channeling energy to adjust his robe. He declares that he has been summoned by the unyielding envoy of the star. He adds that the repeated mission failures of Bridja and Varen have delayed their grand design. Draping his robe across his body, he warns the woman that this time, even the smallest error cannot be tolerated. He steps forward out of the pool and addresses the woman by name, Yuria, telling her they must set out for Dinhar. As he walks toward the exit, his robe drips with blood, leaving a trail across the stone floor. The scene shifts to the Empire's largest smithy, located in the capital city of Grand Cappadocia. After Nebula Clagier's devastating attack, the forge has been fully restored, largely thanks to the aid of the Grancia family. Ronan arrives and can't help but grin at Darren's renovated workshop, thinking the old man didn't just fix the place up, he transformed it completely. As Ronan and Adishan approach, Didakan spots them, his face lighting up with excitement. The beastman dashes over, wrapping Ronan in a hearty embrace, and hailing him as the hero who saved Grand Cappadocia. Ronan returns the greeting, remarking that it's been a while and pointing out how energetic Didakan seems. Didakan beams, explaining he's been working tirelessly at the forge. He then adds that he heard Ronan came seeking a new weapon from Darren, noting that the old man stayed up through the night in preparation. Didakan notices Adishan and flashes her a smile, though she appears puzzled by his reaction. Moving closer to Ronan, Didikin teases him, asking if Adishan is the reason he's been so occupied lately. He wonders aloud if she might be his girlfriend. Then he brings up Maria, playfully accusing Ronan of being unfaithful. Ronan immediately tells him to cut it out, warning that she'd be furious if word got around. Ronan clarifies that he brought Adishan to help choose the right weapon and warns Didikin not to get any strange ideas like last time. Didikin perks up with curiosity and asks for more. Ronan recalls his first visit to the forge, boasting about some trial, only to be utterly crushed by Didikin. He cautions that Adishan's abilities are unpredictable, and if they surge, she could be knocked out instantly. Didikin gives her a wary glance, unease flickering in his eyes. Ronan jokes that if Didikin does end up dying, he'll make sure to send him off with a proper funeral. Didikin hurriedly protests that such old customs have long been abandoned, and suggests they head inside since Darren is waiting. Forcing a nervous smile, Didikin politely asks Adishan if she'd like to join them. She wonders aloud why he's acting so overly courteous. Trying to mask his nerves, Didikin kicks the door open and loudly announces their arrival to Darren, declaring that Ronan has finally returned. But before he can finish his words, a hammer comes flying at his head, accompanied by an angry shout to quit kicking the door. Adishan turns to Ronan, asking if this is the person he mentioned. Ronan confirms with a grin. Darren, the aged blacksmith, warmly welcomes Ronan, saying he received the message and made every necessary preparation. He unfurls a blueprint across the table, proudly stating it was the product of countless sleepless nights. It depicts a brand new weapon. Darren explains that if constructed properly, the weapon will boast remarkable and innovative capabilities. He stresses that much depends on the special materials they select. With a mischievous grin, he asks Ronan whether he has decided on the materials. Ronan tells him not to worry about that just yet. Darren then asks if Ronan brought more of the strange shell they used before, pointing out that the more they have, the better the weapon will be. Ronan admits they've exhausted the last of the shells, but insists he has something even greater. He produces a sheet of paper radiating a deeply ominous aura. Darren's eyes widen in shock. He cannot believe Ronan considers this superior to the rare eggshell of the Dreambird when his fingers brush the paper. A surge of terror floods through him. He hears the anguished cries of countless souls, as though their restless wails are piercing directly into his ears. Horrified, he drops the paper, demanding to know where Ronan unearthed such a sinister thing. He calls it a wellspring of endless malevolence, confessing he has never felt anything so vile. Ronan praises him as the finest blacksmith alive, admiring how he discerned the material's true nature with just a touch. Ronan admits it was wise to come here first, and says he's eager to see what kind of weapon could be forged from such a substance. But Darren, shouting now, refuses outright, saying they cannot possibly use it. He acknowledges the weapon might be incredible, but warns they have no idea what it would do to its wielder. Agitated, Darren says crafting such a weapon would betray a blacksmith's very conscience. Ronan tries to calm him, assuring the material will not harm him personally. Darren demands to know what he means, but Ronan replies that he'll explain later. Instead, he presses Darren for an answer, pointing out that his expression already betrays his desire. The thought of forging a masterpiece from this paper is making him salivate. Darren quickly denies it, but Ronan waves the sheet teasingly in front of his face. With a sly grin, Ronan urges Darren to give in, to admit that he's itching to craft a lethal weapon from the paper. He even jokingly tells Darren to beg for it. Darren roars in exasperation at the remark. Eventually, Ronan leaves the smithy. Didikin, waiting outside, is startled by the old man's screams and asks Ronan what he brought to provoke such a reaction. Ronan replies that it's something that'll blow his mind once he sees it. Curious, Ronan asks where Adishan has gone. Didikin explains she's surrounded by other blacksmiths, each trying to convince her that a weapon other than a sword might suit her better. He adds she's likely having a rough time. Ronan notices something hanging from Didikin's neck and asks about it. Didikin proudly lifts up a device resembling a camera. He explains it's a space-time storage and playback tool. With it, he says, any moment can be captured and replayed at the press of a button. He calls it his masterpiece and asks Ronan's opinion, even offering to let him try it. Ronan asks if it truly works, and when Didikin assures him it does, he smirks and requests to borrow it for a while, mentioning it'll be perfect for luring someone to Dainhar. Later that evening, Schlieffen is walking through the area. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the trees, asking if he intends to train at this hour. Schlieffen narrows his eyes, sensing something unusual. Then he recognizes Ronan, teasing him that he must be on a mission to make up for lost sparring sessions. Ronan greets him warmly but says sparring isn't why he came. Instead, he raises his hand and asks if Schlieffen will join him. He explains that he's heading somewhere perilous and only Schlieffen can accompany him. Schlieffen dismisses it as nonsense, saying he isn't interested unless sparring is involved. He adds he barely has enough time for training as it is. Ronan presses him further, asking if he's certain he won't regret declining. Just then, a radiant light flares from Ronan's garments. Schlieffen's eyes widen in astonishment. He asks if what he's seeing is truly what he thinks it is. The scene shifts to Carlisle, an arid desert expanse in the American Southwest. Ronan and Schlieffen stand atop a cliff, gazing over the scorched landscape below. Ronan remarks on the unbearable heat. He admits he never thought he'd return to such a blistering place again in his life. Sita is with him for the journey. Turning to Schlieffen, he says he's honored the young warrior chose to come along. Clearing his throat, Schlieffen comments that Carlisle seems like an ideal place for real combat training. With a solemn expression, he asks Ronan if he'll uphold the promise he made, wanting to know if he'll receive something once their quest concludes. Ronan flashes a confident grin and reassures him. He pulls an item from his bag. Claiming he's a man of his word, he reveals a lavish piece of bait, quickly correcting himself to call it a special gift. Schlieffen's jaw drops as he sees the photos of Earl, struggling to comprehend how Ronan obtained them. Ronan chuckles, a playful glint in his eyes as he holds the pictures aloft. Schlieffen's pulse quickens as he stares. He begs to get a closer look, but Ronan tells him to save the excitement until after the journey. He reminds him they still have several days of travel before reaching Dainhar. Then Schlieffen warns Ronan that Carlisle isn't nearly as desolate as it appears. He notes the stench of blood in the air and the scattered remains of bodies strewn across the land. Ronan agrees, explaining that this is where those who failed to seize Dainhar Mountain's magic stone end up. Some try again, but most resign themselves to life as bandits. He advises Schlieffen that if they encounter any bandits, it's best to wipe them out entirely. Schlieffen asks if by doing so they'd be ridding the world of criminals. Ronan nods in confirmation. Suddenly, Schlieffen unsheathes his sword and channels power into it. He announces that he detects roughly 30 foes nearby, and with a swing of his blade, he unleashes a surge of energy that rockets past Ronan, striking their enemies head-on. Ronan questions why Schlieffen is unleashing his sword aura so recklessly. As he observes the energy stretching into the distance, it gradually begins to fade away. Then a radiant blue glow spreads across the air. Out of nowhere, an immense tornado takes shape, much to his shock. It tears through the bandits, who shriek and cry out in desperation for help. Turning back in alarm, Ronan demands an explanation from Schlieffen. Schlieffen calmly tells him that a few bandits slipped past the initial strike, meaning they'll have to finish the job themselves. Ronan, still reeling, asks if Schlieffen truly sensed the bandits' movement from that distance and struck them first. He wonders if such a feat is even possible. Schlieffen explains that he simply extends his awareness by channeling mana, calling it a fundamental method of manipulating energy. He then asks Ronan whether he can do something similar, though Ronan doubts Schlieffen fully grasps his point. He recalls how Schlieffen's strike initially looked like a plain sword kai attack, but right before impact, it twisted into a full-blown tornado. Ronan struggles to accept that Schlieffen had actually condensed the Stormblade into compressed sword kai and launched it with such force. Especially since the last time they sparred, Schlieffen still fumbled with that very technique. Ronan starts wondering just how far this kid has managed to improve, even though he occasionally questions Shellen's teaching methods. Moments like this make him think that this gifted prodigy might truly climb the peak of swordsmanship one day and earn the title of the fabled Sword Saint. Meanwhile, just minutes before Schlieffen's storm of blades struck, a lone bandit observed Ronan and Schlieffen from afar through a telescope. He noticed Ronan showing Schlieffen the pictures and figured the pair looked like perfect marks for a robbery. This scout's name is Pip, a member of the Red Desert Bandit Gang. Pip pulls out a walkie-talkie and contacts his boss, saying there are two armed youths up ahead traveling alone. He asks for instructions. Their leader, a massive man called Kan, replies that it looks like a couple of pampered noble brats out training with swords. His crew grins wickedly at the news. Kan decides the best greeting would be to slice off the boys' limbs and ship them back as ransom, promising they'll bleed the families dry before tossing the remains to the sandworms. As the chief of the Red Desert, he orders his crew to gear up, declaring it's time to get serious again. Just then, Kan spots a sudden burst of blue light streaking across the sky. He feels a surge of razor-sharp energy coming straight toward them. Looking up, he sees what first looked like Sword Kai, but it twists midair into a raging storm. Acting fast, he raises his shield and shouts for his men to take cover behind him. Even so, several bandits are shredded apart by the furious strike. Pip is thrown back by the blast and lands hard, stunned and dazed. He lifts his telescope again, trying to figure out if the boys had triggered some sort of magic scroll. Yet when he peers toward the cliff, Ronan and Schlieffen are nowhere in sight. Confused, Pip is certain they had just been there moments ago. Suddenly, Ronan appears right beside him and drives his blade straight through Pip's skull. The two youths now stand over the fallen scout. Ronan withdraws his sword and swiftly severs Pip's head. He remarks to Schlieffen that his hunch was right, there's still plenty of filth left to clear out. Some of the remaining bandits tremble in terror at the sight of Ronan. Ronan reaches for a blade strapped at his side. He muses that this might actually be the perfect chance to test something new. Schlieffen offers to step in, but Ronan insists he's got this handled. He decides these enemies are the ideal trial run for his new weapon. Schlieffen admits he's been sensing a strange aura for some time, asking if it's tied to Ronan's gear. Ronan thinks Darren really must have outdone himself this time. Fired up, he can't wait to see how the weapon performs, bouncing on his feet with excitement. He jokes that Schlieffen is lucky enough to witness the debut firsthand. As he lands with force, the ground shatters and a massive cloud of dust bursts upward. One of the bandits yells in disbelief that Ronan is charging at them despite being outnumbered, urging the others to cut him down quickly. Just as those words leave his mouth, Ronan swings the blade. The next instant, the man has a gaping hole in his chest. His comrades freeze in absolute shock. Before they can react, Ronan hurls his blade again. It severs an arm and then drives straight through another man's chest. The weapon crashes into a nearby boulder afterward. The man missing an arm collapses to the dirt, shrieking in pain while the rest quake at the sight. As they hesitate, Ronan strolls over to the boulder, remarking how impressive the weapon's first display turned out to be. He yanks the blade free, surprised at just how devastatingly effective it is. He comments that a truly fine weapon makes all the difference in battle. Lifting the sword, its name Ymir, he declares he'll be counting on it. The blade oozes a sinister energy. As he swings it experimentally, he wonders why it feels so heavy, guessing it must be forged from some extraordinary material. He figures it'll take time to get used to. Facing the bandits once more, he challenges them to come at him. One of them rallies the rest, calling for everyone to rush Ronan at once. But Ronan darts past the bald man leading the charge, slicing clean through him. The man is torn apart instantly. Ronan grins with satisfaction at how sharp the weapon is, declaring it a true monster of a blade. At that moment, several men close in, swinging their swords furiously at him. Yet Ronan vanishes right before their eyes. They're stunned when he reappears behind them, and in a single motion, he takes their heads clean off. One survivor shouts for the group to get it together, warning they'll all be wiped out if they panic. He urges them to form up and cover each other. He insists Ronan won't be able to run wild if they do, but right after those words, Ronan materializes behind him and grabs him by the hair. He commends the man's smart thinking, recognizing that he's no rookie at looting. Terrified, the man stammers, demanding to know who Ronan is. Ronan simply decapitates him, blood spraying everywhere. The rest of the bandits panic, horrified that their vice captain was slaughtered in an instant. Ronan vanishes again, and in the blink of an eye, bandits all around begin losing their heads as Ronan slaughters them one after another. But suddenly, he senses something amiss. He narrowly avoids a strike from the leader. The man wields a massive shield, glaring with fury at Ronan's presence. Ronan asks if he is the leader. Khan sneers at the suggestion, scoffing that someone like Ronan dares challenge the red desert of Carlisle. He glares fiercely and growls that Ronan has picked the wrong enemy. Thumping his shield, he warns that anyone who steps out of line gets crushed into paste beneath his blood shield. Ronan merely shrugs and tells Khan to come at him. But Khan's proud shield doesn't last long. It shatters into pieces under Ronan's strike, leaving Khan standing there in total disbelief. Ronan asks if he's really fine without that shield, while Khan stammers, unable to comprehend what just happened. Finally, Khan roars for his men to retreat, and they scatter in panic. Ronan is slightly surprised Khan had the sense to pull back, but he knows if they're left alive, they'll only cause more chaos later. So he declares it's time to wipe out the trash once and for all. He decides to unveil one more trick, Ymir's hidden ability. As Khan flees, he starts plotting to gather reinforcements for a massive assault, pondering Ronan's true origins. But before he gets far, Ymir lands in front of them. Khan recognizes it as Ronan's dagger and wonders if it was tossed by mistake. Suddenly, the weapon's aura ignites, a technique called spiderweb, and it binds the bandits in place. They're trapped, paralyzed, unsure of what's happening. Ronan strolls forward with a grin, praising Darren as a true genius. The bandits see the eerie form of a spider taking shape, while Ronan prepares to finish them without hesitation. Khan desperately tries to beg for mercy, but Ronan refuses to listen. He cuts them down on the spot, leaving no questions unanswered. When the battle finally ends and the bandits all lie dead, silence falls over the field. Schlieffen glances at Ronan's weapon, Ymir, remarking on how remarkable its abilities appear. Ronan accepts the praise without issue. He explains that Ymir can channel different forms of mana into long-range techniques, making it unpredictable in combat. Looking over the corpses, Schlieffen wonders aloud if such a weapon requires rare materials to function. Ronan refuses to explain, saying it's a top-secret matter, though he hints that the blade contains more than one fascinating element. Then unexpectedly, something bizarre happens. All the blood from the dead flows toward Sita, and Sita drinks it all in one gulp. Ronan observes that Sita's growth is accelerating, his vampire abilities clearly evolving further. He jokes that Sita must be doing more than just enjoying Ophelia's company, teasing that at this pace he might even outgrow Ronan. Just as Ronan continues speaking, Schlieffen interrupts with another question, catching him a little off guard. He mentions a strange restraint technique he sensed earlier, saying it didn't feel like normal battlefield energy. He adds that the aura was similar to the traitor Dolan's, and presses Ronan to explain why he would have something that resembles it, clearly uneasy at the implication. Ronan doesn't enjoy how sharp Schlieffen's perception is, joking bitterly that he doesn't like how keen the kid's instincts can be. He then tells him they have a long road ahead and promises to explain everything during the journey. That night the two sit quietly around a fire. Schlieffen mutters that the situation sounds even more dire than what Sion once described, and Ronan agrees. He acknowledges Darren's role in teaching him skills that ended up saving his life. The conversation shifts when Ronan asks about Schlieffen's sister, curious if she has recovered. Schlieffen answers that specialists from Grantia examined her and said she was stable. He grits his teeth and admits that to his sister, Ronan and Elizabeth are like heroes who saved her. He adds that she now views Akalisia as a true sister, though it seems to be one-sided. Still, he hopes that this bond might heal the rift between their families. Schlieffen hesitates as if holding back more words. Ronan notices and directly asks him about it. Schlieffen mutters awkwardly that it's nothing serious. Just a heartfelt thank you for saving his sister. Ronan smiles, saying the gratitude means a lot. But then, with a mischievous grin, he pulls out some pictures of a girl and teases that he isn't ready to give them up just yet. Schlieffen flushes red, caught off guard, demanding to know what Ronan thinks of him. He insists he doesn't go back on promises and accuses Ronan of playing around even in heavy moments. Before Ronan can reply, a piercing eagle cry cuts through the night. The bird suddenly crashes down nearby. Schlieffen quickly asks if this is the start of a monster attack, but Ronan doubts it, thinking it might just be a bird that fell. They move closer to investigate the creature. Ronan wonders if it's a rock bird, the type used for transportation in Dinhar. He finds it strange that one would show up here injured. Schlieffen steps closer and says he can sense a child nearby. Sita rushes in, channeling healing magic into both the rockbird and the unconscious child. A faint blue glow surrounds them as the magic works. Slowly, both the bird and the child start to stir. The boy is still half-conscious, his mind drifting into painful memories. He recalls a burning battlefield, standing beside his older brother. His brother shouted for him to run, telling him the rockbird was their last hope. The boy Thunder heard his brother urge him to fight back, but the older sibling insisted he survive instead. Tears streamed down Thunder's face, yet his brother kept urging him to flee as enemies drew near. An explosion suddenly shook the ground. His brother realized the attackers were closing in. From the flames appeared a monstrous beast, and riding it was a woman who sneered at them as insects clinging to the land of stars. She swore she would wipe them out, her belt dripping with blood. One of Thunder's comrades shouted for him to run, but before he could, the woman cut the comrade down instantly. Thunder's brother urged him to hold on, saying they'd stall the enemy while the rockbird carried him to safety. As the bird took flight, Thunder screamed for his brother, the pain of separation overwhelming him in the chaos. Thunder jolts awake, panicked and lost in the present. He looks around frantically, eyes filled with confusion. Ronan and Schlieffen step closer to check on him. Terrified, he yells for them to stay away, calling them monsters and demanding his brother back. He thrashes about in desperation. Ronan gently holds Thunder's hands, calmly assuring him that they are not enemies and mean no harm. Thunder's eyes well up again as he asks who they are. Ronan softly tells him that it's safe to speak, promising they won't hurt him. Deep down, Ronan senses that this boy is about to drag them straight into something huge. The hero sits patiently with the child, waiting. Finally, the boy begins speaking, telling a wild tale of what happened 2 nights ago. He recalls monsters clawing their way out from underground. He says he can't erase the vision of those massive beasts. He explains that on his family's land, the villagers gathered to confront a cloaked figure. The warriors stepped forward, sensing danger. But when the monsters charged, a cloaked woman wearing a strap, with a fierce expression, entered the fight. The villagers were helpless, cut down mercilessly. Blood spilled everywhere, and not one of them managed to leave a mark on her. Ronan is shocked, hardly believing such seasoned warriors fell so easily. He always thought of those warriors as hardened fighters of the desert, their power rivaling the Empire's knights. He remembers his past life, when battling them nearly broke him. What should have been a mission lasting 3 days stretched into months because of their skill. But now they faced an enemy they couldn't even touch. He asks what those attackers were, and Thunder replies they never got the chance to find out, since everyone was slain before they could react. All he knows is that the creatures were wrapped in white linen, which shocks both Ronan and Schlieffen. Thunder explains they had strange abilities that made them nearly unbeatable. They called themselves the ones who herald the arrival of the stars. Ronan and Schlieffen immediately grow serious, both thinking of the same name, Nebula Clagier. Thunder thanks them for healing him and swears he'll repay the favor if he survives. He says he's going to rescue his brother, warning them to turn back if they value their lives. Ronan tries to intervene, asking if he really plans to return to Dinhar alone. But Thunder brushes his hand away, insisting that he will. He declares that as a warrior of Dinhar, he cannot retreat and refuses to involve others. Then he adds bluntly, "The two of them look far too scrawny and weak. If they tag along, they'll only end up dead." His words sting Ronan and Schlieffen both. Thunder continues, saying he doesn't want them dying for nothing. He urges them to return home before they get dragged into a disaster beyond them. At that moment, a massive lizard-like beast appears behind him, ready to strike. Its claws come crashing down. Schlieffen leaps forward, intercepting the blow. In that instant, Ronan grabs Thunder and pulls him out of harm's way. The situation turns deadly serious. The beast growls low, its body massive and armored. In the swirling sands, they realize it's a monster forged of iron. Schlieffen narrows his eyes, admitting he might not be strong enough. But he still draws his sword. Thunder freezes in terror. He recognizes the monster as one that had followed the cloaked woman, and he can't understand why it's here. Ronan sizes up the creature, remarking that it seems fixated on Thunder. He curses the cultists for sending something like this, saying they sure know how to cause trouble. Thunder panics, insisting they have to run. He shouts that this monster slaughtered dozens of warriors all on its own. Suddenly, the beast vanishes. It darts around at insane speed, leaving trails of blinding light in its wake. Ronan watches sharply, realizing this monster has no intention of letting them escape. Thunder feels guilt welling inside, knowing he dragged them into this nightmare. Schlieffen keeps his gaze locked on the monster's movements. He casually remarks that its footwork may be simple, but it packs a frightening amount of power. The way it moves even reminds him of Ronan back during their midterm exams. Ronan doesn't respond, simply noting the sharp, unwavering expression on Schleffner's face. Schleffner admits that at that time he was clueless. He couldn't figure out how to counter such steps and ended up choosing the worst possible approach. That mistake took them both down together. Now the monster makes its final pivot and hurls itself at Schleffner with overwhelming force. But this time Schleffner stands his ground, fully prepared. He declares that what was true back then no longer applies now. He drives his sword deep into the earth. In an instant, a massive surge of energy bursts outward. The air trembles and hums with its violent buzz. The monster falters, thrown off balance by the sudden crushing force. It is dragged into a spiraling tornado of mana that Schleffner conjures, its roar growing louder and more desperate as the storm tears into it. Thunder stares in wide-eyed disbelief. The creature's iron shell starts splintering, cracking apart like brittle stone. Its body collapses bit by bit, and just when it looks like the fight is over, the beast's jaws open, revealing a hidden weapon inside. In the next breath, it fires. But it never realizes that our hero is already soaring above its head. With cool composure, the protagonist remarks that the monster certainly put on a spectacle, but he's not here for games. With a single, decisive strike, he cleaves straight through its neck. The monster collapses, its massive form hitting the ground in a broken heap. Meanwhile, the beam it launched streaks into the heavens, erupting in a deafening explosion. Thunder is left utterly stunned by what he just witnessed. The protagonist lands firmly, standing tall, and challenges him, asking if he still thinks he looks weak now. The scene shifts to a group of cloaked figures. One of them glances at a woman and asks what's happening. The woman, Yuria, clearly the leader, responds that the bond with her escaped pet has now been severed completely.